Chapter 301 Fighting the Five Scum. In the Pier of Bengang, the 300 soldiers who stayed behind built simple fortifications on the pier, which stocked food and materials for the mountain camp. But at this time, the stronghold in Bengang was attacked by 2,000 to 3,000 pirates and refugees. Some of these young men even held hoes and kitchen knives, looking desperately. "Sir, there are a lot of civilians on the other side. Should we fight or not?" The soldiers staying at the stronghold were lying behind the stone barrier, holding a musket, and hesitated when they saw the refugees holding kitchen knives and poles surrounded by them. "My mother, we didn't provoke these civilians. Why they don't want to help the pirates drive us away?" The captain of the stronghold was puzzled. "Shoot at the ground as a warning." Bang! A row of muskets fired at the feet of the rushing civilians at the same time. The civilians who rushed over heard the gunshots and the bullets flying off the ground in front of them, subconsciously startled, and the entire crowd was stopped. These impulsive rebels were frightened by the rifles of the mountain camp and did not dare to move forward. The pirates not far away saw the civilians who dared not move forward, as if they had guessed it a long time ago, not at all surprised. Not to mention civilians, even their pirates dare not attack with rifles of the Fuliao army. What's more, the pier is a flat place that lacks effective obstacles. On the contrary, the old uncles of the main battle group were stunned. The Fuliao army's rifle was much stronger than the firecrackers they had imagined. It was able to shoot freely behind obstacles, and it shot accurately on the ground in front of the rebels. If the Fuliao army really wants to do something, it is estimated that a group of people will be killed just now. "Dear folks and elders, we did not infringe on you in the slightest, but just took over the wharf occupied by the pirates. Please return quickly, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties." The soldiers from the mountain camp in the base shouted, "Are we going to rush?" The frightened civilians still held up the kitchen knife, and heard the shouts of the Fuliao army soldiers before they reacted. "They are right. We and the Fuliao army have no grievances and no grudges. Why are we going to die?" Some civilians retreated, threatened by the soldiers' rifles in the mountain camp. The panic gradually spread among the civilian volunteers. At first, it was just a few civilians who backed back a few steps hesitantly. As a result, more and more people backed away, and the pace of backing became faster and faster, finally forming a large-scale retreat. That is, the civilians who just tried to attack the stronghold did not suffer any losses, but they immediately withdrew. "It's defeated like a mountain. These mediocre talents." The clan veteran of the main battle faction hated iron and steel and stomped his feet. These words made the pirates roll their eyes, and the abilities and courage of the civilian rebels are really lacking. Several uncles, I remember that there were a few old bronze cannons in the village. We didn't take them away at the time. It was the time to use these bronze cannons. The pirate leader didn't count on the rebels anymore. Put hope on the bronze cannon. By the way, there are indeed several bronze cannons in our ancestral hall, and dozens of rounds of cannonballs. Several clan elders from the main fighting faction slapped their heads and suddenly realized, "You people, go to the ancestral hall to get the bronze cannon." The pirate leader was not at ease, so he simply let his hands pull the bronze cannon. After a while, hundreds of pirates were pulled over by a few heavy bronze cannons. Perhaps it has not been used for too long, and there is already accumulated dust on the copper cannon. The bronze cannon should still be usable, right? The pirate leader was a little worried. "I hope it can be used, otherwise we will really be helpless with the Fuliao army." The pirate leader rubbed his temples. After the pirates got a few bronze cannons, they began to clean the barrels of the guns, preparing to use the bronze cannons to break through the stronghold of the Fuliao army in Bengang. Their movements were quickly noticed by the mountain camp soldiers in the stronghold. "Sir, They seem to have found the artillery. The soldier in the mountain camp cried, "Good fellow, dare to play artillery in front of us. It's really an axe." Before the Admiralty's fleet left us 2 12-pound bronze guns and 2 6-pound bronze guns. I was afraid of accidentally injuring civilians and causing unnecessary casualties. I don't want to use it as a last resort. Since they have used bronze cannons against us, we don't have to hide them and use artillery against them," said the mountain camp officer who stayed behind. "Yes. They must be blown up." The soldiers in the mountain camp were very excited. They use a lot of rifles, but the mountain camp currently does not have a specially equipped artillery, and only have the opportunity to come into contact with the artillery during training. The artillery used now is still used by the Navy Department for fear that they will encounter attacks from the refugees in the reclamation area, which is the current situation, and then unloaded from the warships and left them for defense. With the command of the chief, they can use these 4 big killers unscrupulously. "Boss, the bronze cannon should still be usable." The pirate who cleaned the bronze cannon reported excitedly to the pirate leader. Well, deploy the bronze cannon, aim it there." Boom! The pirate leader pointed to a stone wall in the stronghold. Boom! The sound of the real artillery shelling sounded at the moment the pirate leader made a sound. Several shells fell from the sky, and the target pointed directly at the location of the bronze cannons. The pirate leader's eyes protruded and his pupils suddenly dilated. Right in front of his eyes, a pirate gunner was hit by a solid bullet, dragged it out more than 10 meters and hit the ground. His entire chest is sunken. There is no need to check if there is something wrong, because it is absolutely dead and can't die anymore. A clan elder fell to the ground in pain, clutching his heart. Such a cruel and impactful picture appeared in front of him, causing him to be violently stimulated, and he suffered a heart attack. In pain, sweat was all over his wrinkled forehead. Old Wu. The rest of the clan elders and clansmen went to rescue one after another. We fight back." The pirate leader was stunned for a while before he said hesitantly, but there was a thought echoing in his heart, that is, with these old bronze cannons, could he really suppress the cannons of the Fuliao army with such power and accuracy? The effect of the bombardment is not satisfactory. It seems to have killed a few pirates, but did not destroy a single artillery. The officer of the mountain camp roughly estimated the effect of the bombardment from the telescope. "Maybe the accuracy of our artillery is not accurate enough." "Hit their artillery." "Sir, I don't think you need to worry anymore," a mountain camp soldier said suddenly. "Why do you say that?" the officer asked. "Because our reinforcements have come. Look," the soldier said, pointing to the sea behind them. The officer turned his head. I don't know when, a troop carrier of the Fuliao army appeared on the sea, with heavily armed soldiers on top. Chapter 302 Reinforcement arrives! J equals CR:/FOO Hot recommendations. At the mouth of the bay where Bengang is located, 5 troop carriers approached. Only a few cannons of average power were equipped on this huge troop carrier. However, after Zhang Zilong's fleet was wiped out, apart from the sea storm, there was really no force that could threaten this fleet. The fleet of the Fuliao army is back. They are back, whether it is the refugees or the pirates of the main combat faction. When they see the boats of the Fuliao army on the sea, they are all in panic. Their fleet returns. Does that mean the big boss fleet of pirates said what they were thinking about with fear? Don't talk nonsense. The big boss has united with the court navy, and there are hundreds of warships. How can he lose to them? The pirate leader numbed his scalp. Maybe these ships are not the ships in their original fleet, but the new ones. Another pirate said, yes, it must be like this. This is their new warship. Maybe the big boss has wiped out their warship. They have to send a new ship from the rear. The pirate leader said, although he has no bottom in his heart, he always wants to appease his men. But if the big boss wins, why haven't we sent a ship to support us? We are trapped on this broken island, and we have to face the brutal Fuliao army. Some pirates said, idiot, maybe the big boss is leading people to chase their fleet. We are ganging up at sea, just to kill them all, otherwise, give them time, Won't they get over it?" said the pirate leader. "Then now that the reinforcements of the Fu Liao army are coming, what should we do? Look at the situation first. Maybe they just pulled over and left." However, these 5 troop carriers are not like the pirates imagined. They are to support the fleet in front of them. Instead, they come straight to Bengang. The troops disembarked in an orderly manner. "This is the first time our Marine Brigade has expedition, and it all cheered me up." Liu Wang, the brigade commander of the Marine Brigade, personally took an infantry battalion in front of the troop carrier. Came to Yizu, and Liu Sheng, who followed behind, was with him. This time, in order to prevent the Navy fleet from being distracted to protect himself, Liu Sheng led a group of military staff to stay on the Ryuka Island for remote command. After learning that Nelson and Deng Qianglong led the fleet to defeat the pirates' coalition in Penu, and successively occupied Jinmen and Xiamen Bay, Liu Sheng went to Yizu with the Marines who were staying on the main island of Ryukyu. Just like Ryukyu, Yizu is also a stalk in Liu Sheng's heart, and he has to set foot on this land. If the Fu Liao fleet had landed on the southeastern islands, Liu Sheng would not be willing to stay away from his base camp and come here all the way. "It seems that there is a battle down there. You really had a good time." Liu Sheng stood on the deck, and it could be seen from a distance that there was a stone and wood fortification near the pier, and the stronghold was surrounded by 2,000 to 3,000 people. The flag of the Fu Liao army was flying above the fortifications. But what is interesting is that the troops of 2,000 to 3,000 men besieged but did not attack. "Hey, it seems that the people in the mountain camp are in trouble. Our troops are still too small," Liu Wang said. "As our place gets bigger and bigger, our troops will never be sufficient, but will only become more and more scarce. The use of force is always the last resort, and cultural output is the key." Liu Sheng saw that his subordinates were being attacked by pirates. "Surrounded by refugees, I feel a little bit emotional." Managing large amounts of land is undoubtedly a very difficult thing, especially newly conquered land. The army is only an advance team, and it must be followed by the output of culture, technology and other soft power in order to truly allow the locals to accept the Chinese system. "Sir, except for military matters, I am not a talent in that area. I will take people down to solve the rebellion below," Liu Wang said. "Don't worry, you first take the people down for a stroll, and if they don't understand the difficulty and retreat, they will attack." Liu Sheng still had some worries. Liu Sheng didn't doubt the strength of the Marine Brigade. Suppressing the refugees and pirates was a breeze. However, it would not be worth it if it caused a stalemate with the refugees in Bengang. After the troop carrier drew ashore, the approximately 1,000 troops of the Marine Brigade and Marine Brigade lined up quickly and orderly. However, the refugees and pirates in the distance could only watch the soldiers of the Fu Liao army come ashore without the courage to come up and stop them. The dazzling cannon on the troop carrier is there. Your team outflanks from the left side, and your team outflanks from the right side. I personally lead the troops to break through. If they don't retreat, listen to my orders to attack together. Liu Wang's temporary deployment of combat arrangements. "The commander is watching us. You must behave well, otherwise I can't spare you guys, do you know?" "Yes," the captains of several Marine Brigade answered. Under the command of several captains, more than 200 people on the left and right were dispatched to carry out roundabouts. Most of the Marine Brigade was equipped with old muskets, but it was enough to face the mob in their eyes. Even if they were directly attacked with bayonets, a well-organized and regular army could easily crush them. "The Fu Liao army wants to encircle us. They are coming." The pirates and refugees who were watching saw that the troops supporting Fu Liao not only did not plan to leave, but immediately counter-encircled them, and suddenly panicked. "Retreat, retreat." The leader of the pirate looked very flustered. Seeing that the Fu Liao army suddenly got off the ship with 1,000 people, he immediately took his soldiers and ran away. Even a few bronze cannons. 100 people of the Fu Liao army can stop them, and 300 people can make them even lack the courage to attack. "Good guy, now there are 1,000 more people at once. Can this be beaten?" Why did this guy ran away? Seeing that the pirate hurriedly retreated, the people of the main battle faction lost their opinions. Clan elders, let's retreat. The Fu Liao army is not as easy to provoke as we imagined. Let's go back and be a safe peasant. The pirates retreated quickly, leaving behind a few leaders of the main fighting faction. At this point, they were completely timid, raising troops to resist the Fu Liao army, thinking beautifully, but when they really fought, they found themselves as weak as a child facing adults. No, we have been cut off by the Fu Liao army. Just when the various rebels realized that they were going to retreat, they discovered that the Fu Liao army, which was roundabout, had already occupied their main retreat area, and achieved their goal. Tactical outflank. Unexpectedly, the Fu Liao army is so powerful. Is it possible that they are really heavenly soldiers and geniuses? We really made a mistake. Several of the originally rigid main combatants had to face the reality with their heads down in despair in the face of the deteriorating situation. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Chapter 303 ! J equals CR:/FOO hot recommendations. Near the wharf, 1 or 2,000 young, strong, and ethnic elders were surrounded by the Fu Liao army, which was less than them. Under the threat of muskets and rifles, they had to put down their weapons and knives and declared surrender in the default direction. More than a dozen clan elders and uncles from the main fighting faction were pushed out and became the backers. Why are you raising troops to attack the port? According to my understanding, my subordinates should have no offense to you, right? Liu Sheng examined the main combat faction, who bowed their heads and said nothing. They slumped their heads, not daring to look directly at Liu Sheng's eyes. Who are you? The elder Wu asked. This is the commander of our Fu Liao army, the great hero of the eradication of the kingdom of Liudong, and the Liudong general soldier of the imperial court. Do you see the Liudong general soldier still not bowing? Liu Ang shouted sharply to them. In name, Liu Sheng is still the Liudong general soldier. And even if they are counted as the official position of daiming on this undeveloped land in Yizu, there is no one who can fight here. Minutes has seen Masters on being worse. Clan elders and other people who dominated the war really had to be softened, whether it was morally or fistfully. Since you still recognize me as the general soldier, then why do you stand up against me and against the court? Liu Sheng said righteously. My lord, what are you talking about? The clan old uncles were stunned. It was clear that Liu Sheng sent a fleet to attack Zilong, who had already taken refuge in the court. How could it be that he represented the court instead? With your knowledge, it shouldn't be difficult to understand what I said. Why do you want to rebel against the imperial court? Do you know that rebellion is a serious crime to decapitate? Who gave you the courage? Liu Sheng asked a series of questions. My lord, we don't. These protagonists who were questioned by Liu Sheng were so suspicious of life. They were a bit vague about why they had raised troops against the Fu Liao army. You are the leader, right? You are in your 70s and 80s. Why do you rely on the old and sell the old and instigate everyone to oppose the court? Liu Sheng walked to the Wu family elders. The elder of the Wu family was also a little confused by Liu Sheng, making it as if he was an antithief. But after all, he is an old experience. After a while, he remembered. The head of Yan and the head of Li once brought us to Yizu when we were in famine, and gave us food and cattle, so that we survived the troubled times. As the saying goes, the grace of dripping water must be repaid by the spring. The court can't save us, but Boss Yan and Boss Li did it. Now Zhang Zilong and the gang have inherited the mantle of the two bosses. If something goes wrong with them, we will naturally want to repay them. That's why you raised troops to oppose the court to repay your kindness. In this way, I can't hold you accountable for your crimes? Liu Sheng asked. It's not. I don't know why. These main combatants always feel that they are the one who is in the wrong, and dare not openly oppose what Liu Sheng said. Confucian culture admires benevolence, justice, courtesy, wisdom and trust. I can't say that you are wrong. But from now on, you don't have to repay Zhang Zilong and the others because Zhang Zilong has been defeated and fled to the land. Liu Sheng said. As soon as Liu Sheng's voice fell, the eyes of these people from the main fighting faction were about to stick out. Zhang Zilong was defeated by you? Didn't you lie to us? Hearing is fictitious and seeing is believing. I think in 2 days, our fleet will send the captive pirates back. If there are any of your heirs and clansmen, we will take them back, and I will not hold you accountable. Responsibility. Luo Sheng said, My lord, forgive me. After hearing what Luo Sheng said, these people believed in 80%, and they knelt on the ground and begged Luo Sheng for mercy. Zhang Zilong, the biggest backer, was defeated, and their resistance seemed meaningless. If Luo Sheng is more truthful, wouldn't it be necessary for him to decide? Military owner, they raised troops to attack our stronghold and added a lot of unnecessary trouble to us, so let them go? Liu Wang asked. Don't say that, they are also loyalists, let them go. I believe they will not have such a lack of eyesight, and once again help him to abuse. Luo Sheng said, It's cheaper for you people. Hurry up. Liu Wang slammed his face and drove them away. 1 or 2,000 civilians saw that the Fuliao army had not taken any punitive measures and let them go. It was a big surprise. However, they ran away quickly and returned to their villages. The old uncle of the main battle faction was particularly unbelievable, still whispering after leaving the port. The Fuliao army let us go so easily. There is nothing strange, right? Could it be the Liadong general soldier who lied to us? In fact, they haven't defeated Zhang Zilong. I also think it's very weird. But I heard from the Liadong general soldier that it doesn't look like a fake. Maybe he is a good Liadong general soldier, and he doesn't want to care about us mortals. You know that he is so powerful after eliminating Hujin. People of the power, with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in their hands, how can they be worthy of someone like us? Yeah. We don't even fart in front of them. Dealing with us is the same as playing. Look at the 300 people in their harbor. We are helpless. If their main force is here, we women and children won't be enough for them. Lots of people. If the ambition of others is to destroy their own power and prestige, the Fuliao army is not a god. I think we should take a look at it in 2 days. If the Fuliao army really brings the prisoners back to our tribesmen, we will admit them. If they are just fooling, when Zhang Zilong comes back, we will join hands with Zhang Zilong to drive them away. The old uncles of the main fighting faction are not the generation to wait, and they are still a little unwilling to give up. Military owner, you are too kind. Once some people don't give them a little color, they will rub their noses and face, and it will not be a lesson. In the future, if we have fewer troops stationed here, they will rise again. Liu Wanglu said with dissatisfaction. I don't know the truth. It's just that the situation in Yizu is not stable now, and the people are watching whether we are friends or enemies. And these people are highly respected among them. If they are killed, it will cause rumors that are unfavorable to us. Luo Sheng sighed. In many cases, force is not omnipotent. Where is your chief lunatic Cheng? Why did I not see him? Luo Sheng asked the mountain camp soldiers who stayed behind. Returning to the commander's words, the pirates left a troop here, and they were taken into the forest by Zhengzu. The officer is leading people to encircle Zhengzu in the forest. It's Zhengzu again. I caught him before and let him go. I didn't expect that he still didn't learn the lesson. I don't have the leisurely feelings of Prime Minister Zhuge catching Meng Huo 7 times. Luo Sheng sighed. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Chapter 304 Mountain Camp Return. After a battalion of the Marine Corps arrived at Bengang, the troop carrier returned to Yizu to continue to transport the subsequent troops. With such a powerful force arriving, the people in the reclamation area dare not make any small movements. As for the retreating pirates, some escaped from the troops and fled into the village, and some fled into the forest. They were once again blocked by soldiers from the mountain camp that blocked the mountain road, and suffered heavy losses. On the second day after Luo Sheng arrived in Yizu, Crazy Cheng finally escaped from the forest with the soldiers from the mountain camp, also quite embarrassed. When he found that Luo Sheng had come in person, he was astonished that the bus would fall to the ground. Ha ha, Crazy Cheng, you look really embarrassed. Luo Sheng brought people out to meet Crazy Cheng. Seeing that Crazy Cheng was really ashamed, he didn't know how thick the mud was on his body, and there was still a lot of dirt on his body. The body odor, it is estimated that it has not been washed for several days. Let the military master laugh. Look at me. I will take a shower and then visit the military master. Crazy Cheng was also a little embarrassed. It's okay, when you are marching and fighting, you don't have to pay attention to your image. You have entered the forest to encircle Zhangzi this time. Have you captured him? Liu Sheng asked. This Crazy Cheng scratched his head embarrassedly. Zhangzi, this kid is too slippery. He has escaped our pursuit many times, and finally let him escape. However, most of the troops he brought have been wiped out by us. It can't pose a threat to us. When I add supplies and go in again to encircle and suppress him, I will definitely be able to catch him. Stop the action of encircling Zhangzi, Liu Sheng said. Does the military owner believe that I can catch Zhangzi? If it weren't for the natives here, we might have caught him. Please also ask the military owner to give us another chance at the mountain camp. Crazy Cheng thought Liu Sheng was right. The mountain camp was disappointed, so he said quickly, "You don't need to be nervous, I don't blame you. Our frontline fleet has completely defeated Zhang Zilong and occupied Exilement Bay. Although Zhang Zilong has not been caught yet, his 18 Zizi forces exist in name only and cannot pose a threat to us. Soon the fleet will return with the captive pirates. When the people here see the captive pirates, news of Zhang Zilong's defeat will spread. At that time, even if Zhangzi is influential, his men will leave them one by one and return to the village. We can disintegrate them without blood." Liu Sheng said. The Admiralty's progress is so fast. So, the guys from the Marine Brigade Madman Cheng saw that Liu Sheng had arrived, and knew that the Marine Corps protecting Liu Sheng should have also arrived. "Hey, Crazy Cheng, long time no see," Liu Ang said. "It was our Marine Brigade who was responsible for pacing Yizu this time. If it weren't for the military owner to appreciate you, your mountain camp might not have the opportunity to participate in the battle. Come on, your Marine Brigade is just ordinary infantry fighting on the sea. It's as dumbfounded as you encounter mountains and forests. If it weren't for our mountain camp, you would probably die at least." Crazy Cheng retorted. Although their Marine Brigade and Mountain Battalion also participated in this Yizu operation, one was under the jurisdiction of the Navy Department and the other was under the jurisdiction of the War Department, and they were not right for each other. "Wait, you said that you met the local Aborigines and didn't have any conflicts with them?" Liu Sheng paid attention to a problem he was more concerned about. Yizu is different from Ryuka. The predecessor of the Ryuka Guards was the Ryuka Kingdom, which was a feudal kingdom. The Ryuka Kingdom had established a relatively complete management system before the arrival of the Fuliao army, and it was very easy to take over. But Ryuka is basically still in a relatively primitive state of tribal form, and the language is not communicated. It is difficult to communicate effectively with them. Speaking, a conflict really broke out with them. When our soldiers were chasing Zhangzi, they accidentally killed a tribal patriarch's son by mistake, causing us to be surrounded. Crazy Cheng said. The most worrying thing happened. Liu Sheng frowned slightly. Killing someone else's patriarch's son is a deep hatred that cannot be shared. They won't be so easy to give up, isn't it? If it weren't for the nobles, we wouldn't have come back so easily. They put forward 2 conditions. The first is to hand over the murderer, and we will kill the pirates we caught. As a matter of fact, we are our own people. The second condition is that we must not step into the forest for half a step, so I will accept it first, and everything is up to you, the commander of the army. Crazy Cheng said. You still smashed the basket. Since the second condition is promised, we will do so first. We still have a lot of land undeveloped. It's okay to keep the mountains and forests here as a reserve. Liu Sheng thought for a while. My own forces do not have an urgent need for the mountains and forests of Yizu, and there is no need to conflict with the indigenous people in this sensitive period. Liu Ang next to him noticed another important point. I said, Crazy Cheng, the natives in the forest are all uncivilized savages. You killed their patriarch's son, Are they so easy to give up? Liu Wang is right. The average mountain savages tend to hold grudges and unite. They belong to the kind who don't touch the south wall and don't turn their heads. You wouldn't use a rifle to deal with them and threaten them to agree to these conditions, right? Liu Sheng asked. The military owner has been wronged. This is a long story. Crazy Cheng looked innocent. So he followed Liu Sheng with what happened in the forest, including how to chase Zhengzhou, how to clash with the Atile, and how to meet the Atile witch. In this way, even a well-informed person like Liu Sheng feels like a world away. Unbelievable. There are such strange women in the mountains and forests. Liu Sheng sighed. I said, Crazy Cheng, you are making up stories and fooling us. It's too weird. Liu Wang was particularly unbelievable. I am a martial artist. How can I make up such a bizarre story to fool the military master? Or I will send someone to the mountains and forests to invite her. If what I say is true, you Liu Wang will lose to me 5 tals of silver. If what I said is false, how about I lose you 10 tals of silver? Gamble, gamble. I really don't believe it. Liu Wang said. Military owner, you testify. If Liu Wang loses and doesn't admit it, you have to help me call the shots. Crazy Cheng said angrily. Well, it just so happens that I also want to meet this witch. Maybe we communicate with the Yizi natives, and the important task of educating the Yizi natives into our culture will fall on her. Liu Sheng said. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Chapter 305 Betrayal. The flag of the Fuliao army was fluttered above Exilement Island. The naval soldiers who stood firm built a temporary stronghold here, which was suppressed by artillery from the warship. The Ming army had abandoned Exilement Island and retreated to land. Exilement Island is located in Exilement Bay, facing the mainland. Many Fujian merchants trade with overseas, second only to Quanzhou Bay in Fujian. Now there are warships of the Fuliao army moored near Exilement Island, which is equivalent to the entire Exilement Bay being blocked by the Fuliao army. The ships here cannot enter or leave Exilement Bay without the permission of the Fuliao army. Even so, the warships and navy soldiers of the Fuliao army were still chasing after them. They were still not satisfied after occupying Exilement Island. They chased them all the way to the land and took down important strongholds near Exilement Bay one by one. Why haven't the Imperial Court's reinforcements come? If this continues, it will be difficult for us to retake Exilement Bay. Zilong was forced to flee Exilement Bay, worried. It takes at least a few months for the Imperial Court to dispatch soldiers and horses. Before that, we could only use Fujian soldiers and horses. It would take 10.5 months to transfer troops from Quanzhou and Fuzhou to the rugged terrain of southern Fujian. The governor Sun Wenkan felt a deep sense of powerlessness when he saw the strong boats and guns anchored in Exilement Bay. The Ming army tried to fight with the Fuliao army, but it collapsed at once, leaving him helpless. With 2,000 or 3,000 scattered guards in his hands, most of them can only serve as cannon fodder. You said that we are a big country with millions of troops, but we can raise only a few thousand troops in one place. If we want to mobilize 10,000 troops, it will take dozens of days to go back and forth, and the day lilies will be cold. That's it, Zhang Zilong said. It can only be said that we have a vast territory and the walking is too slow. I don't know how long it will take to get to the court from here, and it will take a long time for the court to issue orders to recruit troops and dispatch food. Indeed, the day lilies are cold Exilement Bay in a short time. There is no expectation of taking it back. We should return to Quanzhou first and wait for the Imperial Court to send reinforcements. Sun Wenkan smiled bitterly. Maybe the Imperial Court will dismiss me with the arrival of the reinforcements. The reason why Zhang Zilong took refuge in the court was partly to stop being a pirate, and the other half was to admire the talents of adults. If the court sent another governor down, I would not be convinced. Zhang Zilong said. Hey, how did we think that the Fuliao army would suddenly appear on the southeast coast? I think this attack on Exilement Bay is just the beginning, and their intentions are probably more than that. Let's resign, let us take a rest and retreat to Quanzhou. Sun Wenkan shook his head. Zhang Zilong was beaten to the side with only 1,000 remnants, temporarily stationed in a place more than 10 miles north of Exilement Bay. The Fuliao army was insufficient and the navy could not stay away from the port, so they still felt very safe. Shibazi was in the world a month ago, invincible, but look at us now. How many people are left in Shibazi? Shi Daxuan walked over to Zhang Zilong with his helmet, his tone full of depression. Don't say it, we are all suffering people, and the wealth that God gave us was not able to keep. But fortunately there are you good brothers, we will eventually make a comeback. Shi Daxuan, how many people have your subordinates lost? Zhang Zilong asked Tao. I only have more than 100 people left here, and most of them were lost in Penu, Jinzu, and Xiamen Island. It was Li Guozi who escaped fast, and he suffered the least loss, and there were 500 or 600 people left. Shi Daxuan said, Li Guozi is a coward, and it's okay to fight a tailwind. He and the Fuliao army are not expected. But thanks to his running fast, he left us a little family. Otherwise, the army of the Imperial Court will come, and we will have no military power. Don't wait, Zhang Zilong said. Zhang Zilong and Shi Daxuan said that Li Guozi is also one of the members of Shibazi, and Zhang Zilong is the son of their old boss. Since Zhang Zilong took over the pirate power, he has been very low, relying on the influence of his father's generation, to become a member of Shibazi. However, what Li Guozi was thinking of was not going north with Zhang Zilong. He gathered some trustworthy subordinates. Everyone, Zhang Zilong is determined to accept the Imperial Court's Zhaoan, and to go to Quanzhou with the officers and soldiers. Think about it, we are so embarrassed now, and there are people who are killed. Sooner or later, the Imperial Court will settle our new and old accounts together. Is it easy to go to Quanzhou with them? What's more, our families are in Yizu, Jinmen, Xiamen Bay, and fall into the hands of the Fuliao army. If we go against them, how will they treat our family? Li Guozi swept away the Eastern's obscure state of mind. There was a sharp light in his eyes. Big brother, what do you mean? Some soldiers asked Li Guozi one after another. We pirates can still eat food at sea. When we leave the sea, we can only starve as before and be bullied by officers and soldiers. I think these days, we followed Zhang Zilong on the sea, and now the Fuliao army is here. It is nothing more than replacing Zhang Zilong's position. We are the subordinates, it is the same with who we are. The Fuliao army is strong, and stronger than Zhang Zilong's fleet. Why don't we take refuge in the Fuliao army? Li Guozi said. But eldest brother, will we be unrighteous to the big boss like this? And the Fuliao army is willing to take us in? We are pirates. No matter if we go to the officers and soldiers, or the Fuliao army, we will not wait to see us. We have helped Zhang Zilong to lay a huge turf in the past few years. Now Zhang Zilong has no ability to defend. Where did we come from? Unjust. As for the Fuliao army, don't worry. I've already told them that they will be right. We don't blame the past, and let us return to our parents and folks. Those who want to be soldiers can also serve as soldiers. The Fuliao army, who is unwilling to continue to invade, will arrange fields for you. Li Guozi said. Is there really such a good thing? Li Guozi's soldiers couldn't help but doubt. It is true, but as a price, the Fuliao army wants us to do something for them. I don't know what kind of thing will let the Fuliao army take no blame for our past. That is to capture Zhang Zilong alive. Li Guozi remained silent until it got dark. That night, Li Guozi suddenly led a mutiny to Zhang Zilong. Kill the camp where you are, and go straight to Zhang Zilong's camp. Zhang Zilong and the others, who had no defense against the friendly army, were suddenly in chaos. Not only the remnants of the pirates, but even the soldiers of the Daming Guards led by Xun Wenkan also thought that the Fuliao army had killed them because of the sudden attack, and suddenly collapsed. Chapter 306 Capturing the Ship King Alive. Aboard the Victory in Xiamen Bay, Nelson is celebrating the victory of the Southern Expedition with several senior officers of the Navy Department. This time the fleet that wiped out Zhang Zilong's fleet was completely driven by their admiralty. This is a rare series of large-scale naval battles that have erupted since the naval fleet attacked Nagasaki port. Hey, The Ministry of the Army is going to be dumbfounded this time. Apart from sending a mountain camp for the southern expedition, no other troops can participate in our battle. Deng Qianglong laughed. Unfortunately, officers are not allowed to drink during the war, otherwise I will definitely don't get drunk or return with your colleagues. The army owner has arrived in Bengang. Our offensive will basically end here. The next target may be Liu Xiang. If you want to drink, you have to wait patiently for a while. Nelson said, if the military owner arrives at Bengang, Bengang will basically be settled. Do we want to return to Bengang to meet with the military owner? Some admiral asked. You don't have to worry about this. The army owner asked us to establish a stronghold here, divide our troops to occupy various important areas in Exilement Bay, and then bring the pirates prisoners back to Yizu. Nelson said, we only need to keep half of the fleet and soldiers in Exilement Bay to ensure that the stronghold here is safe and sound. From my previous experience in the Imperial Army, the urinary nature of the guards cannot be assembled within a few months. The superior force poses a threat to our soldiers staying in Exilement Bay. Even if our troops stationed on the shore can't resist, we will get on the ship and escape to the sea. We have control of the sea and move forward and retreat freely, a Navy general said. The only pity is that we let Zhang Zilong escape to the shore. Our warship does not have wheels and cannot go ashore to pursue them. Deng Qianglong was a little regretful. Oh, can Zhang Zilong really escape our pursuit? Nelson showed a wicked smile. Why did the chief say that? Could it be that the commander left behind to deal with Zhang Zilong? The other admirals asked in surprise. Where do you think we got the nautical charts and deployment maps of Penghu and Kinmen? Nelson said meaningfully. Speaking like this, do we still have personnel in Zhang Zilong's army to instigate rebellion? Several admirals came back to their senses at once. Thanks to the people from the intelligence department who were active in the middle, we were able to defeat Zhang Zilong relatively easily. The pirate general they instigated was still one of the 18 Zizi. Nelson said. Several admirals took a breath. What does it mean that people at the 18th level are instigated? Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang led some people from Shibazi to the coast of Guangdong to stand on their own feet. The strength of Shibazi was greatly reduced, and the remaining members of Shibazi were the backbone of Zhang Zilong's. It is not easy to get an enemy's backbone to turn. The pirate generals who were instigated never showed up in the Battle of Penghu and the Battle of Kinmen, and they were hidden deep enough. Deng Qianglong said with emotion. The deeper the hiding, the better. We can't even think of pirates belonging to us. Zhang Zilong and the others would definitely not think of it. The intelligence department is really terrible. Some admirals thought carefully and were extremely frightened. This is not just a question of instigating rebellion. The key is to be patient. Even in the decisive battle in Penghu, this whole card was never exposed. This shows the depth of consideration by the intelligence department. It's okay to deal with the enemy. If you offend the intelligence department, you might be slaughtered by people around you. The backs of these well-known and sophisticated generals do not know when they will be sweating. It's almost time to use this whole card. I don't know if this whole card can help us catch Zhang Zilong. Let's wait and see. Nelson looked towards the northern land. There seemed to be a little bit of fire in the dark night. In the early morning of the next day, the pirates who had been fleeing to the north of Quanzhou returned to Exilement Bay and waved the white flag to Nelson and the others. The lord of the Fuliao army, we are Li Guo's subordinates, come to take refuge in you. Don't open fire. From a distance, these people waved to the fleet of the Fuliao army. Don't open fire lightly, and the troops on the shore will go and collect their weapons. Nelson was still a little cautious, afraid that Li Guo would do it. The large troops stayed on the battleships such as the Victory, and only the small troops on the shore carried muskets to accept Li Guo's surrender. You pirates lay down their weapons and obey our command. The naval soldiers at the shore stronghold surrounded Li Guo and other pirates with muskets, and the navy colonel in charge screamed at them. Boss, they want to confiscate our weapons. If they go back, don't we want to be slaughtered? The pirates who followed Li Guo to surrender could not help worrying when they saw the Fuliao army's tough attitude. Stop talking nonsense. Since I have decided to join the Fuliao army, I still care about it. Give me down my weapons and show our loyalty. Li Guozu shouted. Under Li Guozu's majesty, a group of pirates threw their weapons on the ground and formally surrendered to the naval soldiers on the shore. Li Guo helped you, a coward, a despicable fellow, secretly colluded with the Fuliao army to harm your comrades. When we fought the Fuliao army in Penu, you must have leaked the news to the Fuliao army, which led to the failure of our fleet. A pirate who was tied up by Li Guozu's 5 flowers yelled at him. Zhang Zilong, people don't kill themselves for themselves. If you have seen the real power of the Fuliao army, you will definitely fall in front of their terrifying strength like me. Li Guozu looked indifferent. I just provided to the Fuliao army some of the information we all know. They don't know the detailed combat deployment, because I also want to see if they are capable of defeating us. Facts have proved that we failed, and they defeated. No matter what you think, you have violated our original vow of 18 blood as an alliance, and you will eventually die. Zhang Zilong still cursed unwillingly. You haven't inherited this family business from my father and others? Why did my father and the others lay a great scene and not give me this biological son, but only give you this righteous son? I'm not reconciled. Li Guozu ignored Zhang Zilong and turned to the encircling navy soldiers and said, please report to your navy commander, Lord Nelson. I will not humiliate my mission and capture Zhang Zilong, the head of the thief, and ask him to send him off. What are you talking about? You caught Zhang Zilong? The naval captain on the shore did not know that Li Guozu was a pirate general who was instigated by the intelligence department. He was surprised by Li Guozu's voluntary surrender, but it was even more surprising. However, Li Guozu also arrested Zhang Zilong back as a certificate of fame. Chapter 307 Iron Bone Zhang Zilong, good fellow, actually captured Zhang Zilong. When Zhang Zilong, the leader of the 18 Zizi, was taken to the victory, Deng Qianlong and other admirals were overjoyed. Zhang Zilong was tied to the mast of the victory in this way, and countless naval soldiers were looking at this once sea hero. They were extremely convinced that they had really caught Zhang Zilong. It was for this reason, and there was no possibility of fraud. The young and energetic Zhang Zilong's face was pale with anger, but he couldn't get rid of the tied ropes, so he could only stare angrily at Li Guozu, who also came to the deck of the victory. This Zhang Zilong is exactly the same as the one in the portrait. It must be a real person. Li Guozu, you did a good job this time. According to the agreement, you can join our Fuliao army navy and govern a small formation. Nelson carefully examined the person Li Guozu handed over. Zhang Zilong himself undoubtedly. Thanks to General Nelson for his trust, I will certainly redeem my merits and contribute my own strength to our Fuliao army's dominance of the southeast coast. Li Guozu said joyfully. You deserve it. In fact, for your contribution to providing nautical charts and other information, the military owner has already decided to let you join the Admiralty Department. This time you will capture Zhang Zilong, which is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. If the military owner knew if you do, there will definitely be other rewards, Nelson said. Does the military master really think so? Li Guozu heard that the unpredictable Fuliao army commander, who had never met before, valued his merits, and couldn't help being flattered. After all, in history, traitors who betrayed their own people were not welcomed even in the opposing camp. After using the traitors, many people crossed the river and demolished bridges, such as Cao Cao and Xiu. This time surrendering, Li Guozu was also very nervous. Secretly, the number of silver slips given to him by the intelligence office alone amounted to 10,000 tals. In addition to Yinliang, he also sent official posts to ask Li Guozu to be more grateful. Military owners always value talents. But I would like to remind you that if you want to advance in our admiralty, you have to trade loyalty and military exploits in exchange for it. Also, you must have a good relationship with the intelligence department. What you do, whatever you do, will be communicated to the military owner's ears through the intelligence department. Deng Qianlong reminded. Li Guozu's eyes flickered, and he probably knew the deep meaning behind Deng Qianlong's words. Yes, I will return all the benefits that the intelligence department has given me when I look back. and have since devoted myself to the great cause of the military owner in the Admiralty. That's right. Deng Qianlong patted Li Guozu on the shoulder. Obviously Li Guozu is still very good. The only pity is that apart from Zheng Zilong and Zheng Zibao brothers, we let the other 18 Zizi generals escape in the melee. Fujian Governor Sun Wenkan organized a counterattack after the incident. They were many and powerful. I am afraid that the Zheng Zilong and Zheng Zibao brothers who were caught after being snatched back by them, they quickly fled back. Li Guozu said, just catching these two brothers is enough. The other pirate generals will lead and run away. Anyway, they can't make any waves. The admirals who are only interested in the leader of the thief, Zheng Zilong, don't care at all. Other small fish and shrimps, the brothers Zheng Zilong and Zheng Zibao, who were tied up, looked at the traitor Li Guozu being appreciated by the admirals of the Fuliao army. Zheng Zilong, hello, we meet again. Nelson, the commander of the fleet, said to Zheng Zilong, how about, through the Battle of Penu, have you recognized the strength of our Fuliao fleet? If it weren't for our internal ghosts, how could your Fuliao army easily defeat us? It is impossible for me to convince, Zheng Zilong said viciously. I heard an old Chinese saying from the old master in southern Lining that it is the heart attack is the top priority, and the attack is the bottom. It is also an upright strategy to instigate your generals. This is not an excuse for your defeat. What you can't deny is that we will recover. The warships of the Liao army are larger and more powerful than your warships. Even if there are no traitors, your defeat will only happen sooner or later, Nelson said. Perhaps Nelson said that Zheng Zilong was unwilling to admit the fact, and Zheng Zilong bowed his head this time without saying a word. Our military commander also values your Zheng brothers very much. You are talents in navigation. We will send a fleet back to Yizu and will escort you and the rest of the pirate captives we caught to Bengang. There, you will have the honor to meet our military owner. If your attitude is better, maybe the military owner will not embarrass you, and will even enable you to join the Admiralty after a period of time. Whether you can seize the opportunity, it depends on you yourself. Nelson said, yeah, even if Zheng Zilong is dead, even if I jump off this deck, I won't join your Liao army. Zheng Zilong roared fiercely. It's really tough. Don't slap your face in the future. Deng Qianlong and other admirals laughed. What is the most precious thing about them? Navy generals and pirate generals. The big ship full of artillery. The most indispensable thing for the Fuliao army is their stuff, and no one can resist the temptation of these strong ships and guns. Zheng Zilong and Zheng Zibao were captured, and there were still a bunch of pirate captives on the Fuliao army fleet that had not been dealt with. Some pirate captives were even detained on Penu, leaving only a team of more than 100 guards. The key is that the prisoners caught in this battle were too many. Nelson and the others chased all the way from Penghu across the Yizu Strait to Kinmen and Exilement Bay. They never had time to transport the prisoners back to Bengang. This time with the naval fleet stationed in Exilement Bay, Zheng Zilong was captured alive. The pirates entrenched near Fujian were basically annihilated. Nelson and the others could leave half of the fleet, and the remaining half of the fleet returned to Bengang. As for the pirates such as Liu Xiang and Li Qiuqi in the Guangdong waters, they were watching Zheng Zilong and the Fuliao army fighting and losing out, so they could benefit from it. But Zheng Zilong failed so quickly that they had no time to respond that Exilement Bay was conquered. Zheng Zilong's rapid demise also frightened them and never dared to send troops northward. Deng Qianlong, this time you led the two fleets of the Darkin and the Atlanta to station in Exilement Bay, and the two fleets of the Darky and Doi are responsible for reorganizing the pirate forces in Liuluo Bay, Jinmen that we have not yet stationed in. I led the remaining three formations to return to Bengang to meet with the army owner. If we still follow the original plan, after we get a new round of supplies, we will launch an attack on the Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang and others, and then the barbarians. The Netherlands in the southern part of the continent. Nelson made a simple deployment. Leave it to me. Exilement Bay is in my hands. It will be foolproof. Even if Liu Xiang calls over, I will send them back. Deng Qianlong replied. Chapter 308. At this moment, Sitting in front of Luo Sheng was a witch wearing strange clothes. But Luo Sheng could tell that she was a Han woman, and she was also a beautiful young woman. Thanks to the girl for mediating the dispute with the local mountain people, otherwise the two sides will conflict and the consequences will be disastrous. Luo Sheng arched his hands. The adult has broken the little girl. The little girl was abducted and sold to Yizu when she was very young, and she was adopted by a kind witch. She didn't know much about the rules of the Ming Dynasty, and she didn't know what the official position of an adult meant. Please forgive me for any offense. The young witch saluted Luo Sheng. It's just that this kind of etiquette is a bit different from Daming's. If Luo Sheng didn't guess wrong, the witches here are still the Southern Song's set of etiquette. Speaking of it, some things in the Southern Song dynasty can be spread in this form, but it also makes people feel legendary. It doesn't matter, you are kind to our Liao army, and we must repay it as Yongquan. I don't know what the girl wants, Luo Sheng asked. We mountain people hunt in the mountains and forests, are self-sufficient, and live a peaceful life. We don't have anything special. As their witch, the tribe will give me some food and fruits every few days, even if I don't use it. Hard work is also free, the young witch said. You can have unfinished food without having to work. Isn't this the same as the landlord's old wealth? Luo Sheng patted his thigh. Think about it carefully, the clergy is really about the same as the landlord's old wealth. The young witch was flushed by Luo Sheng's metaphor. Do you have any misunderstandings about our witches? I usually preside over the tribe's memorial service to treat illnesses for the tribe. When the tribe encounters difficulties, they pointed out the direction. How could it be the landlord's old wealth? Ha ha, I offended. But do you really have no reward for what you want? I think although the Atile tribe has temporarily given up the conflict with our Fuliao army after your adjustment, but the vengeance of killing children is not about giving up a few. Can you calm down for a dead ghost? After Luo Sheng teased the young maiden, the topic suddenly changed, and it came to a topic that is both sensitive now. I will try to suppress them as a witch and prevent them from conflicting with you. I think time should wipe out all hatred. The young witch pouted. Don't underestimate me. Forcibly shifting all responsibilities to the gods is a good way, but you should know that with the arrival of our Fuliao army, the Atile people will deal with us sooner or later. What I don't want is the enemy. You serve as a shelter for the Atile tribe people. The reason why we are willing to speak for us is because you know that we have the power to easily destroy the Atile tribe, Luo Sheng said. Then how do you plan to treat the Atile people? You break your promise, and then lead the army to kill the Atile people on a large scale. This is immoral. The young maiden also became very serious, with a pretty face. Her tone was already very unhappy. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean this, Luo Sheng quickly explained. After a while, we will open schools in the plains, whether it is the pioneering Han people, the aborigines in the plains, or the mountain people, they will have the opportunity to enter. Among them, I hope you can send some young children from the Atile to study and get in touch with the outside world. In addition, if the Atile people encounter some difficulties such as shortage of prey, I also welcome the Atile people to borrow food from us. These are minor problems. We only need to ask us for help. We can help. We are happy to ignore the predecessors. Overcome these difficulties with the Atile. When the witch heard that Luo Sheng did not have the idea of attacking the Atile and other indigenous people, she put forward a series of plans to help the Atile tribe, and she was a little stunned. My lord, what you said is true. That's still false. I'll keep my promise. If we don't let the aborigines contact our society earlier, we will take over in the future. No, there will be a lack of communication with the aborigines. I'm also doing it for their good. Luo Sheng almost said out of the inner thoughts. In his plan, only by allowing the mountain people to have contact with the outside world, it is possible to fully infiltrate them economically and culturally. The dam did not collapse all at once, but because there was a trace of cracks, the cracks expanded like a spider web, which led to the total collapse of the dam. The young witch obviously did not realize that the human heart was sinister. especially the bad guys like Liu Sheng, who had witnessed many examples of cultural and economic invasions in later generations, with a smile on the surface. If this is really the case, then this is the blessing of the Untitled tribe. Separated. It's not me. I'm also broken. Everywhere I go, I think about helping the local people. Alas, why am I behaving like this? Liu Sheng said in annoyance with his forehead. Don't say that, adults. What adults do is good for the future, and people will be grateful for what adults do in the future. The young maiden said distressedly. It makes me feel better when you say that. It's enough to have a confidant in life. Liu Sheng pretended to wipe away tears. From the outside of her eyes, she could see that the young witch not only didn't find herself in the trap, but sympathized with herself, and she couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to, he might be able to abduct the Atile maiden to Southern Lining to warm the bed. Then the next thing to convince the Atile people will trouble you. By the way, I don't know if you can have a name, Liu Sheng asked. The little girl's surname is Shino and her nickname is Xiaoua, said the young witch. Xiaoua, a beautiful name, but her life experience is a bit bad, which is regrettable. Liu Sheng said, it is God's will to live in Yizu. It is a fate that can only be resigned. Xiaoua sighed. This is not like what a witch pretending to be able to communicate with the gods. Liu Sheng couldn't help joking. Xiaoua blushed again, trying to refute Liu Sheng, but couldn't find any words to refute. Just when Liu Sheng was uninterested, Crazy Cheng, Liu Wang and others came over. Military owner, our fleet has arrived, headed by General Nelson's victory. Liu Wang said excitedly. Their Marine Brigade was under the command of the Navy Department, and Nelson was still his superior. Of course he was excited to see his arrival. Nelson must have brought good news back. Hey, as long as the captives of the pirates arrive, the refugees near Bengang will have to admit that Zilong has been defeated. They will obey our words. Liu Sheng heard. Nelson led part of the fleet back, gearing up. Go. Let's go over to meet General Nelson. Chapter 309. Threatening Family. The huge battleship Victory is moored at the pier of Bengang, and there are more than a dozen warships and transport ships around it. In addition to the Fuliao Army's own ships, there are also ships captured from the pirates, otherwise they will not be able to fill these pirates' captives. Several other warships patrolled the periphery to prevent other ships from wanting to attack. On the transport ship, a large number of pirates were escorted down. Stand obediently, don't cause trouble, you will soon be able to see your loved ones. The Navy soldier held a musket to maintain order. These pirates were first gathered on the shore, waiting for the people in the reclamation area to recognize them, and then arranged fields and shelters for them. Nelson, your Admiralty did a good job this time, but the loss was not small. Liu Sheng saw Nelson and others. Even with our current ship, we can defeat the pirates in the Guangdong waters. Nelson said, don't worry, now we have the initiative. When we finish repairing the damaged warship, we will stand firm near Exilement Bay and Jinmen before proceeding with the next expedition. We have a dock for building sailing warships and the speed of replenishment. It's not what they can compare. And this time Zilong's conquest, there should be a lot of seizures, enough to make up for our military expenses. Liu Sheng said, the army owner is right. Zilong's foundation is basically near Jinmen and Exilement Bay. We have captured hundreds of thousands of tons of silver, and there are also some gold and silver jewelry and goods. Using these trophies, we can help our navy. Add a few formations to the ministry. Don't think that your admiralty will take all the spoils this time. In order to support the admiralty's southern expedition, the rear has mobilized a lot of supplies. Maybe this spoils can't completely cover the loss. Liu Sheng said, in addition, the main force of the fleet is basically to the south this time, and the North Sea lacks warships. It may be necessary to rebuild a fleet to control the North Sea. Hey, Nelson smiled awkwardly. The Navy is really the big money-burning head, and the gunpowder consumed in a naval battle is calculated at 100 tons. If the warship were sunk, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of tons or hundreds of thousands of tons. Under the escort of several Navy soldiers, Zhang Zilong and Zhang Zibao's brothers were sent to Liu Sheng and the others. Zhang Zilong, a few months ago, I left Ishigaki Island. We met again. Liu Sheng saw Zhang Zilong, who was haggard. Unexpectedly, my Zhang Zilong would be betrayed by a traitor and fall into your hands. If you want to kill, you have to do whatever you want. I, Zhang Zilong, will be a hero again after 18 years. Zhang Zilong said unwillingly. Kill you? Why should I kill you? Liu Sheng said, you also know that our Fuliao army prospered in southern Lining and Liudong. In terms of water quality, it may not be as good as the people on the southeast coast. We are lacking a lot of bravery, and strong men who are good at water warfare opened up our territory and expanded our territory in this sea area, and established the merits of the original three treasures eunuchs. If you can reorganize your pirates and turn them into regular pirates, I think we will be able to supplement as soon the Fuliao army has lost. Your idea is too good. It is impossible for me to join your Fuliao army, and it is impossible to kill you. Zhang Zilong said hard. Don't overstate the words. You first look at this thing and then consider it. Liu Sheng took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Zhang Zilong. Someone will let him loosen it. After Zhang Zilong broke away from the rope, he hesitated to accept the letter from Liu Sheng to him. I saw the letter in the letter with beautiful lowercase handwriting. At the end of the letter, there is a small slap print. You are too despicable. Zhang Zilong's hand to catch the letter trembled slightly, and a line of tears remained. Big brother, what did he give you? Zhang Zibao quickly asked when Zhang Zilong's expression was not right. It's a letter from your sister-in-law and your little nephew. Zhang Zilong gritted his teeth and asked Liu Sheng, are they okay? Ahem. Our people inquired that your Zhang Zilong's wife is the Tagawa clan of the Hirado clan in Kyushu Island, eastern Kyushu, and you have a son named Zheng Gong. Am right? You are working hard on the southeast coast. Before establishing a stable foundation, you were living a life of fighting and killing. You are afraid of implicating them, so you leave them in the Hirado clan and plan to wait until life is calm before you take them over. But it's a pity that the Hirado clan belonged to the Hizen country before. The Hizen clan was wiped out by our Fuliao army, and later handed over to the Shimadzu family, who had good relations with our Fuliao army. If we want to move from Hirado to Hirado, fan arresting two people is a matter of one sentence. Liu Sheng said. Liu Sheng, you despicable fellow, it's not a disaster for your family, and your actions like this are not what your husband did. Zhang Zibao could not wait to rush to choke Liu Sheng to death. Third brother, don't be impulsive. Zhang Zilong stopped Zhang Zibao. Where are they now? I want to see them and make sure they are safe and sound. They live in Dalian Port, Liaonan, and live a life of free food and clothing. Don't worry, but I don't guarantee that they will always be safe. Everything depends on you. Liu Sheng said. What do you want? Zhang Zilong broke his teeth and swallowed. I'm not in a hurry to let you join our Lining army, because you are not worthy of my trust. In this way, you can do one thing for me first, and if I am satisfied, I will take you back to Liaonan and let your family reunion. Liu Sheng said. What's the matter? You have to appease the emotions of the captured pirates and let them accept our arrangements. In addition, you have to appease the Han people in the wasteland and obey the management of our Liao army. Finally, let Zhengzi, who are still hiding in the mountains and forests, come out. Surrender and dismiss each. You should also know that everything I do is for their good. If they continue to resist, they will be injured in the end. Liu Sheng said. Second brother is still resisting. That's it. Our Zheng family's power has never recovered, and it will not help to continue resisting, I promise you. Zhang Zilong said. Big brother Zheng Zibao was very sad and wanted to say something. You don't have to say any more. My heart is determined. If we continue to confront the Fuliao army, we will only kill the Zheng family. Even if the Fuliao army ruled the southeast coast, it is still our Chinese territory, and it is worthy of our ancestors. Zhang Zilong was downhearted. Under Liu Sheng's arrangement, the refugees in the plain area were gathered together, and Zhang Zilong led a group of pirate captives to take the initiative to clarify the fact that Shibazi had failed to make them give up resistance. The total number of Han people and local aboriginals in the reclamation area totals 20,000 to 30,000. Many people heard that after Zhang Zilong was caught, they put down their hoe and came to the dock. Chapter 310 Recruiting Pirates. Really the big boss? He was caught by the Fu Liao army? Could it be that our Shibazi has been defeated? How can Zhang Zilong be worthy of the two dead leaders? Some Han and Aborigines below saw Zhang Zilong himself and were convinced that the Fu Liao army had declared that Shibazi had been defeated. Everyone, please be quiet. Zhang Zilong stood on the high platform temporarily built at the pier, and saw the heads of people surging below, and he was very uncomfortable. Originally, Bengang was the site where he and his predecessors worked hard for a long time. He didn't expect that this is not what it used to be. He actually wanted to help the Fu Liao army speak, and let him face these folks and fathers. It's Zhang Zilong, sorry to you, for failing to hold on to the foundation created by our ancestors. I, Zhang Zilong, sorry to everyone. Zhang Zilong knelt on the ground and bowed to everyone. I, Zhang Zilong, announce here that Shibazi is officially disbanded. All our pirates from Shibazi will unconditionally hand over our weapons, ships and land to the Fu Liao army. As soon as Zhang Zilong's voice fell, the people below were in an uproar. The leader of Shibazi said so, and Shibazi was completely dead by now. Don't worry, everyone. The Fu Liao army will still not take back your land, nor will it establish additional corvée. The Fu Liao army will set up a private school in Yizu in the next 2 years. The shop and factory will export Yizu deer skins, deer preserves, camphor, sulfur, and cane sugar. This is what the leader of the Fu Liao army promised me. If they can't do it, then Zhang Zilong will apologize to everyone. So please don't fight against the Fu Liao army again, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. If you folks, elders and relatives follow my second brother Zhengzu and hide in the mountains, please tell them to come back. The Fu Liao army will not hold them accountable. Zhang Zilong said loudly. Luo Sheng couldn't help but wipe his nose while listening. It seems that the good people are all being Zhang Zilong, and he and the Fu Liao army sound like bad guys forcing good people into prostitution. Even though they were reluctant, the people in the reclamation area saw the leader of Shibazi voluntarily confessing to surrender. The news of Shibazi's surrender soon spread from 10 to 10, and even Zhengzu, who was still hiding in the mountains and forests, heard the news. You said that my eldest brother was caught by them. Are you serious? Zhengzu, who was full of lice and mud, was stunned when he heard the news of Zhang Zilong's capture, like being struck by thunder. It's true that the Fu Liao army has given up the blockade of the mountain roads and let go of our brothers who were caught. Now they are all living and working in the village, and we are the only ones who stay here to feed the mosquitoes stupidly. Boss, look at our 2,000 people entering the forest. There are only 200 to 300 people around now. Is this a human life? Said a pirate who came back from the plain area. Did you see my elder brother with your own eyes? Zhengzu was still unsure. I saw it with my own eyes. Not only that, but the big boss encouraged us to surrender and go home to farm. I think it won't be long before he will send someone to contact us, the pirate said. How come our Zheng family's fleet is so over? It's impossible, impossible. Zhengzi kept muttering, but he still couldn't believe it. The rest of the pirates looked at each other with complicated eyes, looking lost and somewhat calm. Shibazi is completely finished, but they can also give up resistance and live a stable life. Sure enough, half a day later, the surrendered pirates in the plains arrived with Zhang Zilong's family letter and summoned Zhengzi to surrender. Zhengzu couldn't help crying when he saw the letter written by his eldest brother. The resistance in the mountains these days, with the failure of the fleet, everything seems meaningless. Second boss, are you okay? The other pirates who were fighting side by side with Zhengzi came to comfort them. Everything is over. Let's clean up, return to the plain area, and surrender to the Fu Liao army. Zhengzi finished speaking silently. At sunset, Zhengzi led the remaining 200 or 300 pirates down the forest, surrendered to the soldiers in the mountain camp, and accepted the Fu Liao army's enlistment. At this point, Zhang Zilong, a pirate force that the Daming Navy could not put down for years, was wiped out by the Fuliao army, and by the way, the Daming Navy was taken away. No wonder people say that the thieves should be captured first, and even the mountain camp took the initiative to enter the forest. After several days of hard fighting, Zhengzi could not be destroyed. Now Zhang Zilong comes and can enlist him with only a letter from his family. Liu Sheng looked at him. When the soldiers dismissed the surrendered pirates, they couldn't help but sigh. If the adults hadn't sent troops to encircle Zhengzhou, you wouldn't have conflicts with the Atayal clan, the witch Xiao said bitterly. It is estimated that these pirates are trying to make you clash with the Atayal clan, and they are probably attracting you. The hunting ground of the Atayal tribe has the following things. I'm not a god, I just came here, how can I predict so many things? Liu Sheng said, as long as war, there is always a price to pay. We don't come now, and we will wait until other foreigners come. The methods are more cruel than us. Too much. In the future, is it possible that the adults can predict the future? Xiao said. Ahem, in a sense, I can really predict the future. Liu Sheng said. In Liu Sheng's perception, Yizi first had Dutch and Spaniards, then Zhenggong, Darking, and then Dongying, and finally returned to the Chinese system. It can be said to be very tortuous. Then can you predict what Yizi will look like in the future? Xiao didn't believe it. If I put it in the past, I can still know, but now the future has changed, and I am not sure what will happen to Yizi in the future. However, under the leadership of our Liao army, this place will definitely be a pure land and prosperous in the future. And prosperous? Liu Sheng said. My lord, you are lying to me again. Xiao said. Ha ha, this world is much larger than this small area of Yizu. I will return to southern Lining soon. There are still many things waiting for me to go back to deal with. If you have the opportunity, you can go to the Academy of Sciences there to study. You should. It can better promote the integration of Yizu mountain people into our cultural system. Liu Sheng said. Academy of Sciences? What kind of place is that? Xiao asked. Similar to private schools, but a little higher than them, involving knowledge of various subjects, such as the knowledge of astronomy and geography, and the knowledge of healing and saving people. Liu Sheng said. You can't be like the previous ones. Like a witch. She has always been lonely in the mountains and dying. The world is so big, you always have to go out and see. Well, if I have a chance, I would like to go back to my hometown in Hangzhou to see the old house before. Xiao said. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Chapter 311 Exilement Trade Port Plan. Leonan and Liudong urge me to go back. I can't stay away from our base camp for a long time. So I will make the next strategic arrangement and I will return to Leonan. Next, there are only two forces left on the southeast coast. One of them is the Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang, and the other is the Dutch from Yizu. Liu Xiang and Zhang Zilong come from the same line, although they are not as powerful as Zhang Zilong, but entrenched near Hong Kong Island, combined with Li Kuiki and other pirates. It is still very tricky. As for the Netherlands, there are two cities in the south of Yizu. One is Taiwan City and the other is Chichen City, with thousands of people. But Nepalese, there are more than 10 armed merchant ships in Taiwan. The city of Taiwan is 3 feet tall and has artillery, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Which direction do you think we should determine first? Liu Sheng invited Nelson and other admirals to ask. Well, we have to defend both Xiamen Bay and Bengang at the same time. I personally tend to think of Xiamen Bay as our navy's base on the southeast coast, said a navy general. Liu Sheng glanced at that person, who was a lieutenant commander named Sun Xu, currently the captain of the Diazhou sailing battleship. These admirals, who grew up from unknown soldiers, have been trained by Nelson and have become a group of outstanding local admirals. Except for the Victory, Atlanta, Constitution and other ships summoned by Liu Sheng through the system, they were basically driven by blonde Westerners, and the others were basically soldiers from southern Lining. Moreover, after the sailors on the Victory were killed or wounded in battle, the list of missing men had to be supplemented by local soldiers. This caused the Navy to be in short supply. So Liu Sheng naturally came up with the idea of the pirates, a group of soldiers proficient in water. Sun Tzu, tell me your opinion. Liu Sheng said, yes, Exilement Bay is the only way from Nanyang, Guangdong and Guangdong to Jiangsu, Zhejiang and the north. If the merchants in the past do not want to pass through Exilement Bay, they can only enter the Pearl River, land from Guangzhou City, and then walk from southern Fujian to Jiangsu and Zhejiang by land. It takes 10 times as long as the sea route, and there may be attacks by bandits on the way. So as long as we occupy Exilement Bay and give them a way to survive, they will definitely choose to go by sea instead of land. At that time, we will pass through Exilement. Taxes are levied on ships near the bay, and the steady stream of silver will be paid in. Zhang Zilong does this, and each big ship has to pay him a protection fee of 3,000 tals. Sun Tzu said quite true. Liu Xiang appeared in the Guangdong waters. If they also levied taxes on the caravans in the past, the merchants in the past would have to pay tolls to Liu Xiang and us at the same time. Assuming that we could have levied it, 3,000 tals of silver, now only 1,500 tals. Merchants will not be happy if they collect too much. Some other admirals agreed. What do you think of Nelson? Liu Sheng asked Nelson. I also agree to take Liu Xiang first. Nelson said. Then let's make a decision like this. We need to prepare for a while to attack Liu Xiang, and then we will destroy them in one go. When do you think it is appropriate to launch an attack on Liu Xiang? Liu Sheng asked. It is estimated to wait until after the fall. According to the Little Brother Li Guo's nautical chart, the southeast coast will soon enter the summer typhoon season. When the typhoon is raging, if you act easily, it is very likely that the fleet will be destroyed. Nelson said. Yes, especially in July and August. There are often typhoons in the seas of Guangdong. It is better to wait until the north wind blows in the autumn. We will have a smooth wind, and we can win Liu Xiang in one fell swoop. Li Guozu said. In this case, the time is tentatively set to be around September and October. When Liu Xiang is eliminated, we can turn around and deal with the Dutch in southern Yizu. Liu Sheng said. The red of the Dutch Can City is on the shore, and Taiwan City is on the reef island. We can divide the troops into 2 ways, all the way from the land along the western plain to the south to conquer Chichen City, cutting off the Dutch people on the shore and the Dutch people on the reef island. Contact another way from the sea into the inner bay of Yizu, surrounded Taiwan City, bombarded with artillery, so that the Dutch had to surrender. Basically, our naval department and the military owner have the same idea. At that time, a marine brigade will attack on the land, and at sea we will use warships several times that of the Dutch fleet for blockade and shelling. Nelson said. In this way, I feel relieved. There is one more thing. I will make arrangements. We occupy Exilement Bay. We can't levy tolls from merchants blatantly like Zhang Zilong. Otherwise, it looks like we are different from the pirates. Liu Sheng said. What does the military master mean? We want to use another name to collect tolls. Smart. We have to use tariffs to replace this protection fee, and impose tariffs on passing ships, the amount of which is proportional to the value of the goods on the merchant ships. However, all ships passing through Exilement Bay must be berthed on Exilement Island to collect tariffs. At the same time, it can promote the development of Exilement Island. We will transport production machines and steam engines to Exilement Island to establish factories, and trade with Guangdong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Nanyang regions. At that time, we will export raw materials from Yizu to Exilement Island, and Liaonan and Liaodong to Exilement Island. With technology and talents, Exilement Island will become a trading center nearby, and it will continuously absorb all the silver from the nearby area like a blood-sucking bug, and supply our finances. This is the Exilement trade port plan I planned. Do you think it is feasible? Liu Sheng said. Trading port. The admiral's eyes lit up. The success of Dalian port has made Liaonan become the triangular trade center of Daming North Korea, and Dongying. If you learn from the construction experience of Dalian port to develop Exilement trade port, then Exilement can become the triangular trade center of Daming South. Yizu, and Nanyang. It is equivalent to the Fuliao army occupying most of the East Asian waters. This is worse than simply charging tolls. If we just do it this way, will the merchants on the southeast coast feel threatened? After all, they used to support the Fuliao army because our self-operated products have influence in the north. If we set up factories in the south, we will arouse their dissatisfaction. Our Fuliao army still needs to rely on these merchants along the southeast coast. Some of the staff officers who followed Liu Sheng said, just let them participate in the construction of Exilement Bay, and pull them down. With these merchants, I think even if the court wants to recapture Exilement Bay, the forces and families behind the merchants will be dragged down. And there are many merchants on the southeast coast who are not affected. Our Far East Trading Company is restrained. If they fall, the southeast merchants in our Far East Trading Company will already be gloating. Liu Sheng explained. Just when Liu Sheng and a group of people discussed the Exilement trade port construction plan, a Navy soldier reported to Liu Sheng and them, military owner, sirs, Dutch Governor Putmans of Yizu, please see me. Oh? The Dutch come to see me? The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Chapter 312 is your tax! Exclamation mark J equals CR:#FOO hot recommendations. Several Dutch men with blonde hair, blue eyes, wide-brimmed hats and foreign clothes were brought over by Navy soldiers. Putmans, Governor-General of Yizu of the Dutch East India Company, has met Your Excellency Liu Sheng. The headed Dutchman leaned slightly towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw that the man was about 40 years old. His face was full of vicissitudes, but his eyes were piercing, and he knew that he was a difficult person to deal with. If not, the Dutch East India Company would not send him to Governor Yizu's affairs. It manages the trade between the Netherlands and Daming and Dongying. There are more than a dozen ships and thousands of people under him. Putmans, I heard that you Dutch and Zilong were in the same foul play, and sent a warship to fight with us in Penu. Why are you embarrassed to come to me now with a calm face? Liu Sheng said. When Putmans saw the young Liu Sheng, his pupils shrank slightly. Your Excellency Liu Sheng is serious. Our East India Company sent troops to support Zhang Zilong, also to protect the legitimate interests of our Dutch businessmen in the Far East. And even though we sent ships, participated in the Battle of Penu, but did not participate in the battle. As soon as the battle started, our ship left Penu, but not a single shell was released. Don't dare to release a shell. I am afraid that we will retaliate later. Liu Sheng sneered inwardly, but in order to give Putmans a bit of face, it's better not to say anything bad. Since the East India Company does not intend to participate in the dispute between us and the Daming pirates. What are you doing, Mr. Putmans, when you come to see me? Do you have anything to ask for? Liu Sheng asked. It's like this. We originally traded with Daming, part of our dealings with merchants from Guangdong, and the other with merchants from Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Fujian. Ships had to pass through Penu, Exilement Bay and other places. When Zhang Zilong was here, we worked well together. Now that Fuliao army replaced Zhang Zilong, I think we need to sign an agreement so that our Dutch merchant ships can pass through these waters. Putmans said. Free trade is good, but what price are you willing to pay? Liu Sheng asked. A price? Free trade still needs a price. Isn't it a mutual open market? And let the businessmen of both sides negotiate the price, and each get what they need. Putmans was surprised. Even for free trade, tariffs need to be levied. Our Fuliao army will be responsible for maintaining public order in the southeast coast, but a large amount of military expenditure will be required to maintain such a huge fleet. If you do not pay taxes, you will be responsible for the Dutch in the future. Merchant ships don't want to enter the waters controlled by our Fuliao army. Liu Sheng said. Every time we trade with Daming merchants, we don't need to pay taxes to the Daming court. Why did your Fuliao army collect taxes from us? Putmans said with a sullen face. The imperial court does not charge tariffs because the imperial court is unable to restrain you. but our Fuliao army wants to impose tariffs. Your Fuliao army is too arrogant. Don't think that you can dominate this sea with a large number of artillery. This is not just the matter of the Ming pirates, but also the Dutch, the British, the Spaniards, and the Franciscans. Robots, Frenchmen. If your Fuliao army decides to impose heavy tariffs, it will certainly arouse public outrage. When the allied forces of all countries join forces to fight against Daming, your Fuliao army will be destroyed. Putman's threatened Tao. Allied forces of all nations, come to the east if you have the ability. I must ask them to come back and never return. Since Mr. Putmans can't even accept our premise, it seems that we don't need to continue talking. Please, come back, Liu Sheng said. Putmans was a little dazed. I'm here to negotiate. Why did Liu Sheng propose to impose tariffs on the Dutch? Your Excellency, please wait. How is the tariff collected? If it is reasonable, I think we can continue to negotiate. Putmans asked. We will establish a trading port on Exilement Island. All non-Daming vessels must trade with Daming merchants on Exilement Island. Tariffs are levied based on the value and type of the goods. Ships that do not accept it are not allowed to enter the waters north of Exilement Island. Specifically, when the tariff comes, our officials on Exilement Island will negotiate with you. Liu Sheng said. Your Excellency is too cruel to levy the tariffs of our Dutch merchant ships. The interests of our merchants are reduced, and we have to risk all kinds of risks at sea. To be honest, I don't think this is a good thing, Putman said. Then you Dutch people occupy Jakarta and Yizu, and enslaving the local indigenous people to mine silver mines and produce food is a good thing? Liu Sheng retorted. Our Putmans was choked by Liu Sheng, but he couldn't refute it. It's good. Let's do it for the time being. Our officials will arrive on Exilement Island in 2 months. At that time, you can send people to Exilement Island to negotiate and sign an agreement with our officials. 1,000 tals of silver. The small boat will collect 1,000 tals of silver. Liu Sheng said. At that time, Zhang Zilong was not so cruel to our East India Company. Putmans said, the object of his expropriation was the Ming businessman, not our Dutch people. I just want to favor Da Ming merchants. What's wrong with you? You don't want to come to the seas north of Guangdong to trade, so you wait for Da Ming merchants to come to Nanyang to find you for trade? But I'm afraid that Da Ming merchants will take the opportunity to raise prices. The cost of a big ship will increase by more than 3,000 tals of silver. Liu Sheng curled his lips. Send off the guests. Putmans was taken away by the navy before he could react. It is estimated that Liu Sheng has already calculated that they cannot refuse, because Exilement Bay is the only way to the north and the sea in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The Guangdong waters will sooner or later be smashed. If you want to turn your face with the Fuliao army, you must use force to open the sea channel. A big ship has 3,000 tals in the account, and sitting in this sea area is like a big landlord. After Liu Sheng forcibly sent Putmans away, he felt happy in his heart when he thought of the silver flowing in continuously in the future. This is only a toll fee. In the future, when a factory is opened on Exilement Island, the industrial products of the Fuliao army will be continuously dumped through Exilement Island to the southeast coast, Southeast Asia, and the West. It is estimated that it will be able to make a big profit. The commander of the army, the Dutch governor of Yizu, why don't we detain him and then attack Taiwan City and take it in one fell swoop? Nelson asked puzzledly. Even if their fleet won't be because of the governor was captured and collapsed, and at least the army was shaken, making it less difficult for us to conquer Taiwan City. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. In the future, we still need to earn their money. We don't need to do too much. After we sign an agreement with them, we will then conquer their city in the south of Yizu. Negotiations are easy. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Chapter 313 Return! J equals CR:#FOO Hot recommendations. At the pier of Benport, the Da Zhao formation has loaded the materials needed for sailing and is ready to go. Captain Sungzi put a hand on the command knife at his waist. looking down at the busy sailors and handymen on the dock. This time he led the Diazao fleet to protect Liuosheng via Ishigaki Island and Ryuka to southern Lining. Just by relying on the artillery ships of the Diazao fleet, it can be said that there is no rival near the East China Sea and the North Sea. The only trouble is the pirates of Dongying. But since the shogunate closed the country and the Shimadzu family and the Fuliao army made good relations, the number of pirates of Dongying in the waters near the North Sea and the East China Sea has been much less. The Fuliao army originally opened up trade, and the eastern vassals did not have any need to open the country under the guise of pirates. Robbery is impossible, because 2 warships of the Fuliao army are still anchored in Nagasaki port all year round, and no one dared to move. Sun Tzu. What do you think of the Admiralty of Zhang this time by the Admiralty? Liuosheng walked over and looked down at this primitive island that was gradually becoming bustling. If you return to the army master, what we are most worried about during the southern expedition is not the pirates, but the sea tornadoes and reefs that often appear in the southeast coast. On our way to pursue Zhang this time, there was a frigate and 3 captive pirates. The ship hit a rock and sank. Fortunately, there was no major storm, otherwise the entire army would be wiped out. It would be great if we had a stronger ship, Sun Tzu said. Haha, there will be. We will be able to own an ironclad ship in less than 5 years at the latest. When the displacement is up, the hull will be strong and it will not be easily sunk in a storm. Liuosheng said. Is it really possible to build an ironclad boat? Iron cannot float on the water like wood. Sun Tzu asked. You have to know that in addition to wood, our ships also have artillery. Except for some wood used for shipbuilding, the density is slightly less than water. The more important cabin is hollow, which makes the volume of the discharged seawater large, which can make the hull suffer greater upward buoyancy. However, the manufacturing of armored ships is not exactly the same as that of wooden ships. The most important thing is the problem of power. At that time, even against the sea wind and ocean currents, it will still be able to drive normally. Liuosheng said. Sun Tzu could hear it, but he probably knew what Liuosheng was describing, and he was full of expectations for the future. Do ships that can ignore the sea breeze and ocean currents really exist? We must know that the consideration of the fleet now is not the enemy, but the issue of smooth sailing. If you have an ironclad ship that ignores feng shui, it's really unimpeded. It's ready to sail. The sailors and handymen of the Diazao fleet get on the ship. After supplementing the supplies, the Diazao sailing battleship pulled up its anchor. More than 2,000 people from the mountain camp and 1 battalion of the Marine Brigade arrived at the pier to bid farewell to Liuosheng and the others. In addition to the infantry on the shore, there are thousands of people in the 2 fleets of the Victory and the Dan. In addition, some Aborigines from Yizu and Han people from Wasteland also came to join in the fun. Many of them were pirates not long ago, but as Zilong, Zhengzu, Zhengziba and others were captured alive and surrendered, they restored their status as civilians and became Han Chinese who emigrated to Yizu. Nelson, Liu Wang, and Crazy Cheng, the Southeast Sea area is handed over to you. Don't let me down. Within 2 years, we must eliminate the 2 enemies on the southeast coast and turn the Southeast Sea area into our territory. When I return to southern Lining, officials will be dispatched to Yizu and Xiamen Island to manage them immediately. All please. Liuosheng saluted them. Guaranteed to complete the task. Nelson and the others replied in fear. Okay. Let's set the boat. Liuosheng didn't get muddled. He has arranged everything that can be arranged. There will be tens of thousands of people invested in the southeast waters, and the offensive strategy is also discussed. Commanding fleet operations is not something he is good at. What he can do now is to return to the 2 industrial bases in southern Lining and eastern Lining to provide continuous material support for the frontline fighters, and use the huge industrial system to destroy everything to resist Fuliao, the enemy of the military front. Sail. The sturdy sailor pulled up the sail on the main mast and looked at the wind direction adjustment. The battleship Diazao slowly sailed out of Bengang. with several frigates by her side. It is an honor for the Navy soldiers of the Diezhou fleet to be able to protect the owner of the army from returning to southern Lining. They all hold their heads high and are quite proud. In fact, Liu Sheng was also afraid that it would be unsafe to stay in the sea near the southeast coast. When the summer typhoon arrives, he might be stranded here, so he should return to southern Lining before the typhoon season. After clearing out Zhang Zilong's forces and the Daming Navy, the East China Sea was completely in a vacuum zone, and only merchant ships came and went. Unless it is a sea wave, no ship can threaten the Diezhou fleet, which has 100 cannons. The Ozhou fleet successfully arrived at Ishigaki Island, then went all the way north to Naha port of Ryuka, and then turned to the northeast to return to Dalian port in southern Lining. No surprises and no dangers along the way. At the port of Dalian port, the arrival of the Diezhou fleet did not cause a big sensation. There are dozens of ships moored in Dalian port, and the Diezhou fleet includes less than 10 supply ships. To the residents of Dalian port who have seen dozens of main ships of the fleet, it seems to be just a transfer of the Navy fleet. Some officials from Golden State City and Dalian Port came to Dalian Port early. They learned that Liu Sheng was coming back. These days Liu Sheng was commanding remotely, although there was nothing serious about it. But Liu Sheng had to deal with many things himself. "My lord, you are finally willing to come back," Chen Tina said earnestly. One of the first batch of civil officials who followed Liu Sheng was in his 5th year-old. Now he has more white hair on his head, but he is more energetic. Compared with the small official in Jinzhou at that time, Chen Ting's position is not what it used to be. He is full of spirits if he has a place to display his talents. "Old Chen, during my absence, there were no financial problems, right? If I remember correctly, the official training courses have been held until the 3rd period, and each period is longer, which has trained us to understand financial and administrative officials," Liu Sheng said. Originally everything was running smoothly, and there was still a little surplus in finances. But now the turnover is a bit difficult. Chen Ting became sad when Liu Sheng mentioned finances. "Oh, are there any extra expenses recently?" Liu Sheng asked in surprise. "Isn't it the adults who proposed the establishment of the 2 new construction plans of Yizuai and Exilement trade port? We need to train new talents and deliver materials there. These all need money," Chen Ting said. Liu Sheng was a little embarrassed, because he was the chief culprit of the financial crisis. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Chapter 314 The Great Northern Wilderness Project! !CR:*FOO Hot recommendations. Chen does not need to worry. When the Exilement trade port is ready, we will levy tariffs on passing ships, which can completely cover the cost of construction. In the future, there will be a steady stream of income to subsidize the finances. As for Yizuai, we can sell the local products there are sucrose grown. The market demand for sugar is still very large. Liu Sheng hurriedly hit It takes many years of investment, and there is no return for a year and a half. Fortunately, we have a solid foundation in southern Lining and eastern Liudong. The combined population of Yizhou and Exilement Island is about 100,000 people, which can't hold us down. Chen Ting sighed. With a sigh of relief, he poured into a tossing master, and can only slowly clean up the mess. What is the forecast for this year's grain output? The planting season has passed, right? Liu Sheng asked again. In addition to cultivating new species and instructing farms to grow crops, our Bureau of Agriculture is also rushing to repair water conservancy and improve irrigation conditions here. To be honest, the soil outside Guan is fertile black soil, except that it is too cold in winter, which is no worse than the plains inside Guan. It is expected grain production this year is meeting the consumption of our own people, and there should be surplus. Chen Ting said. Let the Bureau of Agriculture set up a new crop cultivation team to investigate in Yizhou. Liu Sheng said. Yizhou is also a good place worthy of development. The water and heat conditions are good, 2 crops a year are not a problem, and subtropical cash crops can be grown. But there is a typhoon prone there, so it is necessary to cultivate lodging-resistant crops. What anti-lodging? People like Chenting who often follow Luo Sheng couldn't understand whether Luo Sheng was a noun or not. It's just crops that are not easily blown down by high winds, Luo Sheng said. Well, I will personally go to the Bureau of Agriculture and instruct them to set up a special team to accompany the officials who went to Yizuwai. Chenting said, the construction of Yizuwai looks more complicated than I thought. In addition to Yizuwai, I actually have a bold idea. Luo Sheng said, my lord, do you have any bold ideas? Just say, I'm mentally prepared. Chenting's face was like a withered chrysanthemum. Develop north, great. Wild. Luo Sheng said, the Sanjian plain to the north of Liaodong is vast and sparsely populated, but the land is fertile and the water source is sufficient. In fact, it is a plain worthy of development. It is sparsely populated. However, the situation in the pass is just the opposite. The population in the pass is large and natural disasters continue, which cannot feed hundreds of millions of people in the pass. The number of people who die every year due to famine is as many as hundreds of thousands to millions. If some people in the pass can be transported to develop the Great Northern Wilderness with the carrying capacity of the Sanjian Plain, it can feed at least 20 to 30 million people. 20 to 30 million people will be transported outside the customs yard, sir. This idea is a bit dangerous. Chenting quickly wiped away his cold sweat. Once again frightened by Luo Sheng's crazy thoughts, we can't organize such a large population. Relocation. How much money will it cost to resettle 2,030 million refugees? Let's talk about this later. I don't plan to digest 20 to 30 million people in one breath. It's just that I want to point out that the Great Northern Wilderness is a treasure land worth developing. We can consciously guide people inside the pass to reclaim wasteland outside the pass. Especially there are also coastal areas in northern Shaanxi where natural disasters occur frequently, such as Shandong and Fujian. Luo Sheng thought of the later generations to break through the Guangdong. At that time, the Qing dynasty was interested in guiding the people in Guan to enrich the pass to resist Mao's erosion of the northeast. In fact, a large part of the reason for breaking through the Guangdong is that there are serious natural and man-made disasters in the Guan, which is similar to the current situation. It's just that it's okay. It's just that Shanhaiguan is blocking the Liuxi corridor. The Ming court is strictly monitoring the people. It is difficult for us to instigate the people in the customs to take refuge in us by land through the Liuxi corridor. We can only reach the Great Northern Wilderness from northern Shaanxi via the Inner Mongolia grassland, or take the waterway from Shandong to southern Lining. Chenting said, if we can use this plan to help the people who suffered from the disaster in Daming, and to bring us new labor, it can be considered as a good deed for our Fuliao army. The hundreds of millions of people in Daming are in dire straits, and we can only help a little. Just count it. Luo Sheng said, yes, there has been a lot of natural and man-made disasters recently, especially in northern Shaanxi, Sichuan, and Gansu. There have been constant wars in northern Shaanxi, Sichuan, and Gansu. Natural disasters have been encountered more or less in Shandong, Fujian, and Two Lakes. By all accounts, we are still relatively calm outside the customs. Chenting said, Emperor Chongzhen must be busy putting out fires everywhere. Haha, compared with the Emperor, the Liaodong general soldier, did a good job. Luo Sheng said, isn't it? Adults often go out with the army, just throwing off the shopkeeper, but we are so busy as subordinates. Chenting has a black line on his face. This is the biggest difference between us and the imperial court. Emperor Chongzhen must do everything by himself. The officials of the imperial court also regard the Donglin party as the biggest one. Instead, they are restrained from top and bottom and consume effort and internal consumption. And we are waiting to be rejuvenated, and each department is different. In its duties, the army is busy with foreign wars, hundreds of officials are busy with various constructions, businessmen are busy with making money, civilians are busy with production, and scholars are busy with research. As long as the internal stability is stable, there will be no problems. Luo Sheng said. His arrival completely broke and reshaped Liaonan and Liadong. Daming's management mechanism has gradually disappeared in Liaonan and Liadong. However, adults are not too optimistic. They learn from history, but when a country is founded, they tend to be relatively honest. With the backlog of some malpractices, contradictions will appear. Chen Ting said. Old Chen said that. Luo Sheng solemnly. It is true that he has a vision beyond this era, but he is not a god, and he really has to humbly accept some advice from Chen Ting and other old scholars. My lord, I think Major Ella from the intelligence department has been waiting for you for a long time. I am an old man no longer nagging. Chen Ting and Luo Sheng had discussed more important things, and showed a meaningful look at Luo Sheng, leaving with officials from various departments. This old guy. Luo Sheng shook his head helplessly at the sudden change in Chen Ting's tone. Ella, who was waiting silently, also noticed the ambiguous attitude of the people, and her pretty face blushed slightly. But she quickly concealed her shame. My lord, is this expedition going well? Well, thanks to your intelligence office who instigated Li Guozu, one of the 18 Zizi, otherwise the Navy fleet would have to pay more casualties to defeat Zhang Zilong. Luo Sheng said. It should be attributed to the proper arrangement of the military master, who specifically ordered our intelligence service to set up a working group to deal with the pirates in the southeast coast. Ella said. When did you learn to flatter? Luo Sheng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Don't be ruined by those old fritters. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Chapter 315. Support Li Ziking. How is my father now? Ella asked. It's okay. It's rare for him to meet a passable opponent in the southeast waters, and we also have enough fleets under his command, which just gives him room to play. Luo Sheng mentioned Nelson. My father used to be like this in another world. Every time he went on an expedition, he took at least several months, and he often took risks. I'm really afraid that one day something went wrong. Ira said quietly. Being an errand in the army is to tie your life to your belt, wander around the gate of the ghost at any time, and deal with the ghost escort. But before I leave, I have warned Nelson not to let the victory rush in front often. Luo Sheng said. Nelson is indeed a good general. In another world, he once led the British Navy in a fierce battle in the Mediterranean and the French Navy, and was shot dead. Even if summoned, these people still retain their previous temperaments. Based on what I know about my father, he will still lead by example and use the victory with the most artillery as the vanguard of the fleet. Ella is still a little worried. Don't worry, there is no warship that can pose a threat to the victory in the southeast coast. Speaking of which, apart from the intelligence team set up to deal with the pirates, there are also the Mongolian intelligence team and the Ming intelligence team. Are they trying to support Li Ziking? What happens to the rebels in northern Shaanxi during this time? Luo Sheng thought of Li Ziking and others who were still struggling in northern Shaanxi at this time. The northern Shaanxi peasant army has gained momentum in recent months. It has gathered tens of thousands of people to rise in northern Shaanxi, conquering Hanxing and other cities, and spreading grain and grass, causing a sensation in the court. Now the Ming court has dispatched Hong Chengqiu as the trilateral governor to lead it. 7,000 officers and soldiers wiped out the troubled people in Shaanxi and northern Shaanxi. Ella said. Hong Chengqiu is also the #1 person. The peasant army in Shaanxi should have a hard time. Luo Sheng said. This guy and Sun Quanting are two ruthless people who seem to have almost wiped out Li Ziking. My lord is not wrong. After Hong Chengqiu led the army into Shaanxi, the peasant army was defeated one by one. For example, Wang Zuogi and other leaders of the rebels were defeated and killed. The rebels were in disarray, and even Wang Gao Yingxiang was defeated. Almost wanted to flee to Shaanxi and other places to avoid the soldiers. Ella said. Luo Shengla had a calm face. Fortunately, I thought that after assisting the rebel firearms in northern Shaanxi, they would be able to contain the imperial army, and it would be better to capture the capital, completely destroy the Ming system, and carry the big black pot of extinguishing Ming. Unexpectedly, they were still so useless. Hong Chengqiu used 7,000 people to beat them out of nowhere, and had to leave northern Shaanxi and run to Shaanxi. Wasn't his investment in the old-style muskets of the rebels just overwhelming? Puff. Sir, your expression is so funny. Ayla saw Luo Sheng pulling a stinky face, as if someone owed him millions. We obviously handled the 1,000 flintlock muskets we eliminated from the merchants secretly to Li Ziking at a relatively low price. Logically speaking, we should be able to become a strong army in a separatist area. There is no reason to fail so thoroughly. Luo Sheng still said in disbelief. I haven't finished yet. Dozens of peasant armies, large and small, were defeated by Hong Chengqiu. Only one peasant army contained the momentum of Hong Chengqiu's offensive. This army is the Li Ziking we supported. Now Li Ziking became famous in the first battle, and was many peasant soldiers are called troopers, and the limelight is the same. The number of troops has expanded from about 1,000 to 3,000. The demand for muskets and ammunition is increasing. He is still asking our merchants privately if they can do it. To the bronze cannon, Ella said. Okay, Li Zi has a flexible mind and didn't let me down. Even the copper cannons thought about doing it, which shows that he has a good vision. If possible, we will sell them the copper cannons that were left in the warehouse and were eliminated by us. It just so happens that our infantry needs to be equipped with Dreiser rifles, and the previous 1777 flintlock rifles can also be sold to them in batches. Luo Sheng said, will we breed tigers in this way? Although these firearms are lagging behind for us, they still surpass the level of this era. If Li Ziking owns these firearms, it might pose a huge threat to us in the future. La said, it's better to use the army to capture Shanhaiguan and enter the customs to overthrow the Ming court. In Daming, the orthodox influence is very strong. It is not difficult to eliminate the Ming army. It is extremely difficult to stabilize the people's hearts and block the world's leisurely eloquence. Just leave this kind of thing to the peasant volunteers to do. Luo Sheng said, moreover, even if he possesses these weapons, Li Ziking can't pose any threat to us. Only our Liaonan has factories and technology for these firearms. We also provide ammunition. They will take several years to counterfeit. By that time, the weapons we have are at least one generation stronger than they are now. Since your lord has already thought about it, then your subordinates will unconditionally support your decision. Ella blinked. But even if this is the case, the progress of the peasant rebels is too slow. We have to find a way to support them, so that they can reach the capital as soon as possible. You can come here, but this is so. Luo Sheng said further support Li Ziking their plan. Ella became more surprised as she listened. Can it still be like this? The soldiers are not tired of deceit, so I have to find a way to send them to the capital quickly. Luo Sheng said, well, that's all about the peasant army in northern Shaanxi. This time I brought Zhang Zilong, his wife and his wife from Yizu. Where is the son now? The personnel who went to hijack Zhang Zilong's wife and children placed in the Hirado clan this time were also from the intelligence department. Although Dongying is not yet the target of the Fuliao army, in fact the intelligence office has already begun to infiltrate Dongying. They were placed in a courtyard on the outskirts of Jinzhou city, intact. Ella said, well, I don't worry when you do things. Just when we return to Jinzhou, we will take Zhang Zilong and let them reunite. Luo Sheng waved his hand, and several heavily armed soldiers brought Zhang Zilong and the others. Zhang Zilong, Zhang Zu and others came to Dalian port with the fleet of the Fuliao army and were shocked by this new type of port city. There are more ships moored here than they manage in Exilement Bay. There are factories and workshops densely covered with black smoke from the chimneys in the distance. Large carts transport the produced materials to the pier, and then from the pier of workers moved to the cargo ship. What's more prosperous is that there are docks in Dalian Bay that are producing several large ships at the same time, and the keels of them are faintly visible. Guru, they want to swallow the surprise in their hearts. As if this place shouldn't belong to this era. God has a good life. You're lucky this time. My wife and children are in my hands. I will take you to meet them. I like the beauty of adults the most, Liu Sheng said brazenly. Chapter 316 named Zhenggong. A courtyard on the outskirts of Jinzha city does not occupy a small area. There are still a few soldiers standing guard at the door. When they saw the arrival of Liu Sheng and others, they all lord in awe. This is a resident of the Golden State Garrison. It is used to deal with the possible disturbances and threats in the Golden State City. Usually more than 100 soldiers of the garrison will train here, so just let the garrison send a few soldiers to rotate. The safety of Tan Quan's mother and child can be guaranteed. Elo introduced to Liu Sheng. Well, the mother and son of Tan Quan are distinguished guests of our Fuliao army. We must ensure their safety. Liu Sheng nodded, still quite satisfied with this arrangement. Zhang Zilong on the side sneered at Liu Sheng's shameless claim to protect his wife and children. He placed his wife and children next to the garrison of the Golden State Garrison, and sent soldiers to stand guard in turn. Where is this protection? It is clearly surveillance to prevent them from escaping. Liu Sheng and Zhang Zilong entered the courtyard, where a woman in a kimono was playing with a child who was not about 5 years old. Seeing someone coming in, she raised her head, but froze in an instant, because she found a familiar figure in the crowd. The first official, it's you. Tears flashed in the eyes of Tan Quan's eyes. Fusong, see who is here? The child opened his big black eyes and looked at a large group of strangers timidly, but could not identify who his father was. Good lady, I'm back. Zhang Zilong hurried forward and hugged Tan Quan and the child. There were also tears in his eyes. He never thought that he would see his wife and children again in this way. I'm sorry for your mother and son. I originally planned to lay a foundation in the southeast coast and then take you over to enjoy the blessing, but I didn't expect that everything is over now. I'm sorry for you, Zhang Zilong said unwillingly. Don't say that. It would be nice to be able to see you again. Our Fusong hasn't seen you for a long time, and when he learned to speak, he couldn't call him daddy, so he couldn't recognize him for a while. Although he was a prisoner, he seemed to have forgotten his situation at this time, and cried with joy. Don't worry, I will never leave you for so long in the future. Any king's dominance is like Nankyimeng. Zhang Zilong repented. Liu Sheng sighed on the side. It's really touching. This kid Zhang Zilong is really lucky. He married a virtuous Dongying woman. Even though he is separated by the sea, he still cares about him and helps him take care of his son without complaint. My lord, you can also marry a Dongying woman. If the adults really want it, our intelligence department will go to Dongying to show some color to the big guys. It is the shogun's daughter who is not unreasonable to tie it, said. Spare me. We have many beautiful and virtuous women in southern Lining. For example, there is one beside me now, Liu Sheng said. After being choked by Liu Sheng's words, Ella, who had always molested Liu Sheng, couldn't help but turn a little red. Zhang Zilong, now you see your family. I didn't lie to you. I don't know if you are willing to join our Liao army in exchange for the life and freedom of your family. Liu Sheng threw out the olive branch again. For the lives of my wife and son, I can join the Fuliao army. But will you really trust me? I am the ship king with tens of thousands of horses in the southeast coast. The brethren will rise up and regain tens of thousands of troops. Zhang Zilong said domineeringly, even though he was down. I'm not a fool. Even if you are really willing to join our Fuliao army, I will let you study for a period of time in our admiralty. Then the southeast coast will be calm, and the pirates will become civilians. It is impossible to get up again now, and I believe that you are a man who values family affection and faith. And you won't break your promise easily. Liu Sheng said. Well, in that case, I agree to join your Fuliao army. Zhang Zilong said. Big brother. Zheng Zu and Zheng Zibao were still a little unwilling to shout when they saw Zhang Zilong's decision. Hurry up to see the Lord Army Master. Zheng Zilong was determined and proactively bowed to Liu Sheng. Zheng Zu and Zheng Zibao couldn't help Zheng Zilong, and they knelt down unwillingly to show their loyalty. Get up. I know that you are not sincerely wanting to join our Lining army, But as long as you stay in southern Lining and Liaodong for a period of time, you will find out how terrifying the Lining army is. Luo Sheng walked to the child brought by the Tanquin family. This child's nickname is Fu Song. If I remember correctly, his official name is Zheng Sen. This name is not very meaningful. It's better to change the name to Zheng Gong. I think this name is better. Yes, if Luo Sheng himself remembered correctly, this kid should be Zheng Gong, but now Zheng Gong is not called Zheng Gong, but Zheng Sen. Because of the appearance of Luo Sheng, Zheng Gong would not have the chance to become Zheng Gong if he didn't change his name. Zheng Gong? Why does the military master insist on giving this name to the child? Zheng Zilong was puzzled. I think this son will become a great weapon in the future, so it should be in the name of success. Luo Sheng said, I think this son has a clever eye. If this son can be cultivated by Navy Commander Nelson in the future, he will be a member of his own. Admiral of the Navy. My son, thanks to the Army Lord Xi for giving me a name. Zheng Zilong was still a little hazy. But Luo Sheng obviously had the intention of cultivation, so it wouldn't be a disadvantage for him to agree to it. The young Zheng Gong was ignorant and completely unaware that the trajectory of his life had changed at this moment. From now on he has a well-known name, Zheng Gong. Welcome. Well, the next generation will depend on these young people. Luo Sheng said, a little old-fashioned. Although he or Zheng Zilong are only in their 20s, they are the next generation full of hope, compared with the energetic ministers of civil and military affairs in the Ming court. I, Zheng Zilong, can't fully feel that the military owner can treat the defeated generals like this. Zheng Zilong hugged Xiao Zheng Gong to thank Luo Sheng. Ha ha ha. I'm not bragging about this. I'm indeed very polite to you. You know that what I used to be against me was to be thrown into the mining field to open coal mines and iron mines, doing some hard work. Luo Sheng said. Zheng Zilong and Zheng Zu were frightened by Luo Sheng's words. Is your lord joking? Are they still mining coal mines? Let me think about it. Luo Sheng couldn't help but think of Mao Wenlong, Jin Yiwei and others who were thrown into the mining field before. Chapter 317 Mine Supervisor! J equals CR:#FOO Top recommendation. An overseer is supervising the work of mining workers at the new mining site in Anshan. Hello, Supervisor Huang. The mining workers pushing the wooden cart on the side saw the supervisor's arrival, and they all greeted him. Well, work hard. If you can exceed the target, everyone can get a bonus, the supervisor said. After the supervisor walked away, several mining workers chewed their ears. This newly transferred supervisor Huang is very talkative, and doesn't put on airs at all. I heard that he had also been a miner in the first 2 years. Later, because of his outstanding work, he was promoted from a miner to a supervisor. The version of the story I heard is even more legendary. I heard that this overseer used to be Jinu Waikionu, who was caught by the army owner and became a miner. After he was released, he took the initiative to stay and became the present overseer. Is it true? Jin Yiwei is a great man. Would he be willing to stay here as a small supervisor? At first I didn't believe it, but it seems that this happened. Huang Qianu could not hear the gossip of several mining workers behind his back. The so-called good things do not go out, bad things spread for thousands of miles, and the things he was caught in the past don't know why they started to be spread out. It seems to be true. However, Tangdan Jinu Waikionu became a supervisor, saying that others would not believe it. Huang Qianu, your life is quite moist now. A middle-aged man with dark skin walked over. No, it is many times better than when we did not know when we were mining in Iron Mountain. We were prisoners in the past, and the mining completion index is just enough to have enough food and clothing. Now we have our own income. We don't have to get up and early, and our status has improved. Huang Qianu said with emotion. How many workers are you in charge of now? The middle-aged man said. There are about 40 or 50 people in this place. Huang Qianu said, pointing to a small mine nearby. There are only 20 or 30 people in the area I manage. I really envy you, the middle-aged man said. Work hard will sooner or later. Now the Fuliao army is in the ascendant, and the promotion will not be too slow. and it is not fortunate that we have been digging for the past 2 years. Huang Qianyu said, "How is your father?" The Fuliao army found us a house on the outskirts of Liadong City, and the old man planned to retire for retirement. However, the Fuliao army asked him to manage the production of a small farm with a small monthly salary and did not let the old man stay idle. The middle-aged man said, "This middle-aged man is Mao Chengzuo, the son of Mao Wenlong, the former deputy general of Dongjiang town." After Liu Sheng eliminated the Hujin forces, Mao Wenlong and the others were released. Those who were willing to return to the pass were entangled and let them leave, and those who were willing to stay outside the pass to serve as screws for industrial construction were basically promoted to become grassroots officials, which was considered to be exhausting. They work hard in the mining field, and they are still cadres starting from the grassroots. People such as Huang Qianyu and Mao Chengzuo chose to stay in the mining farm. With their experience in mining farms and the brains that were originally brighter than their contemporaries, they were more than enough to serve as supervisors. And people like Mao Wenlong, who were in their 50s and had a certain degree of influence, chose to retire, otherwise they would be really embarrassed in the Fuliao army. After all, Mao Wenlong is nominally Liu Sheng's veteran. Management of the farm is also very good. At least the environment is better than our mining farm, and it is also a good place to raise one's body. Huang Qianyu said, "Why didn't the old man choose to enter the customs? I can be an official of the 2nd and 3rd grade. Aren't you giving up your status as the imperial court Jianyu Qianyu and staying here?" Mao Chengzuo said, "Ha ha. No need to mention it. The court is corrupt, and there is no need to go back and get angry. The Fuliao army has helped me bring my family back from the capital, and the family is reunited, and it is no difference. It is said that the court seems to have forgotten us. I know one stopped his family from coming out of the capital." Huang Qianyu said, "You have 9 points of truth." Mao Chengzuo said, "Oh, why doesn't it make sense? But only 9 points?" Huang Qianyu asked. "Because we know very well that if we return to the pass, there is still another point that may be sent to jail." Mao Chengzuo said meaningfully, "It's true, it's true." Huang Qianyu nodded. After more than a year of construction at this time, Anshan has begun to prosper, replacing Tishan as the largest iron ore producing area of the Fuliao army. There are tens of thousands of workers in mining, smelting, and processing here alone. And near Anshan town, the Anshan railway station, which had been under construction, was finally completed. The Liaonan Railway will pass through here and will continuously transport iron ore to Liadong City in the north and Dalian Port in the south. Stevenson of the Railway Construction Committee personally supervised the construction of this railway, which shows that he attaches great importance to the Anshan section of the railway. We can only barely complete the task according to the schedule. If Zhang Taniu is there, we can at least be as fast as half a month. Although the Anshan section of the railway was successfully completed, Stevenson was still dissatisfied with this section of the project and thought of the sympathetic Zhang. God bless. Zhang Taniu came from an era more than half a century later than he, and his railway construction technology was more advanced and systematic, which made Stevenson a little obsessed with Zhang Taniu. The remaining Liaonan local railway engineers who studied with Stevenson couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Zhang Taniu is a talented person with high IQ who has studied railway engineering in the American system. People in their era are worthy of contact with the novel subject of railway, and it would be good if they can barely keep up. Master Stevenson and Master Zhang Taniu are going to the prairie to explore the terrain route under the command of the military commander. They are preparing to build a longer railway to connect the prairie and our railway. With that amount of work, it is estimated that our leaning after the main trunk of the South Railway is laid. Their exploration work can be completed. A railway engineer said, "Only Zhang Taniu can serve as this person, even if I can't do it." Stevenson said, "However, our Liaonan Great Railway runs through the most prosperous city and is the main artery that military owners rely most on. Soon Liadong City, Zhu, Anshan, Fuzhou, and Tishan can be connected into a single line. Next, we are going to supervise the route from Fuzhou to Zhu, Jinzhou, and Dalian Port. The progress there is lagging behind our plan. some. Good. After the completion of the Anshan station, a group of railway engineers packed their bags and prepared to go to the southern route to supervise the construction. The Anshan railway station still looks very rudimentary, with only a simple platform and eaves structure to block the rain, but its appearance still attracts a large number of Anshan railway workers to watch. I heard that it will not be long before the steam locomotive built in Fuzhou will be driven here from Fuzhou, and the steam train will officially start to transport the ore here. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 318 The Change of Giwa City! Exclamation mark D equals CR:/FOO top recommendation. Sneeze. Zhang Taniu in the middle of the Inner Mongolia grassland sneezed. Is there anything mentioned about me? Zhang Taniu straightened his hair and hit it greasy. Although the railway survey is carried out in the vast prairie, the hairstyle must not be messy. It must be the army chief who urged our progress. An engineer who accompanied Zhang Taniu into the prairie exploration laughed. Well, the construction of the Inner Mongolia Railway is much more difficult than we thought. The most important thing is that there are too many tribes and it is difficult to coordinate. Some tribes welcome our railway to pass through their pastoral areas, but some stubborn tribes we can't force them to die. We still need to let diplomatic officials go and negotiate with them. Once they come and go, it will take a long time. Zhang Taniu said, riding on the back of the horse, as he jolted with the horse. Look, sir, we are going to Naturalization City. A railway engineer pointed to the city wall that appeared in the distance. As Zhang Taniu looked over, a fortress stood on the edge of the vast prairie. If I remember correctly, a dragoon brigade of our Fuliao army is stationed there. The commander is Sun Sheng? Zhang Taniu asked. Yes, that's him. Giwa City is responsible for managing the order in the middle of the Inner Mongolia grassland. Although there are only 5,000 people, it can deter 100,000 tribes. An engineer said proudly. This time I can wash myself well, and I can sleep on a soft bed at night. Oh my god, I forget how long I haven't been so comfortable. Another prospector called. The rest of the prospectors and a small group of cavalry soldiers who were responsible for protecting them also showed hope in their eyes. It's true that they climbed mountains and waded these days, mostly using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket, and they haven't been able to return to the city for a long time. Outside the city of naturalization, there were several cavalry squads patrolling with guns. They were fully armed with a solemn expression on their faces. You deserve to be the soldiers of the Dragoon Brigade. You see how vigilant they are. How can the enemy dare to attack the naturalized city like this? Said a cavalry who was responsible for protecting Zhang Taniu and them. It is indeed very vigilant to patrol outside the city during the day. But there seems to be something wrong. Zhang Taniu seemed to feel the unusual atmosphere of Giwa City. Who are you? The cavalry squad patrolling outside the city of Giwa found Zhang Taniu and the others spread out in a geese and surrounded them. Zhang Taniu signaled his colleagues not to move rashly, and then drove out. I am Zhang Taniu, the vice chairman of the Fuliao Army Railway Construction Committee. These knights are soldiers who protect us and take me to see your chief. It turns out to be an adult from Liudong. Okay, I'll take you to see our chief. However, we have recently experienced a bad incident in the city of Giwa. We are under martial law. These cavalry brothers will stay outside the city for the first time. Wait for our commander's order. The cavalry captain said to Zhang Taniu. It's not a problem. Zhang Taniu was a little surprised, but still accepted the arrangement of the cavalry captain. So Zhang Taniu and other technical officials were introduced into the city by the cavalry squad leader. I saw that the cavalry soldiers and ordinary herdsmen in the city were also nervous, and they even looked suspiciously at them. Zhang Taniu had doubts in his heart, but did not ask, until he saw the chief here, such as the fake Sun Sheng. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he came in, at that moment he thought that Giwa City had been captured by some force, and he was trying to get him into it on his own initiative. However, after meeting Sun Sheng, it showed that although Giwa City didn't know what the martial law was due to, it was not as bad as he imagined. Mr. Zhang, You came to our naturalization city with the heavy responsibility of building the prairie railway, but I was so embarrassed that I could not go out to meet Go in person because of the sudden incident. Sun Sheng asked Zhang Daniu and them to sit down, annoyed to say, "We saw soldiers in and out of the naturalization city standing up. We don't know what happened in the naturalization city." "How could I make General Sun Sheng helpless?" Zhang Daniu asked. "Oh, it's embarrassing to say it, but now that something like this has happened, you will know it sooner or later when you report it to the army master, and I might as well tell you," Sun Sheng said. General Sun Sheng said it's okay. A few days ago, when a deputy battalion officer of our Dragoon Brigade was visiting the Ordos tribe, he encountered a daughter of one of the Mongolian nobles. He was surprised and did something inferior to a beast. Sun Sheng gritted his teeth. "I heard of this kind of thing. Of course, I must kill 100, skin and gramp that kid." Unexpectedly, he was afraid of being convicted, and led his own soldiers to rebel and almost invaded the city. Fortunately, our sentinels were alert, so they could not succeed. After listening to Sun Sheng's recount, Zhang Daniu and the others had a rough idea of the cause and effect of the incident and looked at each other. "Where is the rebellious deputy battalion officer now?" "I fled for him." There were dozens of his soldiers who fled with him. "I was afraid that there were still his best friends in the city, so I ordered martial law and waited until the situation was completely controlled before lifting the ban," Sun Sheng said. "Can General Sun Sheng report it to the commander?" "A messenger has been sent to Liudong, and I must be able to let the military master know in a few days." "Alas, most of this year's assessment is about to be abolished." Sun Sheng raised his forehead in annoyance. "General Sun Sheng, don't have to worry, you are doing the right thing. You can only blame those villains for not being able to appreciate your good intentions, but choosing to go further and further on the road of no return." Zhang Daniu said, "The military master must be. I will understand. After all, I am not strict in governing the army, so I have such a rebellion." Sun Sheng said, "It's fine, or not to mention it. You are all the most outstanding technical talents of our Fuliao army. Coming far. I am ready. The best courtyard here is for you to rest. It's just that the city of Giwu is not an ancient city. Everything is rudimentary. I hope you forgive me." The general's ability to prepare food and lodging for us in his busy schedule has already added a lot of trouble to the general, Zhang Daniu said with embarrassment. When they settled in Giwu city to take a rest, they didn't expect it to be a troubled time. As Sun Sheng said, soon news of the mutiny of a certain battalion officer of the cavalry unit stationed in Giwu city of the Fuliao army spread, causing an uproar in the Fuliao army. When Liu Sheng heard this, he was furious and immediately issued a reward, but anyone who captured the camp official alive and returned to Liunan to question the crime would be rewarded 200 tals. This reward order was passed for 3,000 miles, and many tribes on the prairie knew everything. Among the victims, the Ordos tribe sent out cavalry troops to search the rebel generals who tried to pass through their tribe. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 319. 2 years. In the spring of the third year of Chongzhen, it has been 2 years since the defection of the deputy camp officer of Giwu city. The army officers who defected have not yet been arrested, and this incident has gradually faded away with the passage of time. After all, apart from the loss of dozens of defected soldiers, the Fuliao army did not have any accidents or major losses in Giwu city. Over time, the city of Giwu became the most prosperous city on the grasslands of Inner Mongolia, with dozens of rebels to no avail. After 2 years of development, Bengang in Yizu gradually showed a prosperous style. The reclamation area is green farmland, which is the young seedlings that have just been planted, and occasionally farmers can be seen resting in the fields. With the hybridization of lodging-resistant rice by the team of the Bureau of Agriculture in Yizu, Yizu agriculture, which has suffered from the typhoon, began to flourish. In addition to rice, sugarcane and other cash crops were also encouraged by the Fuliao army to cultivate. The agricultural area near Bengang has become an important sugar-producing area and is well known far and wide. In the mountains, the indigenous people of the Goshan tribe, represented by the Atayal people, have gradually come into contact with the plains, selling local products such as deer skins in exchange for sugar, salt, ironware and other daily necessities. There are more than a dozen merchant ships moored in the port, and there are even merchant ships of Eastern and Dutch merchants. It was God who guided us to come here to trade fair with you. Why should we drive us away? A Dutch businessman shouted at the dock. He splashed, and immediately attracted a group of people to come and watch, wondering what happened here. Our chief of Yizuai has ordered the East India Company to withdraw from Yizu within 3 months and surrender Taiwan City and Chichen City. Otherwise it will go to war against the East India Company. Now the 3-month deadline has passed. You Dutch people have never surrendered 2 cities, intending to fight to the death. Therefore, our leader of Yizuai declared war on the East India Company. For the sake of your Dutch businessmen's innocence, quickly leave Yizu waters. Otherwise, everything will sink. The soldier who came to expel the Dutch merchants said with a knife, "You are driving away your financial resources. We use a steady stream of silver to buy tea, silk and porcelain from Daming. How can you treat us like this? If we in the Netherlands give up Yizu, how can we businessmen like you deal?" The Dutch businessman said unwillingly, "You do business and we welcome you. After the war is over, Bengang and Exilement Bay will still welcome you. But Yizu is our land since ancient times. Every inch of land must be contested. You colonized our Yizuai and enslaved Yizuai. The Aborigines and the Han people who migrated to the southern part of Yizu defied human rights. Therefore, our Liao army must recover the southern part of Yizu." The soldier said. "Human rights?" The Dutch businessman's eyes protruded. "This reason is really particular, and I have never heard of it." Go, it's too late. Once our chief changes his mind, you just want to go. A group of soldiers drove Dutch merchants aboard a ship like ducks, and they were not allowed to resist. "You demons, Satan! God will punish you from heaven. You won't be able to go to heaven." Before leaving, the Dutch businessman still waved his fists in indignant remarks. What kind of God is he talking about? A soldier on the dock asked his companion, "Are there any gods in the West?" It seems that Westerners like to talk about God, just like our Chengwangai. Probably so. I heard that if they commit a crime, they will pray to a person called a priest to forgive them. Another soldier guessed, "If you have committed a crime, you still ask the gods to forgive them. Isn't this embarrassing the gods?" The other soldier was puzzled. If Dutch merchants knew that these soldiers regarded God as the city god of the West, they would definitely get angry. Since Yizuai ordered the East India Company to withdraw from Yizu 3 months ago, it was equivalent to a war against the Dutch East India Company. The commander of the battle was commander of the Navy Nelson, stationed in Exilement Bay, and Liuang, commander of the Marine Brigade stationed in Bengang. After 3 months of preparation, basically all the armaments and troops have been mobilized. At this time, Liuang of the Marine Brigade trained the troops and prepared to go out. Important officers were all called together by him. The fleet in Exilement Bay has already set sail and will pass through the Penghu Islands before arriving at the city of Taiwan. They attacked by sea. Our troops attacked from land, advancing south along the coastline, until they captured Chichen City. This time, the land and sea coordinated operations create a precedent. "Don't give me any moths," Liuang said to the officers and officers. "Sir, they only have 4 Dutch people guarding Chichen City and 11 people guarding Taiwan City. Our admiralty has used nearly 10,000 personnel this time, which is several times as many as theirs. Is it worth the effort? Just send a troop. They will be wiped out in the past." An officer said, "It's not good to have a chance to bully more and less. Let me tell you this, when we are close in strength, we compare victory and defeat. When our side is stronger, we compare ourselves to casualties. Winning is not a skill. There must be as few dead people as possible. Those of us who are generals must cherish the lives of the soldiers." Liuang said, "I know, sir," the officer said, ashamed just now. After a brief remark, more than 5,000 Marines, carrying large and small carriages, ox carts, and wheelbarrows, embarked on the journey of the southern conquest of Chichen City. They will travel south along the western coastline of Yizu. In addition to capturing the destination Chichen City, they are also responsible for declaring the existence of a powerful force to the natives in the southern region. I really envy the people of the Navy Department. Our War Department hasn't fought any big battles worth showing off in the past 2 years. Look at them. And then look at us. It's really the same person. The lunatic Zhang of the mountain camp watched the Marine Brigade leave. All kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred. What did our mountain camp do in the past 2 years? Helped several tribes of the Goshan tribe to mediate conflicts, help farmers expel the chaffinch in the fields, and help Auntlis family find the lost cattle. Our mountain camp is about to become a security force. The commander is far in southern Lining, so he has forgotten us. It shouldn't. We stayed at Bengang this time. Isn't it the command of the army owner? Could it be that our dignified mountain camp is really going to be reduced to a security force? Crazy Zhang heard the discussion from the soldiers in the mountain camp and couldn't help being annoyed. I will be more serious in training in the future. Although our mountain camp has not fought in the past 2 years, as the saying goes, we have only raised soldiers for a few hundred days. I haven't seen it for 1,000 days. The next time the military owner thinks of us, when we are going to use us, we are not talking about it. If we want to be a blockbuster, you know. Cross East Asia. Chapter 320 Da Ming Dynasty Discussion. The thief even defeated the 3 cities and Shaanxi and has already come under the Xian mansion. The trilateral governor Hong Chengchu retreated to Tongguan and asked the court for 50,000 soldiers to quell the thief. The newly appointed military department Shaanxi Ming met with a memorial from Shaanxi, let the civil and military officials silent for a while. Emperor Chongzhen sat on the dragon chair and looked down on the officials. Courtiers did not dare look up at his face in such as stagnant water content. It's been 2 years, just like a baby in a sack, now he can learn a word. He, Governor Hong Chengchu, was fighting on the 3 sides, asking soldiers for soldiers, food for food, and money for money. In 2 years, he has not eliminated Shaanxi. The thieves who died in the north have made them bigger. Now the thieves' army has swept across Shaanxi, and Heluo, and responded to each other with the refugees in Sichuan. The situation is critical and Hong Chengchu is really hateful. Chongzhen said. The officials in the hall were silent. However, they knew in their hearts that the peasant uprising army that put down Shaanxi was something that Hong Chengchu could do alone, or that it would be even worse if it was replaced by another person. It just seems to need someone to hold back. Your Majesty, in addition to Hong Chengchu's incompetence, the root cause of the chaos lies in natural and man-made disasters. Natural disasters, severe droughts that have not been seen for decades, man-made disasters, corrupt officials, and local gentry. In this way, the robber Gao Yingxiang and others can be disintegrated from the root cause. Otherwise, the robbers will be like weeds, and the spring breeze will regenerate. A middle-aged official said in front of the Baiguan train. When all the officials saw it, it was Zhu Yanru, the first and second minister, who was also newly appointed. No, the root cause of this chaos is that Gao Yingxiang and others are hiding the evil heart. As early as 3 years ago, the court had repeatedly sent disaster relief silver to northern Shaanxi. However, in the past 3 years, the chaos in Shaanxi received disaster relief. After the silver, not only did not live and work in peace, but intensified, using the court's disaster relief silver to recruit troops and expand their power. They are clearly plotting unruly and intending to subvert the court. Another frontline minister said. The small eyes of the officials noticed the official who was speaking again. But it was Wen Tyron, the newly appointed Book of Etiquette and Dong University scholar. These officials are also very tired. The imperial civil and military officials will be replaced by the emperor every 3 to 5. If you don't check it carefully, you really don't know who it is. Wen Aking said, I don't know if there is a countermeasure. Chongzhen asked. Seeing that the emperor ignored him, The first assistant Zhu Yanru muttered in his heart. But he immediately understood the emperor's mind. It's not that Chongzhen didn't know that this was caused by natural and man-made disasters, but that the court was unable to provide more relief money, and even the military pay for suppressing the peasant uprising could not be paid for. At this time, if there is any remedy, the emperor will go slant. Yes. Wei Jin once visited the soldiers who returned from the battlefield in northern Shaanxi and discovered the secret of the thief's victory. When Tyron said, "Aching, take it seriously? If nothing is justified, it is the crime of deceiving the emperor." Chongzhen said, "Among the thieves, the intruder Gao Yingxiang is the most powerful, with as many as 20,000 troops. There is an army in Gao Yingxiang's army that is victorious in all battles, and Hong Chengchi has repeatedly frustrated. That army is the musket team led by the trespasser Li Ziqing. The musket team has infantry. 3,000. Everyone is armed with a musket, which is far more powerful than our bird blunders. Not only that, in the last few battles, they also used bronze cannons to bombard our city. Under the artillery, the destruction caused the three in Shaanxi. The city fell and Xi'an was besieged." When Tyron replied, "Why do these mudlegs have muskets and bronze cannons?" The civil and military officials looked at each other. According to reliable sources, these guns and artillery formats are extremely similar to those produced by the Ordnance Bureau of the Liadong Fuliao Army. Therefore, the Waijin dare to speculate that the Fuliao Army supported the intruders behind and caused us to chaos in the Guan. When Tianyi, the lessons of the words are like a bolt from the blue sky, leaving the civil and military officials with a chill. This kind of speculation is really appalling. It's not impossible, but if this thing is true, then it would be terrible. The robbers are in the northwest, and the Fuliao army is in the northeast. If the top-pronged approaches to compete with the Central Plains, the Central Plains will be in danger. The Fuliao army should look down on these chaotic thieves. Liu Sheng is also the Liadong general soldier appointed by our court anyway. How can he surrender himself and join forces with the chaotic thieves? An official stood up and said, "Liu Sheng's behavior has always been eccentric, but I can guarantee that he will not act like this. Don't forget that the Fuliao army occupied Xiamen, Kinmen, Penghu and other places 2 years ago, and the court has not taken it back. Who wants to get their Fuliao army far away? Liaodong, did you go to the southeast coast?" When Tyron said, the officials were blocked, and they really couldn't refute it. Since the Fuliao army conquered Xiamen Bay 2 years ago and established several strongholds in Xiamen Bay, the imperial court has repeatedly confiscated guards from Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, and Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions to fight against it, but they have failed each time. With the erosion of the situation in the northwest, the imperial court now has no energy to recapture Xiamen Bay, so it simply turned one eye and closed one eye to let the Fuliao army move around Xiamen Bay. As long as the Fuliao army did not continue to expand to the mainland, the Fuliao army has so many firearms for some reason. If they secretly support the trespassers in the northwest, we are in danger. Can you King have a good plan? Chongzhen glanced at the ministers and found that most of them were bowing their heads. In silence. Your Majesty can send an envoy to Liadong to spy on the reality of the Fuliao army. On the one hand, you can check the recent development of the Fuliao army in the past 2 years, and on the other hand, you can tell Liu Sheng whether it is the Fuliao army secretly supporting the intruders. It was also because of a problem with the Fuliao army itself that caused the firearms to escape into the hands of the thieves. This is a trick to ask for directions. When Tyron said, "Well, this plan is also safe. Which king is willing to go to Liadong and ask for directions?" Chongzhen continued to look around the ministers. This time there were even more officials with their heads down. Even when Tyron, who proposed the plan, had a little erratic eyes, and he probably didn't want to go. In recent years, there have been too many rumors that the Fuliao army likes to detain, bully, and squeezed the imperial envoys. None of the envoys who returned from Liudong was crying, or there were envoys who simply couldn't come back and had no news from now on. One was a scholar in the 47th year of Wanli. He served as a scholar of Jigzun in the previous dynasty. Because he was dissatisfied with the dictatorship of Y Zongxian, he abandoned the official and returned to his hometown. 47 years of Wanli, but Sun Quanting, Sun Boya? Chongzhen leaned back on the dragon chair, lost in thought. Exactly. Now Sun Quanting is in his hometown in Zhu, Shaanxi, and he still doesn't forget about the affairs of the court. If your majesty urges him to move forward, he should leave immediately. Hubu Shaanxi replied. If this is the case, I summoned Sun Quanting to enter the dynasty, and soon he will leave for Liudong. Chongzhen said. Chapter 321 Envoy Sun Quanting. In Ninian City, Supervisor Yuan Shongwen received envoys from the capital. Originally in the normal historical trajectory, Yuan Shongwen should be executed late by Chongzhenling. However, due to the threat from the northern Fuliao army, Yuan Shongwen did not have an accident, and still held the heavy task of defending the Liuxi corridor. The ambassador is grateful to Governor Yuan for personally leaving Go to bid farewell. Sun Quanting, dressed in a green shirt, clasped his fists to thank his predecessors. You don't have to be polite. It's just that, boy, if you leave Shanhaiguan and Ninian this time, you will be Jinzhou, and then Jinzhou will be Liudong. There are many changes in this trip, so please be more careful. Yuan Shongwen said. Although I have been at home in Xianfu for many years, I still have a relationship with the world. I heard many rumors about the Fuliao army. But Liu Sheng was the commander-in-chief of the Liudong army, and Liudong is also part of our state of etiquette, so he should not easily kill us, right? Sun Quanting said strangely. You don't know anything about Boya. In the past 2 years, the Liao army has mobilized more than 10,000 soldiers and horses in the Daliao River basin, including thousands of Mongolian cavalry. It only takes a day and night to organize troops to attack our Guanjining line. Now the two sides are in friction. Constantly, if you have to pass through the Daliao River, you will inevitably encounter their difficulties. Yuan Shongwen said. No wonder the court can't send troops from Ninian to Shaanxi to quell the rebellion. It turns out that the Fuliao army has dragged the court army. Sun Quanting thought for a while and suddenly realized that's the case. But compared to the Fuliao army's guns and artillery, their sugar-coated shells are more powerful. In the past few months, they have sent spies to shake our army's mind. There were 37 deserters in Jinzhou city alone. Yuan Shongwen was holding his hands with both hands. Behind him, his eyes flickered. I'm really afraid that one day I can't resist the temptation and ran to Liudong. The influence of the Fuliao army is so great. This time I have to go to see it. Sun Quanting heard Yuan Shongwen say this, and became more interested. After leaving Ninian city, Sun Quanting came back to Jinzhou city immediately. Jinzhou defender Zudasu also met with Sun Quanting, and then sent them farewell. Jinzhou city is one of Daming's outermost cities. The enemy he faced before was Hujin, which was later replaced by the more powerful Fuliao army. Why are all the defenders of the Ninian defense line afraid of the Fuliao army like a tiger? The Fuliao army is also like us, with 2 pairs of eyes and 2 legs. Nowhere is it better than us. Sun Quanting sat swaying inside the carriage, murmured, My lord has been in Shaanxi for a long time. I am afraid that many rumors about the Fuliao army have not been heard. Legend has it that Liu Sheng, the leader of the Fuliao army, eats people without spitting out bones. Many officials sent by the court to Liudong are missing. Liu Sheng asked him to throw it into the sea to feed the fish. The driver who drove the carriage heard Sun Quanting's self-talk in the carriage and couldn't help but interrupt. There is also a rumor that Liu Sheng treated these officials as slaves and threw them into the coal mines to mine. Regardless of your official position, you have to mine. Once you can't complete it, let alone you have no food to eat. Get the whip. Sun Quanting became more confused as he listened. Is the Fu Liao army really so cruel? With a very complicated mood, Sun Quanting led the envoy team into the boundary of Exilement Fort. A group of Fu Liao army set up checkpoints stopped them. One rifle was aimed at the convoy of the envoy of the Ming Dynasty. You stop, the people in the carriage come out. Who are you? The captain of the Fu Liao army looked at the Da Ming flag on the carriage, and he didn't look like a refugee who had fled to the outside. His expression suddenly became serious. My lord, we have met soldiers from the Fu Liao army. The driver who drove the car said nervously. I see. Sun Quanting lifted the driving curtain and got out of the carriage. The Fu Liao army who appeared in front of him wore a uniform that was obviously different from that of the Ming army. The Ming army commonly used armor, leather armor and other armors, but the Fu Liao army had all the cotton clothes, which seemed to have no defensive ability at all. However, the Fu Liao army held an exquisite musket as if it were a work of art. There is no fuse behind these muskets, which is very different from the bird guns. I am an envoy sent by Da Ming Tsai. Please take me to see the Liadong general soldier. Sun Quanting took out Guan Wen. A group of soldiers checked the text, but they didn't recognize what it was, so they notified Liu Xingzuo, commander of the 3rd Brigade guarding Exilement Fort. Liu Xingzuo knew about this, but it wasn't a big deal. He just ordered a team to escort them to Zhu City. The Fu Liao army knew that the angels had arrived, so they only sent a dozen soldiers to escort us. Isn't that too much of the court's attention? Although Sun Quanting is not a good face, Liu Xingzuo only sent a small group of people. Escorting them, kind of caring. My lord from the imperial court, we are in peace in Eastern Lining. There are no bandits and no refugees. The people live and work in peace and contentment. Not to mention a dozen of us. Even if no one escorts you, you can reach Xi safe and sound. Escort Sun Quanting and the others. The soldier said grimly, if it wasn't for our team's bad luck, I wouldn't have escorted you all the way. Sun Quanting frowned and said nothing. Sure enough, as the little soldier said, the journey was smooth. Although there were basically no other troops to maintain law and order, there were no riots and refugees. Occasionally, farmers were using the Daliao River and branch rivers to irrigate their farmland. It was a peaceful and stable peace and prosperity. Droughts continue to occur in the world's government. Didn't you encounter a major drought in Liadong? Sun Quanting saw the stability of Liadong and couldn't believe it. Of course we have encountered natural disasters in Liadong over the past few years. It's just that this natural disaster is difficult to deal with, but it is not impossible to survive. Since the end of the Jin dynasty, the situation in Liadong has been stable, and the military commander has sent officials to inspect the various places and collect water conservancy and fertile land, guide production, rationally allocate water sources, and promote new crops. Therefore, even if disasters occur frequently, we in Liadong can still produce and be self-sufficient. The soldier said, in this way, the Liadong general soldier is really a genius. If he can go to the capital to guide the reform of the world's officials, he will definitely become a bright face for a generation. Sun Quanting praised. Come on, if our military master arrives at the capital, if we anger the Emperor Lao Tzu, we might end up with the head of the city tomorrow. The military master belongs to our Liadong. Even if the court wants to call him over, we will swear to death. Keep pushing the tower. The soldier said, bold, how dare you slander the sage? Sun Quanting heard the soldiers speak uncontrollably, angrily. My lord, I am a commoner. I only know that when we were under the management of the Emperor, Lao Tzu, we didn't get a bite of our food and we were hungry every day. What if you want to say something? Is it possible that you still want to kill me? Chapter 322 Full pages of humanity, righteousness and morality. You little soldier who despises the court is really bold. If this place is the capital, and the officers and soldiers hear it, you must punish the 9 tribes. Sun Quanting wanted to get angry, but helplessly. This is the place of the Fuliao army. Even if he gets angry, it will not help. My lord, we are here in Liudong. Now it is not necessary to afflict the 9 clan at every turn. Everything has to be handed over to the Yamen for judgment. And here, we have not heard of anyone being sentenced for speaking badly about the Emperor Lao Tzu, said a soldier. The Emperor is the official line, and the righteousness of the Emperor and ministers can't escape between heaven and earth. You despise the courtesy of the Emperor and ministers. It is too much. Sun Quanting felt invisible fire. No, don't you know that there is something like the princes and generals? Since everyone can be the princes and generals, then the Emperor is just an ordinary person, similar to you and me. Why did the Confucian sages of the Han Dynasty claim father and son, monarch and ministers? It's just for social stability and the people to live and work in peace and contentment. Today, there are no princes in Liudong, far away from the court, and we can still be peaceful, 10 times happier than the people in the Guan, which shows the prosperity of the world. In that case, why should we keep the courtesy of monarchs and ministers? The team leader responsible for protecting Sun Quanting couldn't help but quarrel with Sun Quanting halfway. Shut up, shameless little thief. Who told you to say such rebellious words? Sun Quanting finally couldn't restrain his temper. Although he is different from ordinary corrupt Confucianists, as a Jinshai in the Wanli period, he was somewhat baptized by the loyalty ideas advocated by Confucianists since the Han Dynasty, the 5 dynasties, and the Song Dynasty. Now the ideas spread in the Fuliao army are the same as the ones he accepted. His thoughts were out of place, and he couldn't stand his temper no matter how good he was. This is when I went to Jinzhou City to train low-level officers. Our military leader gave us a lecture on Confucianism. The military leader said that although Confucianism has been innovative since the pre-Qin period, it has added a lot of unnecessary dross. Carefully study, although each page of these books reads benevolence, righteousness and morality. Carefully read it in the middle of the night. All of the books are written with the word cannibalism. That lecture was the only time I saw it up close. Commander. His words are especially deep in my memory. Afterwards, I even wrote them down and read them day and night. The team leader said. When the rest of the soldiers heard that their captain had the honor to go to Jinzhou City for training, they were also fortunate to hear the commander's speech, and they couldn't help showing envy. What is full of cannibalism? Sun Quanting originally intended to make trouble, but when he heard Liu Sheng's strange remarks, he couldn't help being curious. The military leader claimed that Confucianism is the essence of our Chinese civilization. It is a good thing worth spreading through the ages and cultivating humanity. However, it was arbitrarily tampered with by people with intentions. What is cannibalism? I didn't think it before, but the more I listened to it, the more it was. Widow Li in our village was humiliated by strongmen. It was not her will, but she had to be pointed out and finally jumped. She died in the well. The county also set up a chastity memorial for her. Do you think it is absurd? Said the team leader. Isn't this normal? Sun Quanting said. As soon as his words fell, the soldiers in charge of protecting them looked at Sun Quanting with surprised eyes, as if he was saying something crazy. Sun Quanting was shocked, feeling that he and them are not people in the same world. This is only a few years old. Knowing that these soldiers had been brainwashed by Liu Sheng, Sun Quanting knew that it was useless to say more, so he returned to the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, the soldier's words gave him a huge shock. I was a Jinshai in the Wanli year, but was rebutted by a few soldiers and was speechless, and his life learning was even said to be cannibalism. This made Sun Quanting very hurt, and it was the first time that he was a little bit shaken by what he had learned. Just a little bit. Sun Quanting still couldn't admit that the set of thoughts he accepted would be cannibalistic. The horse team headed east from Xiningbao and entered the boundary of Zhu. Sun Quanting didn't understand why the Fuliao army wanted him to take this route, but being led by this group of soldiers, they had to go with them involuntarily. As they came to the Zhu boundary, the smoke gradually thickened, and if you were lucky, you could run into other carriages on the road. My lord, we have arrived in Zhu. It is really nostalgic. Since Hu Jin occupied this place, I have never been here by car. I didn't expect to be back in my lifetime. The driver saw the terrain nearby. The terrain seems to be vividly remembered. Old man, listening to your accent, it turns out that you are also from Liaodong? Asked the group of soldiers who protected them. Actually, I was a native of Zhu back then. Later, after Nahaki rose up, there was chaos outside the pass, and I also returned to the pass with our Ming army. After careful calculation, it has been 13 years. The coachman sighed. It turns out that there is such a story behind the old man. Zhu has been regained 3 years ago. It is just the vicissitudes of life. I am afraid you may not recognize the old man. The soldier laughed. But for more than 10 years, even if earth-shaking changes have taken place, I still recognize the old man. The coachman said, unconvinced. In less than half a day, their group saw the fortress of Zhu City. At this time, the area of Zhu City expanded, and even there were a few people outside the city, which was quite prosperous. There are carriages in and out of the city gate, and soldiers set up guards. Everything is in order. This Zhu City has never had this kind of prosperity before. Seeing the flow of people and carriages in and out, the expanded city seemed like a world away, as if they were in some big cities in Guan. Hearing the words of the old servant, Sun Quanting opened the curtains, and found that even though it was getting thinner now, there were still carriages and horses near the gate of Zhu City, and he was secretly surprised. Our party is responsible for escorting the envoys sent by the imperial court. It is too late to come here. We will rest in Zhu for one night. Tomorrow morning we will take the train to Jinzhou and meet the military owner. The escorting team leader stood guard at the gate of the city. The soldier explained the situation. The above had already instructed the city defense army in advance, so they were easily put into the city. He's talking about trains. What is a train? Sun Quanting heard it really in the carriage, and the escort leader said that he would take the train to Jinzhou. But what is this train, and what does it have to do with the carriage? It is Sun Quanting who claims to have read a lot of books, and he has never seen the train as a thing in Zhuzi Bei family. But what surprised Sun Quanting was still to come. When they entered the city, because it was near dusk, many lanterns were lit on both sides of the street, making the street look like daylight. Chapter 323. What is this? Sun Quanting's eyes widened, and he rubbed his eyes with both hands, as if he couldn't believe it. I saw a series of lanterns hung on both sides of the main street of Zhu City, shining the neighborhood like daylight. With the help of this light, pedestrians and horsey-drawn carriages go unimpeded. Luxury, extravagant and extravagant. Sun Quanting said bitterly, how can you light up so many candles and consume them overnight? It's a waste. We, Daming, don't have enough money and food for disaster relief, but you. The soldiers in charge of protecting them looked at each other, then laughed in relief. Ha ha, my lord, what kind of lantern is this? This is an electric light, also called a street light. It was installed in the last few months. It can be used for lighting without candles. The team leader laughed. What kind of light? Lightning can also be used as a lantern? Sun Quanting wondered. I don't believe it. Come over and take a look. I'm going to have a good experience. Sun Quanting still didn't believe it. This lighting thing doesn't need candles. Can it still be done with thunder and lightning? He got out of the carriage, then walked towards a street light in small steps. This street lamp was hung on an iron pillar, and the dazzling light made Sun Quanting's eyes look at it. Ah, my officer's eyes. Sun Quanting stared at the street lamp for 4 or 5 seconds and couldn't stand the strong light. But in just 4 or 5 seconds, he could see clearly that the street lamp was not filled with candles, and the candles could not emit such a strong light. My lord, this thing is as dazzling as the sun. Don't look directly at it, otherwise it will hurt your eyes. The soldier hurriedly discouraged Sun Quanting. Sun Quanting covered his eyes with his hands and rubbed it. Tears overflowed, which made him feel a little better. The officer is better. What is this? Why can it emit such a strong light without candles and no flames? The little man has already spoken first. This thing is an electric light. The little man doesn't know how it lights up. But this thing doesn't shine during the day when it's bright. It will shine only when the night is dark at night. Road. The soldier said, there is such a magical thing in Liaodong? I'm really curious. This thing doesn't need fire. What is it used? Sun Quanting still looked at the electric light unwillingly, but he felt dazzling pain. My lord, please follow us to the inn. If you are interested, maybe you can ask the army owner in detail after seeing our army owner. The soldier said, okay. Let us go to the inn. Sun Quanting was puzzled. Continued struggling would only increase the pain. Let Liu Sheng solve the doubts in his heart at that time. A group of people came to the inn in the city. There are no civilian electric lights in the inn, and candles are still lit inside. The unique yellow light of the candle made Sun Quanting and the people who came from the past breathed a sigh of relief. The candle that had never cared before made them feel so kind. Zoo City is really a big change in 10 years. I don't know it anymore. I don't know it at all. The driver who drove the car called. Before entering Zoo City, he realized that Zoo City had undergone tremendous changes. When he entered the city, he was illuminated by a street light, and he was dumbfounded, and he couldn't distinguish between north and south, let alone the sea where he had been away for 13 years. State City. Everyone, you stay here. Don't go out at will in the middle of the night, otherwise we will be held accountable for any catastrophe. The escort team leader sent them into their respective rooms. Thank you. Sun Quanting closed the door. Everything in the house is similar to the inn in the Guan, making Sun Quanting more comfortable. At last nothing strange was seen. Sun Quanting shook his head, went to the desk, picked up the brush, and recorded what he saw today. There is a person who is called an electric lamp, which is better than a lantern. The streets are like daylight. Strange people here are extremely dangerous. They don't seem to be loyal to the emperor and serve the country, and they are free to misinterpret Confucianism. They are really heretics. As Sun Quanting wrote, he felt that he didn't even believe it, as if he was writing strange stories such as Shanhai Jing. I don't know if after returning to the capital, I will place such a memorial to the sage. The sage will think I am crazy. Sun Quanting closed the connected record and carefully hid it in his clothes, then fell asleep with a very complicated mood. In the early morning of the next day, the team leader responsible for escorting them knocked on the door to awaken them one by one, and first went down to the first floor of the inn to have a meal, and then led them to the Golden State City. How many soldiers? Do we not bring the carriage? Sun Quanting escorted them to Jinzu City on foot. The soldiers who were escorted by Sun Quanting took them to Jinzu City on foot. They couldn't help but be curious. Jinzu City is also separated from Xu and Fuzhou by the road. Far away, by walking. When can I get there? We don't want to walk to Jinzu. The railway station is just outside Zhu City. We walk to the railway station and wait for the train from Liaodong City to Jinzu City. Golden State City, said the escort captain. It's the train again. Sun Quanting muttered. He couldn't help it this time. Master Bing, what is this train? Oh, why do you have so many questions as an adult? I don't know how to explain it to you. The team leader said, you just come with us. Seeing is believing. Okay. With doubts, Sun Quanting and others have been following them to the outside of Zhu City. The railway station is less than 5 miles away from Zhu City. The reason why it is set outside the city is because it is afraid of disturbing the residents in the city. The railway station is just a simple station, a midway station, with only platforms on both sides. Sun Quanting and others stood on the platform, and there were also some large-scale people or businessmen who came to the platform in the early morning. They may be the first passengers in the world to take a train. What is the iron block here? Sun Quanting stood on the platform, and saw the railroad tracks crossing between the platforms, leading to the distance in the early morning mist. He couldn't help but wonder. This is a railroad track, and the train travels on it, which is equivalent to a road to a carriage. The escort leader replied earnestly. Oh, Sun Quanting seemed to understand. The rest of the passengers waiting for the train looked at the pedestrian from the sidelines like they were looking at a countryman. Trains are nothing new in the big cities of Liaonan and Liaodong. In a short while, as the ground in the distance began to tremble slightly, on the ground in the distance, a string of black smoke rolled and swayed upward. And then a black iron dragon rushed along the railroad tracks. Giant dragon. Sun Quanting's servant and a group of envoys around him saw the black dragon spraying clouds and mist, and they almost knelt on the ground in fright. Even Sun Quanting's body was trembling. He wanted to take a step to escape from here, but found that he couldn't use any strength. Chapter 324 Sun Quanting takes the train. Oh. The speeding train blew its whistle and made a loud sound to remind the train to enter the station. Just like this, Sun Quanting watched a huge black dragon drive into the platform at an unimaginable speed, and he did not dare to move. The heat wave brought by the train swept in, blowing his clothes flying. When the train came to a stop, the gears turned, steam lingered, making a harsh sound of steam. My goodness, my old man has lived for most of his life, and finally saw a living dragon. Sun Quanting's servant knelt on the platform, and kowtowed hard at the steam locomotive. No wonder Lord Long, we offended you. True dragon. The ghost knows what we saw. The other envoys who were unknown also knelt down. Don't panic, this uncle. Take a closer look. This is not a giant dragon, but a train made of steel. The soldier pulled up a group of envoys who bowed to worship. These envoys are still dubious. They didn't believe it until they were led carefully close to the train and saw the soldiers knocking on the steam locomotive with the butt of the rifle a few times. And the locomotive made a steely sound. Is this really not a giant dragon? The envoy still asked tremblingly. It's true, it's more like a wagon made of steel than a giant dragon, the team leader said. This time he did not despise the meaning of these envoys from within the Guan. After all, when the train first appeared, everyone here was scared to pee. At most, it is only 50 steps and 100 steps. Master's son is not afraid when he is in danger, and he is unwavering when he sees the train for the first time. There is a great and unchanging demeanor of Chan Mountain. This team of soldiers felt sincere admiration for Sun Quanting, who was still standing still. Sun Quanting only came back to his senses now. He smiled helplessly, and he was the same as the Chan collapse before. Obviously he was frightened like a conditioned reflex, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to move. This is a train? Compared to a carriage, this car is hundreds of times larger in size. Of course, Sun Quanting could not reveal the fact that he was also a mortal, pretending to cough or two, and then changed the subject. More than 100 times, this car can carry hundreds of horse-drawn carriages of goods, running around the clock. Fast and fast, the soldier said proudly. After hearing this, Sun Quanting was shocked. When he was dismissed from office at home, he never slackened, reading about the constant wars in the world and studying military books. Now I came to Liaodong and found such a thing as a train. If these soldiers have never fooled him, then the strategic value of the train is extremely high. The so-called soldiers and horses have not moved. The food and grass go first. A soldier fighting on the front line often needs a few logistical labors to support. Among them, food turnover requires hundreds of horse carts and donkey carts to travel thousands of miles. Such tossing made it difficult for the Ming Dynasty, which could raise millions of soldiers, to provide for an expedition of 100,000 people. And if the Fuliao army uses trains to transport grain, the war potential of the Fuliao army will be unimaginable, and the consequences will be disastrous. The more Sun Quanting thought about it, the more frightened he became. Unknowingly, the cold sweat had penetrated into his clothes. Several envoys and entourage, let's get in the car. At this time, the soldiers pushed open the iron door of a passenger compartment and urged them to get on. The dragon's belly is open. Are we going to enter the dragon's belly? A superstitious envoy yelled. You see other people are getting on the bus one after another, but you have a lot of work. get on the bus. A ticket attendant in the carriage opened the window and waved to them. I see. The soldier escorting Sun Quanting gestured to the ticket attendant, and then urged them, see, the people on the platform are all getting on the train. What are you afraid of? The train won't eat you. These envoys looked at the people on the left and right who were waiting for the bus, all carrying large bags and small bags, and only then were a little relieved. Let's let them get in the car, Sun Quanting said unconfidently. He was also almost frightened, and anxiously led a group of envoys and soldiers into the carriage. The carriage is very simple, with only seats, iron windows and iron doors, but nothing else. This time the train is regarded as official business. The train tickets are cheap. Everyone earns half a little. It is so hard. If the train is delayed because of this, you will be responsible. The ticket attendant said, hey, these envoys came from Guan, where have you seen the train? People are like this for the first time, so please be considerate of us. The team leader whispered, it's only for your sake, Lord Bing. When the train starts, don't let them ask Grandpa to tell Grandma again. The ticket attendant left this carriage and went to other carriages to check the train tickets. My lord, we can see the outside from the belly of the giant dragon, just like the window, you see. The envoy sat in his seat nervously, and some curious people could see the moon they were in before pushing the window of the car. Station. Well, it's like being outside a carriage. But that's all. Sun Quanting pretended to be calm. Don't panic, or the bad guys will succeed. Oh. The siren sounded again, startling them. Kai chi, kai dang. The sound of steel and steam converging one after another, the steam train started to slowly start, and the scenery outside the window quickly retreated. Moved. The dragon moved. The car in which the envoy was located screamed and cheered, causing the people near the car to roll their eyes frequently. But this could not contain the excitement and surprise of the envoys. It turned out to be the same thing as riding a horsey-drawn carriage and a wooden boat. It's just calm and fast. It's really unheard of before. As the train drove out of the platform, the speed gradually increased. The steam locomotive has been improved and the speed has been improved, allowing Sun Quanting and the others to experience unprecedented speed, and he couldn't help being surprised. It's just that I see this giant dragon vomiting black smoke, moving forward with great momentum, and will not damage the nearby Feng Shui dragon veins and disturb ghosts and gods, an envoy said. I said, sir, Feng Shui dragon veins can be eaten as food? Do you know how many people in Liaodong and Liaonan live on this railway? The mines and textile mills in Anshan and Tishan need to be transported by train. Food from overseas and in the plains has to be transported by train to places where there is food shortage, as well as the people's travel, which is inseparable from the train. It just so happened that the ticket attendant returned to this carriage and couldn't help but say when he heard the envoy's words, not only do people here lack the righteousness of monarchs and ministers, they don't even care about strange power and chaos. And this train is a wooden ox and flowing horse invented by the Fuliao army. No, it is a more magical thing than the wooden ox and flowing horse invented by the Prime Minister Zhouge. It can transport hundreds of vehicles at a time and travel thousands of miles a day. Sun Quanting continued to secretly write down the Xiaojujiu about the Fuliao army in his diary. Chapter 325 The New Style Cottage. On the outskirts of Jinzhou City, a train drove into the railway station spraying black mist, making a noise. We have arrived at the Golden State City. Get off, everyone. The team leader saw a wooden sign on the platform outside the window with the words Golden State engraved on it. Is this in Jinzhou City? Sun Quanting and others couldn't believe it. How long did it take? Didn't you see that wooden sign? This is the Golden State City, go down now. The team leader urged. The iron door of the train was pushed open, and the team leader stepped onto the platform. Sun Quanting and others followed the team leader carefully. The platform of Jinzhou City is more prosperous than the city. After all, it is of special significance to the Fuliao army. It is also very close to Dalian port, and the flow of natural people is much larger. There are so many people here, and occasionally there are women. Sun Quanting couldn't help but marvel when he saw many people waiting for the bus on the platform. Just when they were about to leave the platform, a man accidentally ran into Sun Quanting's shoulder due to the surging heads of people. Barga. The man said angrily. However, when he saw Sun Quanting's soldiers in the uniform of the Fu Liao army following him, he immediately persuaded him, "Be careful next time." After putting down the ruthless words, he hurriedly boarded the train. "Where is this dialect? Why haven't I heard it?" Sun Quanting asked the soldier. "It's called Barga all day long and has a big temper. Most of them are from Dongying." The soldiers are not surprised. The Dongying people who come to our Leonin to study are mostly rich children from Dongying. They have a few bad money and temper. It's normal. But they are bullying and fearful of hardships. When encountering people like us with guns in their hands, they have no time to hide. Dongying people, I have only heard of Dongying people and Zhang Zilong coming over, and I don't want them to be related to you. Sun Quanting said. Not only people from Dongying, but also from Goryeo and Mongolia. There are people studying here. Among them, Mongolia has the closest relationship with us, and the number of people is the largest. Even civilians have the opportunity to study here. As for Korea and Dongying, only the children of aristocratic families eligible to come to Southern Lining. The soldier said. All nations come to the dynasty, and from now on, this place will be the court outside the court. Sun Quanting thought carefully and was terrified. But he dared not say what he was thinking. After they left the train station, they entered Golden State City. At this time, Jinza City seemed to be the most prosperous city in southern Lining, with a population of hundreds of thousands, with people coming and going, and there was a constant flow of people. There are 4 places in the market alone, for all walks of life, everything. Sun Quanting and other envoys were in Jinzu City, as if they were in the capital. This is the Golden State City that was destroyed by the establishment of slaves. But how can it be so lively after a few years? Some envoys couldn't help but exclaim. It's really unimaginable. Sun Quanting has even seen lights and trains that are time-crossing things, and his strong heart can withstand the restoration of the former prosperity and the more splendid Golden State City. The soldiers led them into the Golden State City and came to the official house specially prepared for the envoys. You stay here for the time being. The army leader has been busy with government affairs recently. If he spares time, he will naturally look for you. The soldier left after speaking. In the residential area that receives envoys and visitors, there are special guards to protect their safety, and they stand guard outside. This is such a big face for Luo Sheng. We are an envoy sent by the court, so we even have to wait for him to have time. Some envoys said dissatisfiedly. Let's say nothing. This is the site of the Fu Liao army. Be careful that the wall has ears. Sun Quanting said. With the booming economy of Golden State City, these houses have been renovated, and many flowers and plants have been added, making them very suitable for living. This is very different from the reckless land outside the pass in the envoy's impression. Suddenly, Sun Quanting's face changed, and he said to the other envoys, My colleagues, I feel a little unwell. Let's leave now? Master Sun, let's go. The other envoys knew that Sun Quanting was going to relieve him, showing an expression of knowing. Sun Quanting came to the outside of the courtyard to look for the hut. Fortunately, the layout of the house was similar to that inside the Guan. He easily found the hut outside the courtyard. But when Sun Quanting pushed open the wooden door of the cottage, he was stunned. There is an iron bucket in this cottage, but the pit is gone. And there is also a waste paper basket. Sun Quanting was silent for a while facing the unfamiliar cottage. The sound of stirring from Sun Quanting's stomach caused cold sweat on his forehead. Why is it this time? Sun Quanting gritted his teeth, resisting the pain, trot to the outside of the house, and waved to a soldier standing guard outside. Brother, come here. The soldier on guard was puzzled. But because Sun Quanting's official uniform was quite large, he still came over, What do you say, my lord? Fate to that Sun Quanting was really unspeakable, asking him to say vulgar words as a scholar, which made him extremely painful. Guru Sun Quanting's stomach screamed in despair. The soldier was also very embarrassed, but he said straightforwardly, the adults must be unfamiliar with us here. The cottage is on the right side of the house. This official knows, but your cottage in southern Lining seems to be a bit different from the previous ones, Sun Quanting said obliquely. Yes, some of our huts have been replaced with flush toilets and toilet paper models. The previous simple huts have gradually disappeared. However, it takes time to build new huts, and only the government and large households can afford them. My family also wants to invite someone to build a new hut, but unfortunately it is too expensive. I will talk about it in 2 or 3 years, said the guard. Well then what about this new cottage? Sun Quanting hinted frantically. The new huts are great. They don't have the old odor, and there is less trouble to transport them outside the city. As a result, our Jinza city is much cleaner. If every household has a new hut, our Jinza city can be cleaner than marble. The guard said, little brother, I don't want to ask what are the benefits of this new cottage, but how should this new cottage be used? Sun Quanting finally couldn't help it, and asked cheeky. It turns out, my lord, you wanted to ask this. I told you earlier, why did you turn around and add? The scholar is really ink. The guard shook his head, and then went to the hut with Sun Quanting to explain to Sun Quanting how to use the flush toilet and toilet paper. Sun Quanting listened to it, stunned for a while. This object is called a flush toilet. Sun Quanting asked again and again. It's true. Don't look at the small toilet, but it goes straight to the underground passage and drains out of the city. The amount of work is huge, which is why it is expensive. The guard said, just let the officer try, and you step back. Sun Quanting was ashamed and curious. Chapter 326 Killing and Denying. Mr. Sun, how do you feel when you come to Leonin this time? Luo Sheng sat on the main seat, staring at a group of envoys. Vertically and horizontally on the battlefield, Luo Sheng, who has been in charge of southern Lining for 5 years, has already had a fierce spirit. He has faded from his youth, and sitting there is enough to deter these courtiers who have not traveled around. Luo Sheng didn't know much about the officials of Chongzhen's last years, but Sun Quanting was definitely one of them. Sun Quanting led the Qinbing to beat the rebels such as Li Ziqing and Jiang Xian's Hong, and captured the ruthless man Wang Gao Yingxiang alive. Unfortunately, the imperial court urged him to go toward due to insufficient troops and food, and finally died in the battle at Tongguan, Shaanxi, and was shrouded in horse leather. There is even a record in history of Ming Dynasty that the court died, and the Ming Dynasty died. For such a person, Luo Sheng admired it in his heart, and was naturally quite polite to him. If the court had sent some small shrimps and crabs, Luo Sheng would simply send them to Anshan for mining. Where would he take time to deal with them? A word is hard to say. Sun Quanting thought of the fear of being ruled by the cottage, and couldn't help but smile. Why do you say that? Luo Sheng asked. I'm ashamed to say Sun Quanting is also a generous person. Since Luo Sheng asked, he would simply say to Luo Sheng what he wanted to hear in the new cottage. He was not afraid of embarrassment at all, because other envoys encountered the same thing when they were relieved. Since everyone is a big girl on the sedan chair for the first time, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Luo Sheng smiled after hearing this. Although this thing is novel, it has many benefits. It has an inestimable effect on the prevention and control of epidemics. When I came to Liaodong this time, the lower officials saw many new things, which were never seen in Guan. The more new things I saw, the more doubts in my heart. I wonder if the adults can answer the doubts in my heart. Sun Quanting said, for the time being, if you can answer your doubts, I am willing to answer. Okay. I see that those with lanterns on both sides of the street are called electric lights, and they can illuminate the night like day. But what is the principle? There are also those with the length of tens of meters, And they can travel thousands of miles a day, day and night. Why? Sun Quanting said the doubts in his heart. I really think I am an encyclopedia. Liu Shengji and Sun Quanting looked like a curious baby, so he had to explain to Sun Quanting the principles he didn't know much. Sun Quanting still listened a little bit dumbfounded. Not only Sun Quanting, but the other envoys also looked dazed, completely incomprehensible. Electric lights convert biological energy into heat energy, and heat energy into electrical energy. It involves the knowledge of energy conversion. The content that may be understood by middle school students in their teens now is incomprehensible to those who have never been exposed to natural sciences. They can only understand a little bit with the knowledge of analogy. Candles can be made of tallow, and oil lamps can be lit with soybean oil. This electric lamp can be lit with coal. It's amazing. The world is so big that there are tens of thousands of residents. I didn't expect that no one in the Guan could come out of black coal and still have such an effect. Sun Quanting said, the carriage eats grass and can pull goods, but the train eats coal, which is strange and strange. The rest of the envoys only eat coal as trains. They don't know how tired they are. As for the conversion of heat and kinetic energy, it is like a heavenly book. Probably it is like this. Liu Sheng couldn't make them understand at once, and many things do not need to be understood by everyone. Society is a society of division of labor, and most people can use it. At this time, Sun Quanting was wondering whether Guanai could also create such a thing. If trains and electric lights just heat coal, it shouldn't be difficult to make them. If Liu Sheng knew what Sun Quanting was thinking, he would probably be more smiling. Lights and trains are just the most superficial things, but behind them are new technologies such as metallurgical technology, power generation technology, and machine tool technology. If there is no system behind it, it is estimated that even a modern engineer will not be able to get these things through. You haven't said why this trip to Leonin is here? Liu Sheng asked. Finally came to the topic. When these envoys saw Liu Sheng asking questions, they all sat in jeopardy. Now that you have asked questions, the lower officials might as well speak up. The imperial court fought the rebels on the northwestern frontier, and found that there was a musket team under the thief's command. The muskets used by it were very similar to those of your Fu Liao army, so we suspect the Fu Liao army secretly support the traitors behind their backs and oppose the court. Sun Quanting said, this guy really dare to ask. Liu Sheng secretly said, is there any evidence from the imperial court? I guarded the imperial court thousands of miles away from the pass, and the area is vast. Why do I support the gangsters in the remote northwest? What does it matter to me? Of course, Liu Sheng denied it. No, no. If the adults support the thief against the court will inevitably send troops to suppress the thief, and the court will be unable to manage the affairs of Liudong. Or the adults are already doing this. Sun Quanting said. Liu Sheng couldn't help but look at Sun Quanting with admiration. When it comes to non-new things, these ancient people's brains are not stupid at all, but they can see clearly. It is like Sun Quanting speaks bluntly, revealing what Liu Sheng thought. Of course, one thing he didn't expect was that in addition to supporting Li Ziqing against the imperial court, Liu Sheng even wanted Li Ziqing to conquer the capital and help him break the abuses that Ming had accumulated over the centuries. Sun Quanting didn't dare to think of such a bold idea, and he had never thought that Liu Sheng would have such a bold idea. Is there evidence? Although Sun Quanting guessed 70% or 80%, Liu Sheng still couldn't admit it. Here is a blueprint drawn by our craftsman based on the musket seized from the thief. Let me see if it is your musket. Sun Quanting took a drawing from his arms and handed it to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng took it and looked at it, and it turned out to be the style of the backward 1777 rifle used by the Fu Liao army a few years ago. In order to prevent Li Ziqing from becoming bigger, Liu Sheng also modified the 1777 rifle before secretly selling it to Li Ziqing. Of course, after modification, The muskets sold to Li Ziqing are even less powerful, although this is the rifle we have used. But in the past 2 years, it has been gradually eliminated and piled up in the warehouse and is no longer used. How could it be in Li Ziqing's hands? Liu Sheng looked puzzled. Uncle, you, as the commander of the army, don't know where your guns went? The envoy to Liunan couldn't help but squint. By the way, maybe the quartermaster colluded with the thief, secretly dumping our eliminated muskets from the warehouse, and sold them to the thief. Some people just like to take risks, and things like this happen from time to time before. Let's do it, you guys. Stay here first. I ordered a thorough inspection of the warehouse. If there is a quartermaster colluding with the robbers, I will definitely punish them severely. Liu Sheng said. I don't know how long it will take. At least 2 or 3 months, and as long as 1.5 years. Sun Langzhong, when our results are fully found, you can go back to Guanai with the envoy. Liu Sheng said. Sun Quanting's face was pale. He had heard that the Fuliao army likes to stay envoys. Didn't he think of such an excuse? Chapter 327 The soldiers coming to Taiwan City. Shelling. Following the command of the artillery commander, the artillery deployed on the sandbanks roared and bombarded Taiwan City on the island across the sea. Such shelling has lasted for 3 days, and even the fortified city walls of Taiwan are showing signs of collapse. The perimeter of Taiwan's city is more than 200 feet, and it is more than 3 feet high. It can be divided into 3 floors. The walls of Taiwan City are made of ash-based bricks made of sugar and water, which are harder than ordinary stones. The 4 corners of the city protrude outward and are prismatic, with dozens of cannons, blocking all channels, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the original history that Liu Sheng knew, Zhang Gong used 20,000 people to attack Taiwan City with only 1,000 people, and he stubbornly besieged Taiwan City for 8 months. Finally, after the Dutch surrendered, Taiwan City was recaptured. It can be seen how difficult it is to attack the Taiwan City, which the Dutch people have painstakingly managed. Unless there is a crosspock firearm, it will take a lot of effort to fight it down. Asshole, these Han people have already occupied the northern sandbanks. They have built fortresses there and bombarded our city day and night. We don't have much ammunition. We only have to be fired. Now many of the outer walls have been destroyed by artillery. The Han Chinese are about to conquer our island. The Dutch soldiers guarding Taiwan City were worried when they saw another section of the outer wall collapsed. Is Batavia's reinforcements yet? Damn it, they bullied the natives in Batavia. They have everything delicious, but we have to face the brutal Liao army. There was a man with a matchlock. The Dutch soldier complained. Their warship hasn't been dispatched yet. Seeing that the artillery is not there, if it is poured on our wall, how can we resist it? Governor Putmans of Yizu is in a state of confusion. In the past 2 years, the Fuliao army and their Dutch people have opened up trade. Although they have received relatively heavy tariffs, Dutch businessmen who have traveled long distances can still make a lot of money after shipping Daming's goods back to Europe. Putmans also received a commendation from the board of directors of the East India Company for handling Far East affairs better. Only 2 years later, the Fuliao army suddenly wanted to take back the cities of Chichen and Taiwan in southern Yizu, and ordered the Dutch to hand over 2 cities within 3 months, which caught him off guard. Afterwards, the Fuliao military fleet sent out to sink more than a dozen armed merchant ships in the Netherlands and destroyed them in the nearby waters, causing the Yizu garrison to shrink in Taiwan and Chichen. Without armed merchant ships, this time it would be impossible for them to escape from Yizu. Either die in battle or surrender, there is no other way. My lord, when will the reinforcements of Batavia arrive? A Dutch soldier asked. Now the Batavia-Yizu route lacks a suitable wind direction, which is not conducive to the Batavia fleet's arrival in Yizu. I am afraid it will take 1 or 2 months at the earliest. Putmans said. Even if Batavia's reinforcements arrive, Can they really defeat the East Asian invincible fleet outside? The Dutch soldier said. In the past 2 years, the fleet of the Fuliao army successively destroyed Zhang Zilong, the Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang, and the Dutch armed merchant ship, which were originally the most powerful fleets in the southeast coast. Therefore, the Dutch soldiers fearfully called them the East Asian Invincible Fleet. Let's hold the Taiwan city for a month or two. If the situation is not right, we will surrender. Putmans has made up his mind. The main force of the Fuliao army fleet drifting in the waters was watching the Taiwan city being shelled from a distance, and there was no movement for the time being. They have sent artillery to set up a fort on the sandbank opposite Taiwan City to bomb Taiwan City. Has the troops on land not advanced to Chichen City? Nelson observed the shooting situation between Taiwan City and Shazi Fort through a telescope, and inferred the location of the artillery on Taiwan City. They had a conflict with an indigenous tribe while they were going south along the coastline, but it has been resolved. It is estimated that they should have reached the foot of Chichen by now. A sailor in charge of transmission reported to Nelson. Well, according to the original plan, we will advance by land and water. The troops on the road first attacked Chichen City, cutting off the connection between Chichen City and Taiwan City, and then we encircled Taiwan City and captured it in one fell swoop. This time it is their pot. Nelson put down the telescope and said, the ammunition and food supplied to the troops on the road have passed the Liuman Channel through the transport ship and landed at Haliao Port. Only when the troops on the road arrive, they can provide them with supplies. The messenger continued. Since the troops on the road still need a few days to attack Chichen City, let's not idle a few days. Order the two formations of the Dahan and Daki to avoid the artillery fire of Taiwan City, land nearby, and then cut off Taiwan City and its surroundings. The passage of the village. Let's siege Taiwan City first. Nelson adjusted his tactics slightly and planned to launch a tentative attack on Taiwan City first. Under Nelson's command, more than 20 huge warships loaded with heavy artillery slowly approached Taiwan City and provided cover for the Dahan and Daki formations. The Fuliao army is not satisfied with controlling the sandbars on the northern line. Their main force is about to land on the island. The soldiers stationed in Taiwan City saw the sailing warship approaching Taiwan City and screamed. An atmosphere of panic soon spread across the city like a plague, and less than 1,000 defenders in Taiwan City fell into panic. Cowards, come to the fortress wall. If they attack the city, use our matchlock to teach them a lesson. The Dutch officer yelled. Driven by Dutch officers, these soldiers reluctantly stepped onto the wall with muskets in their hands. A Dutch soldier came to the city wall and looked at the sea in the distance, only to see warships much larger than their armed merchant ships appeared on the sea, fan-shaped surrounding the island where the city of Taiwan was located. As long as the Fuliao army's fleet turns, hundreds of cannons will be aimed at their fortress. That's a battleship, isn't it? It must be a battleship. That one is bigger than our largest battleship in the Netherlands. Even if the main force of the Dutch Navy comes here, it won't be beneficial. The Dutch soldier saw it with his own eyes. In such a terrifying battle, my scalp numbs. Who would have thought that there would still be such a powerful naval force in the East Asian waters? If I can survive this war, when I return to the Netherlands, I must marry my beloved girl. A Dutch soldier said, please, don't say such unclear words. Another Dutch soldier said, just when they had just finished speaking, the main force of the Fuliao army's fleet was already in place. The ship's gunwale turned, and the heavy artillery on one side of the cabin aimed at Taiwan City. The cold muzzles of hundreds of artillery aimed at them. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shells fell like a meteorite, suppressing Taiwan City with firepower. Things that can be solved with artillery do not require human lives. Chapter 328. The Dutchman who was shot. The Fuliao army is coming. With the powerful artillery offensive of the Fuliao army fleet, The defending Dutch soldiers could only observe the enemy's situation through the crevices on the bastion. I saw that around the reef island where the city of Taiwan was located, the small boat was lowered from the large warship of the Fuliao army, carrying a team of soldiers towards the shore. Suppress them with artillery. Putmans saw that the Fuliao army could not wait to launch an offensive, and hurriedly shouted the gunners to attack the soldiers who were trying to land. Your Excellency, most of the city wall in front of us was collapsed and all the artillery on it was damaged. We only have the artillery on the inner castle wall and the fort on the high ground to attack. A Dutch soldier pointed to the back of Taiwan City. Said the fort on the mountain. In order to strengthen Taiwan City, the base camp of the Dutch colonization in Yazoo, in addition to the deployment of more than 20 artillery pieces in Taiwan City, the Dutch also built a Utrecht round fort on the high ground behind Taiwan City. Set up a cannon to support Taiwan City. George, you take a team of soldiers to defeat the really our army who is going to land. Otherwise, once they land, we will be trapped in a dead end. Putmans said to a blonde young man. Sir, I still don't want to die. There are so many artillery on the other side. As long as one round of shelling, we are either dead or injured. Even if I want, our soldiers will not easily go to death. George complained. We retreat to the inner city, and the ruins of the outer city are blocking them. Their artillery will not easily hit the walls of our inner city. Putmans saw the warships on the sea staring at it. 200 or 300 doors. The artillery blocked all sides of Taiwan City, and it was really only a matter of death to go out, so the soldiers had to gradually abandon the collapsed outer walls of the city. In just half an hour, there were 1,000 rounds of cannonballs leaning on the bastion of Taiwan City. No matter how strong the city wall was, it could not withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery. Several sections of the city wall collapsed and the soldiers on it were killed. The outer wall of the opponent has been basically destroyed by our artillery. The troops that made the two formations of Dahun and Daki intensively landed. The soldiers transported part of the artillery to the shore, preparing to capture the fortress on the high ground. Nelson saw the periphery of Taiwan City almost emptied. Only the artillery on the turrets on the high ground was still bombarding the soldiers and ships they landed on. So they issued an order to attack the high ground fortress. If the Utrecht round fort on the high ground behind Taiwan City can be captured, the Fuliao army's artillery can be condescending and shelling the interior of Taiwan City. In addition to hiding underground, the Dutch defenders in the city will be inevitable at that time. Under the command of the Semaphore of the Victory, hundreds of people who landed in the two formations of the Dan and Daki have gained a foothold on the shore. And some artillery pieces were also unloaded from the ship and transported to the shore. Damn, can we just watch them go ashore like this? Their artillery will be put under our noses. How can we sit and wait for death? Putmans looked at the soldiers of the Liao army drag anxiously. Going ashore with artillery, but helpless, can only stare. God, I must be having a nightmare. Let me get out of the nightmare. God bless me to return to my homeland and marry my beloved girl. One by one Dutch soldiers gripped the wooden cross on their chests and murmured to themselves. They hid in a stronger inner city, and the crowd was filled with despair, and they could only pray to God. When the naval soldiers who attacked the Taiwan City raised their troops to attack the fortress on the high ground, another Fuliao army on the land finally appeared near Chichen City. I have arrived in Chichen City. I was not bitten by mosquitoes on the road. It is really exhausting. There are also those indigenous people who don't have long eyes. They dare to stop us knowing that we are large in number. Liu of the Marine Brigade Wang arrived with thousands of infantry and supply troops. After checking the topographic map, he knew that he was roughly at the predetermined location. The Navy fleet has already attacked Taiwan City. It should have been our way to attack Chichen City first, but they did not expect it to be the first. Liu Wang's officer said, "No way, it is really difficult to walk by land, there are many gullies in the middle." Liu Wang said, "My lord, there are natives who surrounded our camp." A non-commissioned officer walked over in a hurry. "Aboriginals again? These guys who don't have long eyes, we are all in Chichen City, and we are still chasing us." as if we owe them how much money. Liu Wang was a little annoyed. Take me to see. Sure enough, thousands of indigenous people appeared outside the camp of the Land Number 1 army. They were holding poles, bows and arrows, or stone axes. They were aggressive and confronted the guards standing guard. These guards on guard saw the brigade commander Liu Wang coming, and quickly stepped aside. Still talking about what happened, they showed up early in the morning, and they looked like they were going to fight to death with us. I see. Liu Wang came to the front, first arched his hands at these indigenous people, and then said loudly, "Indigenous peoples of all races, didn't we just pass through your territory, that's all? Why are we chasing after us? You have disturbed us for dozens of miles and delayed our journey. Now the red-haired people are in Chikan City not far away. We are about to start with them. We don't want to be scrupulous. If you insist on stopping us, please don't blame us for being polite." After Liu Wang's words were said, there was a whisper in the native language. And then a middle-aged man was selected to communicate with Liu Wang. "My lord is misunderstood. We are not the indigenous people who chased you as you said. We are the Han people near Chikan and the local Plains and Goshan tribes. Since the arrival of the red-haired people, we have been enslaved. We have suffered. Now the Fuliao army is coming to attack them. We are willing to help you," said the middle-aged man. It turned out that the local people in southern Yizi came to welcome him. Feeling the two completely different attitudes, Liu Wang's bitterness came to him, but he was still a little touched. "Please come and negotiate with someone who can talk to you." "Liu Wang," I said. Soon these thousands of local people nominated several leaders, including middle-aged men, and came to Liu Wang's camp. "My lord, this Chikan city is extremely strong, as high as 3 feet and 6 feet, and it is indestructible. There are 4 artillery towers on the wall. If you attack it, you will lose your soldiers. But we know that the water in the city comes from outside the city. We are willing to help the adults cut off their water source. Let them not be able to support it for a few days," said the middle-aged Han who lives nearby. "It's very good." Liu Wang rubbed his hands. "The heart is the best, the attack is the next. If they can voluntarily surrender, we will save a lot of effort." Chapter 329. Let's abandon literature and use martial arts. 3 days have passed since Sun Quanting and others were placed under house arrest near the guest house in Jinzhou City in southern Lining. After Liu Sheng denied secretly assisting Li Ziking and the others, and was unwilling to let Sun Quanting go back, he simply forced them to stay in Jinzhou City. "Master Sun, this time we are going to Liadong. We all want to listen to you. Now the Fuliao army forces us to stay here, and Liu Sheng is unwilling to reveal anything. What should we do?" There are envoys depressed, said. "I heard that less than 50% of the officials in Liadong who were able to retreat were able to retreat. The rest of them either disappeared inexplicably or were left as officials by Liu Sheng. Now that they have experienced it for themselves, the consequences are not natural. We are not so lucky!" Said another envoy. "Is it so overwhelming? What benefits will it bring to the Fuliao army to stay here? They have a population of 1 million, and there is no shortage of a few of us." Sun Quanting sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and played against another official. "Maybe Liu Sheng has such a hobby. He loves to bully us officials who come inside the pass for pleasure." An envoy paced back and forth. I said, "You are still in the mood to play games here? Tomorrow Liu Sheng will throw us into the sea. How about feeding the fish? Now people are fish, and I am fish. It's useless for us to worry about it." Sun Quanting still calmly pinned a white sun. "In fact, this time, it seems that Liu Sheng valued you, Master Sun, very much. If you stay, maybe they will let the rest of us go." An official in the shade said. "What are you talking about? We came together, and of course we have to go back together. How can we leave Lord Sun to suffer in Liadong?" Another official retorted. Sun Quanting didn't feel like it. Since when did he start to be like a woman in Fanny Ucheng and could be bought and sold by others? At this time, a soldier of Liu Sheng came to the house where the envoy was located. "Sun Quanting, Master Sun is here?" the soldier asked. "I'm here," Sun Quanting replied. "That's great. Our military owner has asked you to go to Dalian Port and inspect our dock," said the soldier. "What about us?" the other envoys asked. "Our military master only invites Master Sun Quanting this time. The rest of the adults will wait here first. We will treat you with good wine and food," said the soldier. Seeing that Liu Sheng was only looking for Sun Quanting, the other envoys looked at Sun Quanting with strange eyes. Sun Quanting felt the strange look of his colleagues, and felt the pain in his heart. Liu Sheng's move was nothing more than to provoke the relationship between Sun Quanting and his colleagues. Just ask him to go there alone, so no matter what Liu Sheng said to him, no one else would know. How could he explain to his colleagues after he was asked to come back? "I can't argue with 100 mouths. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't clean it. Everyone, I will be back when I go." Sun Quanting said goodbye to his colleagues with a helpless smile. Liu Sheng had already been waiting for Sun Quanting at the train station. At this time, the Lining Railway was opened, and there was also a railway connection between Jinza City and Dalian Port. Some trains were naturally a very happy thing. Especially Liu Sheng endured the turbulence of the carriage for a long time. This trip to Dalian Port was mainly due to the results of a large Dalian Port shipyard project, and Liu Sheng attached great importance to it. "Sun Langzhong, you are finally here. Let's set off." Liu Sheng boarded the train with several officials in charge of this project. Sun Quanting had taken a train before, and now he has some experience. Although he is still a little nervous, he is no longer so afraid. After emboldening himself secretly, he followed Liu Sheng and the others on the train. "Master Soldier, this time you recruited me to come alone. This is killing me." Sun Quanting sat in his seat, and Liu Sheng and his soldiers were on the opposite side. He couldn't help but complain to Liu Sheng. "I hurt you? Why did you say this?" Liu Sheng asked. "The adults only recruited me to go to Dalian Port, and deliberately ignored other envoys. Isn't that separating us? If some rumors go back, my son Quanting will become a member of the Fu Liao army. The adults know that the three become tigers." "Awesome," Sun Quanting said bitterly. "Ha ha, isn't that just right? I'll leave you in Golden State City. To be honest, I don't look at those rogues. Even if they are thrown away for mining, it will only hinder our workers. So even if they are in the court, Zhang is a high-ranking official, but in my eyes the production capacity is not as good as one of our apprentices. I just want you to stay." Liu Sheng said. "Why do you bother an adult to keep me? The official is just a scholar, reading the 4 books and 5 classics, which is incompatible with the thinking of Liu Dong. The adults let us go." Sun Quanting said. "Finally, a famous figure in history came here. How could he let him go easily?" Liu Sheng looked at Sun Quanting, but he didn't want him to leave the range of his strength. If Sun Quanting is polished, he will be called an extremely good local commander in the future. "I don't know if Sun Langzhong has ever thought about abandoning literature and using martial arts." Liu Sheng did not directly answer Sun Quanting's question, but instead attacked. "During the few years when I was dismissed from office, I thought about the chaos of the world, and Xuan might not have saved Daming. So I did a lot of research on the military books in order to have a chance to repay the court." Sun Quanting replied. "That's right. Our Fu Liao army grew out of nothing, and after bloody battles, we now have the invincible position in Liudong. An ordinary civilian can go to the battlefield after 3 months of training. We have tens of thousands of elite soldiers, but it's hard to find a general. Most of our officers have been promoted step by step from ordinary soldiers, and fighting hard is self-evident. It is only that they are more than generals, but they may not be handsome enough. If you are willing to stay, pass by us. With careful training, you may be able to become a generation of handsome talents in the future." Liu Sheng said. This is the biggest olive branch he has thrown out so far. Even the Yang Tai, Shang Yi, Xij and others who followed him all the way, Liu Sheng never promised that they would one day become handsome talents. "My lord, are you kidding me? Let me, a literati who came from the imperial court, become a general of the Fu Liao army?" Sun Quanting's expression was complicated. What was it all about? "I think you have such a talent, and you have a love for talent. If others still need me to be solo pitched, let me tell you, it is the Emperor who came personally to ask me to give him an official position. I don't care about it. Pay attention to him. Luo Sheng said. You dare to slander the saint? Sun Quanting stood up excitedly. However, he immediately found embarrassingly that no one except him in the carriage had reacted to Luo Sheng's words. It seemed that what Luo Sheng said was justified. The atmosphere is very embarrassing. Chapter 330. Goodbye Zhang Zilong. Mr. Sun, please calm down. I'm just discussing the matter, and I didn't mean to discredit His Majesty. After all, he is still the Emperor in the hearts of scholars in the world. Luo Sheng was too embarrassed to embarrass Sun Quanting, so he came out to make ends meet. Sun Quanting understood that this area of Liudong and Southern Lining is a rebel group that is stronger than the Northwest Peasant Rebel Army, and the most frightening thing is that the people here seem to be half brainwashed by Luo Sheng. In their minds, the status of Luo Sheng, who led them to eliminate Hu Jin and continued to expand, is higher than the Emperor of the 9th 5-year. In front of such a group of people, what I said would be wasted. Sun Quanting smirked, and then sat down peacefully. They arrived at Dalian Port by train from Jinsu. It can be said that the distance is not far, and they arrived soon. It was just different from the time when the envoy was traveling. This time Luo Sheng went out in person, and a team of guards had been standing on the platform for a long time. When the people near the platform saw armed soldiers picking up the car, they knew they were big figures from the Fu Liao army, and they joined the queue of onlookers one after another, with scorching enthusiasm in their eyes. In their eyes, the Fu Liao army was a great benefactor who helped them overthrow the rule of Hu Jin and brought endless wealth, food, and fields to Southern Lining. Some women even regarded the Fu Liao army as a god, because the Fu Liao army launched a series of campaigns in the last 2 or 3 years that are conducive to women's liberation began to receive attention, and women began to have some rights. Although it is still far from overthrowing the social notion that men are superior to women, the situation is gradually changing. Master, it's Master. I don't know who among the crowd recognized Luo Sheng, who got off the train and screamed, "Long live the military master!" The crowd onlookers suddenly burst into enthusiastic shout, and the entire platform began to restlessly. Kneeling is no longer popular, but when people encounter excitement, they still can't help but cry out. Sun Quanting followed behind Luo Shengdai, and for the first time felt such a fierce call from the people. In his impression, even the superior emperor never received such treatment. To be precise, the emperor's call to the emperor was more formal, and to let the people call the call of man sincerely would be a treatment that even the emperor did not have. In the midst of fanatical people, Sun Quanting felt enthusiastic. Since his initial official career, he has not been so agitated for a long time. Luo Sheng simply waved to everyone, and hurried away under the escort of the guards. The enthusiasm of the people now made Luo Sheng dare not go out easily. It was naturally wonderful to be loved by the people at first, but after a long time, it made Luo Sheng feel a little restrained. When the royal shipyard in Dalian Port was first called to the world, there was only one shipyard. But then the number 2 shipyard was established. Now the 2 shipyards have expanded to 3 to meet the needs of the growing maritime industry. Outside the number 3 shipyard, there was a group of soldiers wearing Fu Liao army naval uniforms, under the leadership of an officer, waiting for Luo Sheng and the others to arrive. The navy officer was a little nervous when he saw Luo Sheng leading the people, and bowed to Luo Sheng a standard military salute. "My lord, your subordinates have been waiting for a long time." "Zhang Zilong, you are still handsome in this uniform, compared with when you were a pirate on the southeast coast. Your image is several times better." Luo Sheng admired. "I have to say that this kind of military uniform was originally prepared for Zhang Zilong's heroes who have fought, killed, and fought. They don't look like ordinary people in the uniform when they wear it. Instead, they have a decisive and murderous atmosphere." Zhang Zilong was a little embarrassed to be praised by Luo Sheng. On the southeast coast, he was the leader of the brothers who crossed all over the world, but after becoming a naval officer of the Fu Liao army, he became a young officer in his 20s, just like a generation away. After not worrying about his foundation day and night, Zhang Zilong's youthful side gradually manifested. You are Zhang Zilong, the pirate leader who crossed the southeast coast and defeated the Imperial Court Fujian Navy and Jiangsu and Zhejiang Navy. Sun Quanting saw the young officer in front of him, and it was difficult to connect him with Zhang Zilong, the famous southeast pirate who was a headache for the court. Together. It's under. Are you? Zhang Zilong asked. Inxia Sun Quanting. He was originally an insignificant official in the imperial court. Now he is an envoy to Southern Lining. Sun Quanting introduced himself to his descendants. Speaking of it, Sun Quanting is 11 years older than Zhang Zilong, but in terms of achievements and fame, Sun Quanting, who has just returned to office, is far behind Zhang Zilong, who was born overseas. But I didn't expect the famous ship king to be in front of him. I heard that brother Zhang had been missing after his battle in Exilement Bay. I didn't expect that he had taken refuge in the Fuliao army, Sun Quanting said unexpectedly. This is a long story. I'll tell brother Sun again if I have a chance. Please come here, Lord Military Commander. Zhang Zilong briefly dealt with Sun Quanting, and then guided Liu Sheng and the others into the third royal shipyard. You recently trained new recruits in Dalian port, and at the same time supervised the construction of this project. Now that the project is completed, I should remember you, Liu Sheng said. Don't say this to the military owner. This project is also a big benefit for our admiralty. If the project passes the next test and runs smoothly, it can be extended to warships in the future. I can say bluntly, Admiral of the Sea, nothing can stop our fleet anymore. Zhang Zilong said excitedly, and his words showed uncontrollable joy. If it was something I couldn't even dream of before, it was also an age-old problem that countless people going to the sea wanted to solve. Unexpectedly, it would be solved in Southern Lining. This would be the most exquisite artwork in the world. Zhang Zilong was excited. Can't help but talk endlessly. Well, this project is a crossage reform for navigation, but it will take some time to be applied to the military. Liu Sheng agreed. The two of them were walking and talking. Only Sun Quanting could hear them. What were they talking about? Master Bing, what are you talking about? Sun Quanting asked curiously. You don't need to be too anxious for the Admiralty. The fleet we have now can cross East Asia. Although the forces are not enough to be dispersed, no one will be our opponent if we are together. Liu Sheng ignored Sun Quanting. Right, Zhang Zilong said. Seeing that Liu Sheng hadn't answered him, Sun Quanting asked Zhang Zilong again. Brother Zheng, what are you talking about? Our admiralty is not so anxious. It's just the thought of having a warship like that. It's really exciting, Zhang Zilong said with excitement and ignored Sun Quanting. Sun Quanting could only follow them with grievances and expectation. Chapter 331. Steam Iron Ship. In the dry dock of number 3 shipyard, a ship that has not had time to paint is placed here, surrounded by iron racks and busy workers. Liu Sheng and his party came to the top of the dock, condescending, and they could observe the entire hull. Sun Quanting took a little look at this ship and discovered the difference from other ships. According to the specifications of this ship, it is more than 60 meters long and looks like a sea-going ship. But the difference is that in addition to a few masts on the deck of this ship, there is also a long and thick chimney, and the surface is glowing with a striking metallic luster. Unbelievable. This ship is not made of wood, it looks like iron is used as the hull material. Sun Quanting was really eye-opening when he saw this amazing ship. If he hadn't seen a big, dynamic man like a train that was also made of steel, he would have felt that the iron ship in front of him must be the craziest iron product he had ever seen. In the past year, our boat craftsmen and steam engine experts worked together to study together, and finally made this iron-armored ship that surpassed all previous ships. Since we have this ship, all the previous ships have been nothing but arrogant. Zhang Zilong looked at it, staring hot at the steel ship in the middle of the dock, as if looking at the most perfect artwork in the world. In addition to the important improvement of using steel as the hull and keel, this ship has 3 breakthroughs beyond that. The first breakthrough is the use of a steam engine as the main power, supplemented by 6 common sails. Even if there is no wind, The ship can still sail at a speed of 9 knots. When the machine fails, we still have sails to provide power. It is estimated that it will only take a week to reach Exilement Bay from our Dalian port. The second breakthrough is the 6-blade propeller, and the third breakthrough is that it has 6 waterproof compartments. Even if part of the cabin leaks, it will not sink. It can be said to be the safest ship in the world, Zilong said. Ahem. Don't talk about the safest ship lightly, lest Liu Sheng thought of the Titanic, a huge ship more than 200 meters long, with a displacement of more than 40 times that of this ship. Known as the safest ship in the world at that time, it hit an iceberg and sank. Sun Quanting was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand things like propellers, waterproof compartments, and steam engines that he had never seen before. He had a little understanding of the conversation between Liu Sheng and Zhang Zilong, but listening to the two of them, everything is well defined. If this iron ship enters the water, won't it sink? Sun Quanting asked puzzledly. We have launched a water trial a few days ago. This ship can sail in Dalian port, which shows that it is capable of performing the important task of offshore navigation. As for ocean navigation, further tests may be required, Zhang Zilong said. Is that so? Sun Quanting always couldn't believe it. How could an ironclad ship float on the sea? Liu Sheng looked at this ironclad ship, the boatman and sailor who had been busy preparing on it, feeling rather sad. It took 2 years of preparation to produce such a work, and it was Liu Sheng who was constantly opening up new technologies and summoning shipbuilding talents through the Industrial Revolution technology in the middle of the process, and only then did he build the first practical steam engine ship. The civilization points spent on this alone are more than 100,000, and the silver has not been spent less. Let's try it today. Let's go. Let's get on the boat. Liu Sheng led Zhang Zilong and the others down from the shelf above the dock. There was an iron frame leaning on the edge of the ship, and Liu Sheng and the others could go up to the deck through the iron frame. Sun Quanting, come up too. Liu Sheng saw that Sun Quanting was hesitant to get on the boat. Even if the boat sinks, there are so many sailors and soldiers here, it's more than enough to rescue us. Hearing Liu Sheng's assurance that he would not drown, Sun Quanting stepped onto the deck reluctantly. Open the water-retaining dock door and conduct a trial voyage, Zhang Zilong said to the boatsmiths and sailors working around him. As the dock door opened, more and more seawater poured into the dock, and the ironclad ship began to shake slightly. It's normal for the military owner to hold a ship's pole tightly and shake it a little, Zhang Zilong said. Among them, Sun Quanting was the most nervous. After all, he was very doubtful whether the iron-armored ship could float on the sea. The sea is getting more and more, and the sea level outside the dock gradually becomes equal. The boiler workers in the steam passenger ship kept adding coal to the steam boiler. The energy efficiency of the steam engine is not high, and it needs to consume a lot of coal. Go to sea. As the steam boiler started to operate, its propellers drove the ironclad ship slowly out of the dock. Outside the dock is Dalian Bay, and out of Dalian Bay is the Yellow Sea. However, in order to ensure the safety of Liu Sheng, the sea trial was also only conducted in Dalian Bay. This steam engine ship is stable, much more stable than a wooden sailboat. Liu Sheng stood on the deck and looked around the increasingly prosperous Dalian harbor. Around Dalian harbor, ships can be seen mooring and houses are in order. The ironclad boat is more stable than the wooden boat, and it has no sails, which is amazing. Before setting foot on the ironclad boat, Sun Quanting was a little worried, but when the ironclad boat sailed into Dalian Bay, it was like walking on flat ground, so he gave it away. He sighed, and admired the design of the armored boat. The chimney of the ironclad ship is billowing with black smoke, forming a unique landscape in Dalian port. The merchants on the merchant ships in Dalian port saw the black smoky ironclad ship sailing out of the Dalian port dock from a distance, and they talked a lot for a while. The black smoke from the ship in the distance is very much like the smoke from the chimney of the Fuliao Army factory. Did the Fuliao Army move the factory to the ship? Said a businessman. Did you see that the ship could run without wind without the sails? It's a fantasy. Another sharp-eyed businessman pointed out the most wrong place. It's really such a thing to be said by you. How did they do it? It seems that the Fu Liao army has developed a new ship that can be propelled by machines, just like a new train built by the Fu Liao army. There really is such a thing in this world? God, if there is such a ship, wouldn't we be able to sail at any time without waiting for the wind to rise again? In this way, it turns out that we can only run 3 or 4 in a year. Substandard goods, now you can run more than 10 times a year. These businessmen realized the business opportunities in it, and they started the idea of a new type of ship. I'm going to ask the workers at the Fu Liao Army shipyard to find out what the windlass automatic ship they built is. If it can be sold, I must take the lead in getting one. Chapter 332, 250,000 Civilization Points. Sun Quanting, this ironclad ship is one of the biggest secrets of our Fu Liao army. You are the first person from the court to know this secret, Luo Sheng suddenly said to Sun Quanting. Sun Quanting's face changed slightly. My lord, what does this mean? I saw our streetlights and trains first, and then saw our steam engine ship. You know too much, Luo Sheng said. My lord, why did you say this? I was sent to Liadong on the order of the imperial court. I was forced to see what I saw and heard all the way, and you personally took me to see this steamer. What kind of ship came? It was not my intention. Sun Quanting quickly explained. It seems that in Luo Sheng's tone, there is a tendency to kill people. You are going to Liadong this time. On the one hand, you want to ask me whether you are in collusion with Li Ziqing. On the other hand, it must be to spy on the intelligence of our Fu Liao army. But to tell you the truth, even if the court knows that we have these novelties, it's also impossible to imitate. Our technology outside the pass surpasses the inside pass, and it takes decades to catch up in the pass. So I don't mind letting your envoy go back. Luo Sheng said. My lord is really willing to let our envoys go back? Instead of killing people and killing them, Sun Quanting said with joy. Do you want to be killed? No, I didn't mean that. But other envoys can go back to the pass, but you are the only one who wants to stay, Luo Sheng said. Sun Quanting was stunned. There was nothing more joyful and sad in life than this, thinking that he had the opportunity to return to the pass with other envoys, but he didn't expect that Luo Sheng would directly want to keep him in the next moment. After more than 200 years of development, the Ming Dynasty has flourished and declined. It has become corrupted to its roots. Even if you go back to be reused by the court, you will not be able to turn the tide. You should have offended Wei Zongxian when he resigned. I know. Even if the Donglin party is the dominant party, it's just a group of people who misunderstood the country and the people on it. If you want to really save my Chinese civilization, you can only rely on the power of science and technology, which is the street light you've seen, trains and other novelties. Join us and maintain the leading position of our Chinese system in the world. We can lead other civilizations for 100 years. No, even 200 or 300 years is not impossible. Luo Sheng said. It is impossible for me to betray the court and join your rebellious camp. Before I came to Liadong, I thought you were just a prince who supported his own soldiers and did not follow the imperial decree. Herdsman, Sun Quanting said angrily, if you let me go back, I would be grateful to you. If you don't let me go back, even if you throw me into the sea to feed fish, I won't be able to die for you. On behalf of the heavenly herdsman, I have only heard that shepherds use herding dogs to manage their flocks. If you admit this, would the officials not be dogs, and the people have become livestock? We people are selling our lives for the emperor, but the emperor uses everything as a dog. Livestock, isn't it ridiculous? In my opinion, the world is the world of the world and the people. The emperor is just a blood-sucking worm lying on it, that's all. Luo Sheng said. Shut up, shameless little thief. Seeing Luo Sheng attacking his beliefs, Sun Quanting yelled at him. Despite being on Luo Sheng's iron-armored boat, you are turning black and white, bewitching the world, and violating the teachings of the sages of the past. Mencius has a cloud, the people are the most important, the society is the second, and the emperor is the light. In my opinion, the monarch is at most a mascot, and the people are the most important. Well, I can understand that you cannot accept ours for a while. New concept. but it will be better after a long time. Liu Sheng didn't care about Sun Quanting's scolding at all. In fact, Sun Quanting was already very polite. If the old corrupt scholars in the court were here, they would definitely be able to scold Liu Sheng in the most unbearable and filthy terms. The change of science and technology is actually the easiest, but the real difficulty is the change of people's thinking. The blow to feudal ideology requires at least 2 or 3 generations to wash away. Sun Quanting's head was violent, but he soon calmed down. There was flushing on his face, and he remembered that he had scolded the Liudong general who had tens of thousands of soldiers and refused to obey the court, and his back was cold and sweaty. It was really refreshing when scolding, and I became flustered afterwards. I was really angry and offended when I got off the official just now. Sun Quanting was still unwilling to bow his head to Liu Sheng, and only symbolically gave Liu Sheng a step. I said I wouldn't do anything to you, but don't think about any chance of running back to the customs. Our people have already gone to Dai County, Shaanxi, to invite your family to live in Jinzhou City. Now they will grab the court. The people in front of him successfully completed the task. Liu Sheng looked to the far west, crossing the barrier of the mountains and seas, and he was the capitalist. You mean, shameless villain. After finally calming down, Sun Quanting heard that his family had been tied up, and was furious again. Then he fell into self-comfort again. It's impossible, Shaanxi is all related. You can't send a family out of the customs without revealing their identities. Who said we are going to pass the Shaanxi generation pass? Our people only need to send them across the Yellow River and into Shaanxi, where the army is in turmoil and the court is overwhelmed. Our people can easily enter the Inner Mongolia grasslands through the Ordos Plateau and return to southern Lining. It will take a lot of trouble, but if it's just to transport a family, it's okay. Liu Sheng smiled. You are more cunning than Kaoman. Sun Quanting stomped with anger. Kaoman captured Xushu's family during the Three Kingdoms period and asked Xushu to work for him. Today, my son Quanting is Xushu. Even if you force me to stay here, I am in Kaoying. My heart is in my heart, and I will not contribute any strength to your Liao army. If you think so, you feel happy. Liu Sheng smiled. Maybe Sun Quanting didn't know that there are 100 ways to brainwash people in future generations. As long as Sun Quanting stays here, ha ha. Brother Sun, I used to think the same way as you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zilong on the side laughed. Just when Liu Sheng bullied Sun Quanting, the Industrial Revolution system parasitic in his body suddenly sent a notice. Host, you have successfully eliminated the forces in the southeast coast and completed the first stage of the historical achievement reconstruction of the Maritime Silk Road. Get a reward of 250,000 civilization points. Is the historical achievement of rebuilding the Maritime Silk Road completed? Exclamation mark. Liu Sheng turned his head and looked towards the far south. The two great pirates on the southeast coast, Zhang Zilong, were subdued 2 years ago, and the Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang was gradually cut off by the Fuliao fleet in the past 2 years. The Daming navy survived in name only, and only the Dutch from southern Yizu remained on one's last legs. Now the system prompts that the forces on the southeast coast have been eliminated. Isn't it the end of the battle in the southern Yizu battlefield? Chapter 333. The King 8th painting on the face. Originally indestructible, now only the ruined and devastated Taiwan city was left. Under the powerful offensive of the Fuliao army, it surrendered within a few days. The fort on the high ground behind Taiwan City was captured by the Fuliao army, and the artillery was placed on the heads of their defenders in the city. Thousands of artillery shells poured into the city every day. As the casualties of the defenders in the city gradually increased, these Dutch soldiers were lost the courage to resist. The governor of Yizu of Dongdu Company was standing at the gate of Taiwan City. Behind him was a group of dejected soldiers. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on their faces. The muskets in their hands were confiscated by the Fuliao army, leaving nothing. Putmans handed over his command knife to Nelson. Our East India Company in Yizu is willing to surrender to the Ming army. I hope you can abide by your promise, protect our lives and property, and let us safely withdraw to Batavia. No problem. We have agreed to your terms. Next we will prepare ships for you and send you away. Nelson took Putman's command knife and handed it to the adjutant. You only have 2 days to clean up. Thing. Is it so fast? Just like you suddenly announced that you were going to expel us. Your army is really unpredictable. Putmans seemed to laugh at himself. This is an instruction from our highest level. He thinks that you have seized the place that originally belonged to the Chinese civilization. Nelson said, you are clearly a Great Britain. The force behind the Fu Liao army is your Great Britain, right? Haha. I didn't expect us to fight with your country on the European battlefield. I didn't expect you to have the power to infiltrate the Far East and support such a powerful one. Power. It seems that we underestimated you, Great Britain. Putmans said. No, you are wrong. This is the local forces of Ming Dynasty. I just work for them. Strictly speaking, I am not from Great Britain here. For some reasons I can't elaborate. You are ready to pack your things and leave. I wish to kill. Nelson said. Due to the system's restricted loyalty and inability to reveal his true identity, Nelson could only vaguely explain to Putmans. There is no psychological burden for Nelson to go to war with the Netherlands now. Even in his time before, the European countries were life and death and hostile relations, not friends. No matter how you deny it, you can't obliterate the fact that you served in the Fu Liao army. When I return to Batavia, I will report this matter to the board of directors, and they will reassess the strength of Great Britain and unite other kingdoms to impose sanctions. You guys, Putmans said. You are free. Nelson rolled his eyes indifferently. Please, he's really not from Great Britain in this era. Putmans is just throwing the pot in this way. The defenders in Chichen City in the southern part of Yazoo were in a panic after being cut off by soldiers led by Liu Wang and the local natives. With the news of Taiwan City's surrender, they were relieved and immediately chose to surrender. Even their own chiefs led people to surrender, so there is no reason for them to stand by. However, compared with the smooth reception of Taiwan City, the reception of Chichen City has a little surprise. You want to let these red-haired people go? Do you know that they used us as livestock at the beginning and asked us to pan for gold and plant them day and night? Now that they are in our hands, how can we easily let them go? The Han Chinese who communicated with Liu Wang on behalf of the indigenous people accused the surrendered Dutch people of crimes, and were dissatisfied with the way the Fu Liao army wanted to send the Dutch people away. Everyone, serving people with virtue has always been the virtue of our Chinese civilization. This is also the most different place between us and these red-haired people. If we use them to deal with us against them, will we not be the same as them? Don't worry. Well, they lost this city. Even if we don't punish them, they return to their country. Their people will not let them go, Liu Wang said. However, we are particularly puzzled in this way. If the deep hatred of the past few years is let go, they will only think that we are weak and easy to bully, said the Han representative. Quack. Not only the local Han people in southern Yazoo, but also the local aboriginals screamed. Although Liu Wang couldn't understand their local dialect, he knew that the anger in these indigenous voices was mostly accusing these Dutch people. Liu Wang was a little embarrassed. One of the conditions for agreeing to the Dutch surrender is to ensure the safety of their lives and property, so as to speed up their surrender and reduce their own losses. In addition, Liu Sheng also said that you should not slaughter it will like the Mongols conquered the world before. Otherwise, even if the world is conquered, it will soon collapse. So killing is impossible. I said you guys usually treat the local people a little better, so they won't embarrass you at this time. Look, the people here want to eat your meat and tear your bones apart. You can see what kind of animal acts you have done before. Now it's all right. Do you think I should follow the will of the people and kill you? Liu Wang paced in front of a group of Dutch prisoners while questioning them. My lord of the Fu Liao army, we know that we were wrong. Don't kill us, don't kill us. One of the captives who knew Chinese heard Liu Wang's words and hurriedly knelt on the ground, tearing down. The rest of the soldiers who could not understand Chinese also knew the seriousness of the matter, and learned from those soldiers who knelt down and kowtowed for mercy. Why is it that I am the only one involved? Let's do this. You paint a bastard on each of their faces to express humiliation. From then on, you understand the grievances. Liu Wang patted his forehead. Suddenly a flash of inspiration. Will it be too cheap for them? The local people said. This is already a compromise. It not only humiliates them, but also seems to be magnanimous. So let's do it this way. Liu Wang said. The Fu Liao army gave them a step down, and the local people finally stopped insisting, but used local colored clay to paint the faces of the captives who had surrendered. Seeing them all in embarrassment, the hall roared with laughter. Rely on the cup. I will spare you today. If you dare to come to Yizu again in the future, you will be beaten so that even your mother will not recognize you. Local Han people sneered. Although the local aboriginals could not understand the mocking method of painting the king, but seeing the red-haired man who is usually above the top is so funny, most of their anger has disappeared. These years they were oppressed by the red-haired people who colonized here, and now these red-haired people have finally been driven away. Before you leave here, you can clean it. Liu Wang, who had come out of this sorrowful idea, made a knife again. Chapter 334 A Drop in the Bucket. Back in southern Lining, I learned the news of the surrender of the Dutch in Yizu early through the Industrial Revolution system, and my heart was surging. The Admiralty regained Yizu faster than expected. According to the predetermined plan, the fighting lasted only a few days, and the Dutch surrendered. In this way, all the routes from the whole world to Daming were occupied by the Fu Liao army. Any ship that wants to trade with Daming will pay high tariffs to the Fu Liao army. The Admiralty is finally about to make a profit. Liu Sheng said inwardly. The investment in the Navy will soon become a river of silver, flowing continuously into Daming from all over the world. Sun Quanting, who had been talking to Liu Sheng, saw that Liu Sheng's body suddenly shook. His eyes fell into confusion, and he didn't know what Liu Sheng was thinking. Zhang Zilong, the Admiralty has successfully occupied the southern part of Yizu, said Liu Sheng, who recovered. Oh, why did the military master suddenly say that? Zhang Zilong was a little surprised. There was obviously no one to inform Liu Sheng. How could Liu Sheng suddenly say that the Admiralty had occupied Yizu? Could it be that Liu Sheng had the ability to be a prophet? I have a premonition in my mind, Liu Sheng said. It was not just Zhang Zilong's accident, but also Sun Quanting on the side with a dazed expression. This is witchcraft. Liu Sheng was not surprised at all when he learned that the Admiralty had successfully captured the southern part of Yizu. This time, the Admiralty sent out tens of thousands of people, and its weapons and equipment were at least one generation more advanced than the Dutch defenders in the south of Yizu. Moreover, the Dutch defenders together only amounted to more than 1,000 people, and they were isolated and helpless. Afterwards, everyone in the Admiralty stood on the deck and jumped into the sea to commit suicide. What really surprised Liu Sheng was that he completed the historical achievement provided by the system's first phase of the reconstruction of the maritime Silk Road, which eliminated the power in the southeast coast. The 250,000 civilization points it brought made Liu Sheng most fascinated. The accumulation of civilization points over the years has not been easy. Some of them are used in metallurgical technology, some are used in steam engine ship technology, and some are used in other aspects of technology, which is really stretched. This time, a historical achievement brought 250,000 civilization points, making Liu Sheng like a long drought. If you want to complete the second phase of the task, you need to send troops to seize the Malacca Strait. If the Strait of Malacca is captured, it is equivalent to controlling Southeast Asia. But now Liu Sheng didn't want to intervene in Southeast Asia so quickly. There is also a powerful Ming who can digest 250,000 civilization points. What technology needs to be turned on? Liu Sheng felt that he became rich overnight, and it was so cool to not have to slowly accumulate civilized points. He immediately started the idea of starting a new technology. In terms of military technology, Armstrong's breech gun technology requires 100,000 civilization points. The improved Armstrong's breech gun technology requires 500,000 civilization points. and the crop breech steel gun technology at the end of the 19th century requires 750,000 civilization points. Gatling, it takes 200,000 civilization points to shake machine guns, and 1 million civilization points for Make-kin heavy machine guns. These military technologies are not necessarily better than some production technologies, but because of the system's humanitarian protection restrictions, they need more civilization points, which are more civilization points than the technologies of the same period or even later. In terms of production technology, there are several technologies in front of Luo Sheng that Luo Sheng particularly wants to open. One is the technology related to cement and construction. This technology is related to the construction and development of cement roads and high-rise buildings. Of course, it can also be used for the construction of fortifications. The fortifications built with cement are a nightmare for the indigenous people of this era when there is only black powder, and they can completely stand still in front of the cannon. One is the technology related to the internal combustion engine. With the steam engine, Luo Sheng is more and more dissatisfied with the heavy and low efficiency of the steam engine. Moreover, although the train partly solves the troubles of long-distance travel, it still relies on horsey-drawn carriages for short and medium-distance travel. But this is not the most annoying. What is really annoying is the heinous mobility of this era. The march of infantry is 10.5 months. If Luo Sheng had never seen such a thing as a car, he might be able to tolerate the clumsy marching ability of this era, but after seeing the mobile units of later generations, Luo Sheng would have been unbearable, and he did not want to motorize and mechanize his infantry all the time. With the internal combustion engine, black technologies such as motorcycles, automobiles, and armored vehicles can be unlocked. Wouldn't it be easy to crush the indigenous people of this era? However, the internal combustion engine and the corresponding series of technologies require a terrifying civilization point. There are also some technologies that Luo Sheng also wants to open. For example, more advanced agricultural technology, chemical technology, Luo Sheng also wants to unlock, such as technology that can mass-produce chemical fertilizers, soda production technology. In addition, the power technology of the Fuliao army is just the beginning, as well as telephones, induction cookers, and televisions. A series of derivatives such as washing machine, etc. are not pointed out, although it is only a matter of time before they can be produced by the scientists of the Academy of Sciences if they provide their own guidance. For example, the incandescent lamp currently used by the Fuliao army is the result of a group of scientists researched by Luo Sheng. However, the research of incandescent lamps lasted for a year before mass production, and it took another year to lay it on the main streets of major cities. This is still the case when Luo Sheng has a clearer description of the principle. If Luo Sheng only proposed a general direction, it would take more than a year or two to research a new technology on his own. Therefore, it will be faster to rely on the system to open the main science and technology tree, and then use the summoned and local talents to accumulate and expand the main science and technology tree. Unfortunately, 250,000 civilization points are still a drop in the bucket. Luo Sheng sighed over the science and technology in the Second Industrial Revolution, which was often hundreds of thousands of civilization points. These new technologies require too many points of civilization. If the Second Industrial Revolution is still the case, isn't the information technology revolution? Luo Sheng shook his head. These 250,000 civilization points are still used sparingly. After returning, carefully select the technology and choose the most cost-effective technology to start. The military technology is not in a hurry to continue to innovate. After all, the Fuliao army is almost invincible in East Asia. It is only a matter of mobility and number of troops. Military owner, this ironclad ship has not yet had a name. Please give it a name, Zhang Zilong said. His words awakened Luo Sheng from his contemplation. This is the first steam engine ship built by our Fuliao army. It is of special significance. If the ocean-going voyage test passes, it will be used for ocean-going passenger transport. Let me think about it. All we do is to ensure that the Chinese civilization is prosperous, so it might as well be called the Yongcheng. Luo Sheng said. Chapter 335 Women's Officialdom. The audit office in Jinzhou City is located 2 blocks away from Luo Sheng's mansion and has a large house for office. The audit office is a new department that Luo Sheng has heard separately from the Finance Bureau in the past 2 years. It is responsible for checking the accounts of the Finance Bureau and local finance offices to prevent corruption and financial deficits. Every quarter, the audit office must audit and verify the accounts of all quarters and report the results to Luo Sheng. In order to train qualified auditors, Luo Sheng also spent 10,000 civilization points to start the CPA technology, and summoned some personnel from the Edinburgh Institute of Accountants, Scotland, the first accountant association in the world in 1853. Then they used them as faculty members to train a group of modern local accountants and auditors. The audit office where a group of big masters gathered today, but there were 2 more young women with bright eyes and white teeth. This is an introduction letter from the Academy of Sciences. Both of us come from the economics department of the Academy of Sciences. We will come to your place for 3 months of practice activities. I hope Mrs. Kian can give a lot of advice. An older woman submitted a letter of recommendation from the Academy of Sciences to an officer of the audit office. The officials of the audit office took the recommendation letter and looked it up carefully. Miss Wang Shishi and Miss Boomyu Butai, your teacher is Mr. Adam Smith of the Academy of Sciences, right? You are welcome to come to our audit office to practice. Before the Academy of Sciences have already greeted us. Master Xi, the 2 women said respectfully. You're new here, I'm afraid it will take some time to familiarize yourself with the work of our audit office. Let's go through the work documents of our last season, with detailed records and notes on it, to understand how we check the accounts of various places. Last season the files of has been archived. You must be careful when you look them up, and do not damage the files. Xiaogo, you go to the archives to take out the files of the previous season and let them learn. There is still a vacant room in the right room. You can watch it there for the time being. Wait. Once you are familiar with how we check the account books, you can take over part of our work this season. Mr. Kian from the audit office said. The 2 girls come with me. A small official from the audit office directed the 2 women to the archives room. When a group of big men in the audit office saw 2 young girls sent by the Academy of Sciences to practice, they couldn't help but look at them while checking the account books. Previously, the officials were all men, and women's coming here to do business was really a precedent in the world. Ahem. I work hard. Don't want to fight these 2 little girls. The people behind them are not something you and I can provoke. Moreover, the military owner has recently advocated equality between men and women, which has just been implemented. If you let him knowing that we didn't treat the 2 little ancestors properly, our entire audit office will have to finish playing. Lord Kian glared at some contemplative male officials. These officials were taken aback by what Mr. Kian said, and they hurriedly looked through the account books to look like they were working seriously. Only when they rest at noon can these working officials leave their posts and come to the courtyard for activities. At this time, Xianglu, the food supplier designated by the Fu Liao army, sent an agent to deliver the lunch for lunch. Xianglu is also a legend in southern Lining. In the past few years, it has continued to be trusted by Luo Sheng. It first provided food for Luo Sheng's mansion, and later became one of the important food providers for Fu Liao army officials. It can be described as a spring breeze. During the break, some young officials talked about the 2 new girls. The 2 women who came today are so beautiful. Both are beauties out of a million. Especially the younger one. They are even more beautiful. I swear I have never seen such a beautiful woman when I grew up! Said a young official. If I could marry one of them, I would be content. Another young official said. But Master Kian has repeatedly warned us not to be frivolous, and to treat the 2 little girls well. Do they really have any background? Even Master Kian is afraid. You don't know this. I heard that the backgrounds of the 2 of them are very complicated, and we can't provoke them. I advise you to give up. they look down on you. A slightly more sophisticated person in charge of managing young officials, the official persuaded. "Oh, my lord, who are they?" asked the lucky young official. "They are one of the most proud disciples of Mr. Adam Smith of the Economics Department of the Academy of Sciences." Adam Smith, don't you know, although he does not have the real power like us, he is the chief economist of the Fu Liao army. The theory put forward will influence the military leaders to formulate policies. We are only the people responsible for implementation, and they may become policy makers like Mr. Adam Smith in the future. In addition to the background of the Academy of Sciences, their personal backgrounds are also terrible. That Wang Shishi is the second daughter of Wang Chengyuan, a businessman from the Far East Trading Company. Who is Wang Chengyuan? That was the first Red Roof who followed the military commander and walked all the way through ups and downs. The businessman has been working with the military owner for 5 years. If you provoke her and stab Lucy to her father, you should not end up too badly. The old official said with shock. Hiss, the young official sucked in a cold breath. Just being a child of Adam Smith of the Academy of Sciences can make them retreat. And Wang Chengyuan, the background of a large businessman in the Far East Trading Company, makes them look up even more. What about the younger woman? Is it possible that her background is stronger than Wang Shishi? The gossip young official asked. You guessed it, she is one of the few great troubles of the Academy of Sciences. Guess who is her father? The Hawkin tribe, says one of the leaders. Her eldest brother Wu Keshan is the commander of the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade. If you provoke with her, her elder brother brought thousands of Hawkin warriors to interrupt your dog legs, said the old businessman. The young officials were stunned. It sounds like this. No wonder Mr. Kian said that the two of them are little ancestors, so they can't easily provoke them. While the male officials were chewing the roots of the ears, Wang Shishi and Di Yu were also talking about the morning harvest. Good sister, I see that the young official's eyes are focused on you. It seems that you are going to provoke a lot of bees and butterflies. Wang Shishina said with a big smile. My sister made fun of me again. Who knew they weren't looking at you? Di Yu said. HMPH, I just looked down on them. Besides, my father has already engaged me to get married, and the object is an officer of the Fu Liao army. Wang Shishi said. The military owner has said that free love should be encouraged. If you really like the handsome boy here, you may not be unable to go back. Di said. I don't want it. I secretly tell you that I am very satisfied with that soldier. He is handsome. No one here can compare. But my sister, you are 29 years old. You are not married yet. Be careful in the future. Don't go out. Wang Shishi shook his handkerchief. The military master said that the 29 is not too big. Dia retorted with a blushing face. How often do you girl talk about their military master, as if everything he said is right? Just say, are you interesting to the military master? Wang Shishi seemed to have noticed something, and he slapped Dia with his teeth and claws. Chapter 336 Two Great Gods! Exclamation mark J equals CR:/FOO top recommendation. Sister, if you talk nonsense again, I will block your frivolous mouth. Dau eyebrows raised slightly. According to my sister, most of it is. But my good sister, the military master is a strange person that has not been seen in the ages. And many women are playing his ideas. It is just that he has always focused on the affairs of the Fu Liao army and is not confused. Even with the appearance of your sister, I am afraid it will be difficult to shake his binks in. Wang Shishi said. Oda sighed quietly. Good sister, don't talk about it anymore. Let's talk about this financial matter. Good sister, they all say that Mongolian women are bold and enthusiastic, dare to love and hate. How come to our Leon and for a long time, they are almost like the sluts in our Han people's deep courtyard compound? Wang Shishi still doesn't seem to want to let go over the opportunity to molest Dia. Sister, say I'm going to do it again, let you see if Mongolian women are not easy to provoke. Dia pretended to roll up his sleeves. Don't you know it's wrong? Let's talk about work affairs. Wang Shishi saw that Dia, who had always been calm, was pressed into a hurry, so he quickly let go of his good girlfriend. Speaking of us, We are still the first batch of women to become officials. Although it is a practice, it is actually the army owner who is trying to throw stones and ask directions and let the old-style bureaucrats slowly accept us. It shows that they are well-intentioned. Dao said. Yes, since ancient times, apart from the inner officials in the palace, have we women ever seen the reason for a woman to be an official? A wealthy daughter like me is just literate and embroidered in red, and is already a gifted woman among women. It's impossible to be an official in the Ming Dynasty. When my dad took me from Yu 3 years ago, I thought that the place my dad described was a strange world that violated the 3 principles and 5 norms, morals and ethics, and just came here. Later, I found that everything here is not in line with what I have learned before. But it is a matter of course. It is really strange and strange. Wang Shishi said. However, it is impossible to change the deep-rooted thinking of the 3 guilds and 5 constants. You see, these male officials of the audit office, although they do not resist the appearance of our women, most of them still look down on us in their hearts. Dao said. My sister is right. What they covet is our face. And what they fear is the power behind us. They haven't acknowledged us from the bottom of their hearts. We have to use real talents and learning to let them know more and let them know that women are too. Can hold up half the sky. Wang Shishi said. Yes, although we are here today to fulfill the practical requirements of the Academy of Sciences, in the future we will not only be officials, but also high-ranking officials, so that they will not look down on us in the future. Dao held a small pink fist and vowed to say, maybe she didn't even know that in the future, she would really become one of the top officials in the Fuliao army. Of course this is something to follow. After the lunch break, the officials of the audit office finished their rest and returned to their posts, busy checking the account books. However, their eyes had changed when they looked at Dao and Wang Shishi, becoming fearful, for fear of angering these 2 little ancestors. One is the daughter of a business tycoon, and the other is the sister of a military tycoon. No matter which one is easy to provoke, the one who is not careful will ruin his promising future. The 2 little girls. How did you read our documentation and booklet last season? What experience do you have? Kian, who is from the background of these 2 people, came to Dao and they were in the cubicle, stroking their beards, and asked. The audit office's documents and books are in order, and wherever there are deviations in the accounting books, the amount of the difference, the reason for the difference, and the signature of the verifier are kept as evidence. It can be said that it is quite complete. Dao said. When Lord Qian heard Dao's praise for his department's work, he couldn't help but smile. You deserve to be a top student of the Academy of Sciences. Although she is a woman, she is better than a man. But my lord, I think there is still something to improve when we are checking the account books. Dao said. Oh, is there anything else our audit office has not done enough? Lord Qian changed his color slightly. Look, adults, in terms of project budget, our reconciliation is based on the bills issued by the merchants to determine the cost of wood and stone. This method is feasible, but it is unavoidable that there will be courageous officials and businessmen colluding, forging bills, and observing the project. The part of the rebate is given to the merchant. Dao said. His Lord Qian is also a clever person. When he turns his eyes, he knows that this is indeed something that will happen in practice. After all, people are sinister. Bumbutai, do you have a solution? There is a way for our subordinates. We can collect prices from various places, organize them into a book, and update them every month. In this way, even if someone wants to forge prices, they dare not deviate far from normal prices. Otherwise, we will compare market prices. Show your feet. Although this method cannot completely eliminate collusion between officials and businessmen, it can also reduce losses. Dao said. Yes, this is a good method, and the collection of prices from various places can not only check the account books, but also control the market and regulate for us. Lord, I am completely obedient. Lord Qian said with emotion. I will report to the finance department. Let them start this matter. Master Qian left with admiration, and Wang Shishi said to Dao, good sister, okay, This matter will definitely reach your good man. Sister, you teased me again. See if I won't beat you. After the work of the day was over, a carriage came in front of the courtyard of the audit office, and there were several security guards in casual clothes around the carriage. Miss Buma Butai, Miss Wang Shishi, someone from the intelligence office is looking for you, and asks you to find her after you have packed your things. Go and see. A male official came to look for these two newcomers in a hurry. The little girl, his eyes have changed from fear to worship. He is also a high-achieving student of the Academy of Sciences with such a terrifying personal background. Now he is still in contact with people in the mysterious intelligence department. These two are no longer small ancestors, they are simply two great gods sitting in the audit office. People from the intelligence department, Dia and Wang Shishi looked at each other, and then they packed up their pen, ink, paper and inkstone and went out together. The carriage at the entrance of the audit office was unpretentious and unpretentious. When Dia and Wang Shishi arrived, the curtain opened, revealing an equally overwhelming face. Sister Ella. So it was you, Dia exclaimed in surprise. The two have been together in Jinzhou City for a long time, for several years. They are like sisters. It's just that Ella is busy with the affairs of the intelligence department. Dia also studied economics with Adam Smith in the Academy of Sciences, so they haven't seen much recently. The relationship between Wang Shishi and Ella is relatively distant. Seeing the big figure in the intelligence department covering the sky, Wang Shishi swept away the appearance of laughing with Dia, and smiled slightly. My sister came here on the first day. Did someone bully you? Ella smiled. If someone bullies your sister, I will definitely get him back, so that he can taste the 36 kinds of torture by the intelligence department. Sister, don't do it. If this goes on, it is estimated that the people in the audit office would want to confess us and bow down. Dia stuck out his tongue. The fastest update. No pop-up window please. Chapter 327. Breaking into Xi'an! Exclamation mark J equals CR:/FOO top recommendation. The gate of Xi'an city opened, and tens of thousands of peasant uprising soldiers swarmed into Xi'an like a swarm of locusts. Kill the cattle and sheep, prepare the liquor, open the gates to welcome the King Kuang. But the King Kuang is unable to pay for the food. These peasants in ragged uprising soldiers shouted the recently compiled slogans, and the atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. Thousands of Xi'an city guards who had surrendered knelt on the ground, helplessly watching the robbers enter the city of Xi'an. Although they shouted nice slogans, once they entered the city, they immediately showed their true colors with blue faces and fangs, and burned, killed and looted everywhere. In particular, some large families in the city became the targets of peasant rebels. Flames and black smoke rose in this 1,000-year-old capital, and tens of thousands of people fell into ailing. Kuang Wang Gao Yingxiang rode on the tall horse, but did not rush into the city. He still couldn't believe that this largest city outside Tongguan would one day fall into his hands. Since then, the spring breeze has not passed through Tongguan, and this 300-mile land in Qinquan has been his sight. King Kuang, you are so powerful. I didn't expect that you would actually take down the city of Xi'an. In the future, you will enter the capital and destroy the imperial court. It is just around the corner. The 8th King Zhang Xian's Hong and Gao Yingxiang came to besiege Xi'an city, but did not expect that the city of Xi'an would really be destroyed. Lay down. Ha ha, King Kuang has 40,000 men, and our 36th battalion totals only 80,000. In the future, we will only look at the head of Kuang Wen, said Liu Rukai, the leader of the peasant uprising army who called himself Cao Cao. Brother Liu, what are you talking about? Our brothers from the 36th battalion are allied by blood, and we advance and retreat together, regardless of each other. Where does one go first? Gao Yingxiang frowned, but the corners of his mouth couldn't restrain the slight arrogance. This time we have taken the city of Xi'an, and the musket camp of Li Ziqing, the trespasser, takes the first place. As for you, My brother, I am afraid that it is only 40,000 horses. Liu Rukai sneered. What Liu Rukai said is that the Kuangling 40,000 people, we only admire the Kuangjiang 3,000 musketeer camp, said the other brothers from the 36th camp. Gao Yingxiang listened a little unhappily. It is my deployment to break through, Li Ziking. I have a musket camp with my insight and talent. Don't leave us. Now that we have just arrived in Qinquan, the court will definitely be greatly shaken. Coming to suppress it, if our 36th battalion does not work together, we will definitely suffer a big loss. It's better to be careful when you run the king, otherwise you don't know when your life is gone. None of you 40,000 may have beaten Li Ziking's musket camp. Liu Rukai sneered. Where is Li Ziking? Zhang Xianzhong asked. The musketeer battalion is the main force in this battle. They used artillery to blast the collapsed city wall into the city. Li Ziking is the pioneer, but he is much better than you people who only talk about empty words here. Gao Yingxiang said coldly. In Xian City, Li Ziking personally led his troops to kill in the richest area in Xian City. The 1st Brigade occupied the left street, the 2nd Brigade occupied the right street, blocked the street, and dared to rob our guns. Whether it was our own people or not, we killed them all. Li Ziking led the soldiers to take the lead in occupying the wealthy area. The desire for silver made him crazy. My grandfather, if we know that our King Kuang will not come to welcome us, we still dare to hide in the cellar. Quickly hand over your family's silver and valuable possessions, otherwise the men will be slaves and the women will be servants. Li Ziking's subordinates went to the big households and uncovered the big households who hurriedly hid. These big families were dragged out like livestock, and they were frightened and incontinent because of their stench. These nasty gentry profiteers should all be put to death. Let them obediently surrender their wealth to redeem their lives, and kill them if they are less than 100. Li Ziking scraped the ground 3 feet in the large area. The soldiers of the remaining 36th Battalion saw Li Ziking's troops occupying the large household area from a distance, and did not dare to provoke them. So they had to rob the people in other areas. The musket battalion of the trespasser has repelled countless attacks by officers and soldiers in the past 2 years. Even this time in Xi'an, the musket battalion has contributed the most. If you dare to snatch the spoils from the musket battalion, I am afraid you will be bored. Boss, we have made a fortune this time. The wealthy people in Qinquan have basically escaped here. At least hundreds of thousands of tons of silver can be copied, and there are countless other gold and silver objects. Li Ziking's general said excitedly. Especially the dog officials here are so rich that they can't finish the food at home. These dog officials, most of the relief money the court gave us was swallowed by them. Even if they dare to take what belongs to us, their end will only be a dead end. Li Ziking said, drag them to Xiku and beheaded to show the public! Exclamation mark. By Li Ziking's side, a general in armor looked at all this indifferently, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yuan, if it wasn't for you to dredge the relationship and smuggle these artillery from outside the customs, I am afraid we would not be able to take down the city of Xi'an. Come on, what kind of reward do you want? Silver or a woman? Pick whatever you want. Li Ziking saw the result of the battle, boldly patted the shoulder of the indifferent general, and said enthusiastically, no, this time it is the brothers who trust me and fight desperately to win the final victory and let us enter Qinquan. I don't need anything, I just want to assist brotherly and achieve the emperor's hegemony. Zhang Yuan said, being an emperor, haha, it's too far away. We have just established a foothold in Qinquan. The court still has 1 million troops left. It's hard to say whether we can persist. Li Ziking laughed at himself. Maybe in a few decades, mine only children and grandchildren can accomplish this. If the eldest brother can follow the younger brother's strategy and conquer the capital within 3 to 5 years, the change of dynasty is just around the corner, said the indifferent Zhang Yuan. Li Ziking heard Zhang Yuan's words, and his eyes were a little embarrassed. Brother Zhang Xian, your strategy can be said to be earth-shattering, and it is not far from Zhuliang's Longsong in the Three Kingdoms period. It is just that Gao Yingxiang is my superior, 36. Everyone in the camp is my brother again. If I annex them, what will the world think of me in the future? Big Brother's words are wrong. Now the 36th Battalion seems to be very powerful, but in fact it is separate and scattered. The combatants are just one of our musketeer battalion. The others are just a bunch of locusts and rotten woods in my opinion. Keeping them wasting food in vain. Zhang Yuan said coldly. Brother Xian, don't say that. It's your own brother anyway, Li Ziking said. If the eldest brother insists on staying with these stupid people, it may not be a big deal. Please forgive my stupid brother to say goodbye. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and prepared to leave. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 338, Breaking into Xian! Exclamation mark D equals CR:/FOO top recommendation. Virtuous brother, please stay. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but the time is not yet ripe, and everything will be discussed in the long term. Seeing that his most capable subordinate was leaving, Li Ziking hurriedly persuaded him. Then Big Brother agrees with me and is willing to swallow those stupid people? Zhang Yuan asked. To do a big business, I really can't continue to mix with them like this. Li Zixiang made up his mind. But our current strength is not enough. We need to use this silver in exchange for more guns, artillery, and more elite soldiers must be trained. These are inseparable from you, brother Virtuous. We used the silver we robbed to find the black-hearted merchants of the Fuliao army for guns and artillery, which is tantamount to drinking a dove to quench our thirst. This is not a long-term thing. The Fuliao army is developing and growing, and they can produce more muskets during this period of time. Artillery. There is not much time left for us. If we can't overthrow the court as soon as possible and use as many resources and crowds as possible to swallow the Fuliao army, then even if we drag the court down, we will not be able to defeat the Fuliao army. Brother, you understand? 2 years ago, I only bullied the Mongolian girls from the barbarians in Naturalization City, and they wanted to kill my head. I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to have a chance to stand up. Why should I work so hard? It's not because I offended me. With the Fuliao army, if they are allowed to take the world, there will be no place for me in this world. Zhang Yuan said indignantly. He was the culprit of the Giwa City incident 2 years ago, and Zhang Yuan, the deputy battalion officer of the Dragoon Brigade who was on the run. But he didn't expect that he fled all the way south to northern Shaanxi and joined Li Ziking's camp to help Li Ziking train new recruits. Now the Musketeer Battalion can become the most elite unit of the 36th Battalion, and most of them cannot be separated from Zhang Yuan. This is why Li Ziking made Zhang Yuan stay even when he sinned against other campers. The Fuliao army is really terrible. The fact that they can continuously produce guns and artillery has made me scared. All our guns and artillery are smuggled from the Fuliao army through black merchants. Li Ziking also sighed. You are right. The Fuliao army is too terrible. It is because I have the benevolence of women and almost left the virtuous brother. From now on, I will follow the instructions of the virtuous brother to annex the 36th Battalion first, and then enter the river Luo, go north to Shaanxi, take Juayongguan, and capture the capital. This is what people who can achieve great things should do. Zhang Yuan said. I don't know how many muskets and artillery we can buy from the merchants of the Fuliao army with half of the silver we looted this time. Our 3,000-man musket battalion is too small. I am afraid it is difficult to convince the crowd. There are also artillery. We only know there are 8 bronze cannons, which is far from enough. Li Ziking, who has a knack for firearms, has even greater desire for firearms. During this time, the Fuliao army seemed to have discovered the firearms leak and stepped up the investigation of the arsenal. Although it took risks for the benefit of the profiteers, but now that the Fuliao army is aware of the situation, I am afraid it is really difficult to get firearms. The originally indifferent Zhang Yuan calmed down after Li Ziking agreed with him, and sighed. If the Fuliao army completely cut off the supply of firearms, and those merchants can't get firearms for us, What's the point of having hundreds of thousands of tals of silver? Li Ziking's expression changed slightly. So we must win over a group of craftsmen for our use to imitate the firearms of the Fu Liao army. Now our firearms are all controlled in the hands of the Fu Liao army merchants, just like a newborn baby can't do without juice. Now the baby grows up, there are to gain one's ability to act. One must be independent and self-reliant. Zhang Yuan waved his fist. Yes, right. What Brother Xian said is that you are really my ovary. Li Ziking was inspired by Zhang Yuan, and his vitality surged for a while. Soon news of the fall of Xian City reached Tongguan. Hong Chengqiu, who had retreated to Tongguan, was shocked when he heard the news of the fall of Xian. If you don't hold the seat in time, I'm afraid you will collapse to the ground. My trilateral governor has suppressed the bandits for 2 years and used tens of thousands of people before and after. I didn't expect that. Not only could they not put down the bandits, but instead let them capture the city of Xian. From then on, Qinquan will not be owned by me for 300 miles. Hong Chengqiu distraught. 2 years ago, he recruited Guan's Hong soldiers and horses, known as the Qin soldiers, and defeated the bandits in northern Shaanxi. However, it was blocked by Li Ziking's musket camp, whose style was incompatible with the rest of the gang. Li Ziking's musket battalion has better equipment than the Ming army, but the discipline is too poor, and the two sides will win each other at first. However, as Zhang Yuan joined the musketeer battalion to help Li Ziking train soldiers, the discipline of the musketeer battalion was greatly improved. After another 2 years of bloody battles, it is no worse than the Ming army's combat power. Coupled with advanced firearms, Hong Chengqiu has been don't dare to deal with Li's easily. Otherwise, they will not retreat to Tongguan. My lord, we have lost the city of Xian. If the sage Longyan is furious, and the sin comes down, it will be hard for the heavens to be taken. The general below Hong Chengqiu gave the generals a sad face. Don't be afraid, if the court condemns the crime, I will bear it alone. Now that the city of Xian has been lost, we are unable to return to heaven. The next thing we can do is to guard Tongguan and prevent the bandits from running into the river. Luo and other places harm the people. Hong Chengqiu paced back and forth, as if talking to himself, and thinking about countermeasures. Li Ziking's tribe is the strongest among the robbers, and they should have got firearms from the Fu Liao army. In theory, the root cause should be rooted out so that the Fu Liao army cannot sell firearms to Li Ziking. It is just that it may be more difficult to do this than to eliminate Li Ziking directly. Yes, the Fu Liao army eliminated the powerful forces of the Hujin Baqi, and the millions of Mongolian warriors in the north also advanced and retreated with them. It is not easy for them to be able to defend themselves in the north. The imperial court can't control them at all. Hong Chengqiu the subordinates also nodded one after another, and the notoriety of the Fu Liao army was well known in the world. But this does not mean that we have no chance to come back. This opportunity is brewing among these chaotic thieves. Hong Chengqiu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Unite together and work together to fight against our officers and soldiers. But once they become bigger and stronger, they will have chaos within them. This means that they can share the poor and the poor, but cannot share the rich and the rich. Especially the robbers Gao Yingxiang and Li Ziking dominate the team, and the rest. The head of the gangsters is dissatisfied and changes sooner or later. As long as we stay in Tongguan for some time and wait for the gangsters to fight inside, we will be able to destroy them and regain lost ground in one go. The fastest update. No pop-up window please. Chapter 339 Daming Reinforcement Army. Outside the courtyard, there was the hurried footsteps of officers, carrying news from the Imperial Court. Your Excellency, the Imperial Court has sent reinforcements. Long, the general, waved a letter from the Imperial Court in excitement. Reinforcement? The court really sent reinforcements? Hong Chengqiu heard the news, but he still couldn't believe it. It is true that the court appointed Cao Wenzhou as the deputy commander-in-chief of Yansui East Road, led some of the Guanning army to come to help, and also ordered Zhuo Liangyu to lead the Chenping army and some of the Shaanxi soldiers and horses to come together. We are in Tongguan and Guanwei. the army's strength will reach tens of thousands. Long said excitedly, "This time is fine, we can gather our troops out of Tongwen and regain the lost ground in Heluo and Shanxi." Let me take a look at the announcement from the Ministry of War. Hong Chengchu sent a letter from the Imperial Court. The front of it really informed the news of the upcoming reinforcements. At the back of the letter, there was also "There will of Emperor Chongzhen." Hong Chengchu put down the letter, a little worried. "What's the matter with your lord? The Imperial Court has sent reinforcements for us. This is a great thing. The elimination of the robbers in northern Shanxi is just around the corner. Why are you worried?" Long asked. "The Holy Order, we are required to attack the thieves immediately after the reinforcements arrive, and regain the lost ground." Hong Chengchu sighed. "Isn't this a good thing? This time we have a lot of soldiers, but we can divide the number of soldiers to block the way for the thieves to escape from the north, and completely wipe them out." Long said, "Oh, the sage has acted too hastily. The encirclement and suppression bandits must step by step and defeat them individually. Now if we take the initiative to attack, the bandits will unite against us. Moreover, the new reinforcements lack understanding of the enemy and the food and grass have not yet been in place. If they attack rashly, they will unite against us. Even if you can defeat the enemy, you can't get the result that the Holy Supreme wants." Hong Chengchu looked extremely difficult, but the military order is hard to violate. "If the adults lead the troops out of Tongwen, I, Long, would like to be the vanguard to kill these rebellious officials and thieves." Long said, "I can only do my best to turn the tide. After all, the situation on the Liadong side is becoming increasingly tense. If the court can gather 2 troops to support us, I am afraid it is already tightening the belt." Hong Chengchu is not completely unable to understand why Chongzhen is so urgent. Land wants to eliminate the chaos and thieves as soon as possible. Some things are not determined by personal will, and the situation is stronger than people. The Ming army that arrived from Shanxi and other places gradually gathered in Tongwen area. Chongzhen was exhausted and wanted to get rid of Gao Yingxiang and the peasant uprising army in northern Shanxi and Heluo area. The Fuliao army in Liadong made him feel very uneasy. Although the Fuliao army has no intention of entering the customs, Chongzhen's fear of the Fuliao army may be several times greater than that of Gao Yingxiang and the others. However, he decided that he must first settle in the outside world and deploy troops from important towns such as Ninian and Shanxi. "Your Excellency, Cao Wenzhou, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Yansui East Road, saluted the trilateral governor of Hong Chengchu. Exemption. I didn't expect that this time the Imperial Court would send some soldiers and horses in Liadong. This is an adventurous act of drinking poison to quench thirst. If the Liao army comes in again, the capital will be in danger," said Hong Chengchu. "The Liadong Fuliao army is monitored by Master Yuan, and a lot of spies are deployed in their army. If there is any trouble in the Fuliao army, Master Yuan will defend Ninian forever," Cao Wenzhou said. In contrast, the Imperial Court still hopes to wipe out all the thieves in the past before the break with the Fuliao army, otherwise the future will definitely drag us back. This is not bad. Although the governor believes that the best time to eliminate the chaos and thieves has not yet arrived, since the saint is anxious, we can only do our best to hit the thieves as hard as possible. Hong Chengchu said. "Everything obeys the governor's command." Cao Wenzhou, Zhuo Liangyu and others said one after another. The situation in Heluo and Shanxi to the west of Tongwen is very complicated. The officials and bandits are intertwined, and they are completely messed up. The bandits are besieging large and small cities, and the officers and soldiers are besieging the bandits. Hong Chengchu asked people to get the topographic map here to introduce the situation in the area to the new reinforcements. These gangsters are in their own hands, but the gangsters of the 36th Battalion, especially the Quang Wang Gao Yingxiang and his deployment of Li Ziking's department are the strongest. The quality of the soldiers of Li Ziking's department is better than that of our Da Ming guards. The troops are even higher, and the advanced muskets suspected to be from the Fuliao army are the opponents that we should attach the most importance to this time. How many people are there in the 36th Battalion? Zhuo Liang asked. The 36th Battalion has 80,000 people. The number of other squatters, large and small, is unknown. They are in the mountains and the number is difficult to estimate. What's more troublesome is that these squatters are likely to be civilians. When they have nothing to eat, they will become squatters and looting in the village. Now the whole of Shanxi and Heluo are the dens of anti-thief. If it is really true, it may be necessary to kill all the people in Shanxi and Heluo to completely put down the rebellion that has lasted for several years. Hong Chengchu said. Cao Wenzhou, Zhuo Liangyu and others looked at each other. The natural disasters in Tongguan may have been tragic to an unimaginable level. But you don't have to despair. We only need to kill the chickens and slay the monkeys and eliminate the main leaders of the 36th Battalion, and these people will be afraid. Panic is the root of the turmoil. Only when order is established with human heads and butcher knives, will this place be restored. Restore peace. You should also know that some officials in the imperial court advocate suppression and recuperation. In the past few years, the anti-thieves have often pretended to accept the imperial pacification, and then rebelled repeatedly. I saw that suppressing bandits while recuperating would not work. When you leave Tongguan, whenever you encounter a rogue, you must cut the roots and conquer them with iron and blood. Hong Chengchu said bitterly. Are you going to kill them all? Cao Wenzhou and the others asked. Yes, it is necessary to do extraordinary things when it is extraordinary. What the people want is that the law does not blame the people, so they dare to rebel over and over again. Hong Chengchu said. Yes. The news of the arrival of Ming army reinforcements in the Tongguan area reached the heads of the 36th Battalion in Xi'an, and the leaders of the 36th Battalion immediately caused an uproar and various quarrels. There is no other reason. This time, it is the elite soldiers from Niniyuan and Datong who are supporting the suppression of bandits in Shanxi. Their arrival demonstrates to a certain extent the imperial court's determination to destroy them. King Guang, you instigated us to take the city of Xi'an with you. Now it's all right. We have completely provoked the court. Now the court has sent 100,000 troops to crusade us and the Ningyuan army. How can they be provoked? Tongguan sharpened his sword, and he will soon call me, Liuoru. I really regret coming to Xi'an with you. Liuoru Kai, the Cao Cao of the 36th camp, took the lead in attacking the banquet. Chapter 340 Parting Ways. Cao Cao is right. This time, you are not kind, and you have tricked many of our brothers into following you to attack Xi'an. Now the city is down, but because of this, the imperial court has attracted 100,000 frontier troops. It is a warrior. How should we resist? 8 Great King Zhang Xian's Hong also agreed. Thinking of the imperial court mobilizing the main force to come and destroy them, the leader of the 36th Battalion trembled and shivered. Mother, why don't you whitey-eyed wolves say that when they invade Xi'an city to grab money and food? If you are afraid of officers and soldiers, do you still do anti-thief? You should go home and hug your little daughter-in-law and wait to starve to death. The angry Kuang Wang Gao Yingxiang kicked the wooden table in front of him, splashing the soup on the floor, and the wooden basin rolling on the floor. Gao Yingxiang's roar made the heads of the 36th Battalion shrink their pupils, and they couldn't help but curl up. Between life and death, both timid and greedy, they fell into silence. Big Brother Gao is right. Most of us people who have nothing to eat have rebelled. Now we finally have a lot of food. If we are timid, everything we have will be taken away by the officers and soldiers, and not only are we hungry. If we die, our family will also starve to death. Li Ziking stood up to support Gao Yingxiang, the leader. With a murderous look, he swept across the 36th Battalion leader present with a fierce spirit. The bosses seemed to be afraid of Li Ziking's glance, and their eyes were drifting around or underground, and they did not dare to be in line with Li Ziking's gaze. They were afraid of the officers and soldiers, and they were also afraid that they could win each other with 3,000 men and horses, and blocked Li Ziking, the soldier who had encircled and suppressed the officers and soldiers several times in the past 2 years. Backing up is a dead end. There is still a ray of life going forward. How do you choose? Li Ziking continued to stare fiercely at these bosses. The leaders of the 36th Battalion were frightened by Li Ziking's coercion and were silent. Liu Rukai, you pride yourself on being able to compare with Cao Cao, the hero of the late Han Dynasty, so everyone calls you Cao Cao, but in my opinion, the name is exaggerated. Behind Li Ziking, a man with his right hand on the sabre was said coldly. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of the head of the 36th Battalion were glorious. It's fine for Gao Yingxiang, the trespassed king, and Li Ziking, the trespassing general, to talk about it. Now even Li Ziking's subordinates dare to yell at these big-time figures like them, telling them where to put their faces. Moreover, when this person came up, it was Cao Cao Liu Rukai who was quite powerful in the 36th Battalion. Grass, who are you? The leader of our 36th Battalion worshipped and talked. Where is your turn to interrupt? Come here, smash his mouth. Liu Rukai was furious and slammed the wooden table. In the past, Cao Cao used a weak force of 10,000 in Guandu to fight against Yuan Shou's 100,000 Northern Army. Now our 36th Battalion is no less than the court officers and soldiers, and we are evenly matched. Why do we want to flee without a fight? Li Ziking's minister Zhang Yuan was unmoved and still said coldly. Liu Rukai heard Zhang Yuan's unsatisfactory export, and he was even more furious, with blue veins on his head violent. Can the preservation of strength be regarded as a flight without a fight? Don't slander my reputation of Cao Cao. Brother Liu wants to move my brother, it depends on my answer or not. Li Ziking was between the two. Retreat? Where else can we retreat? Why don't we wave our master eastward and confront the main force of the court? The Tongguan was eliminated. After the officers and soldiers, we will no longer be able to stop our army. When we cross the Yellow River, we will go to Shaanxi, we will fight all the way to the capital, and we will achieve a great cause that has never been seen in the past. Li Ziking said the grand plan he had in mind, but just after his words fell, everyone, including his boss Gao Yingxiang, looked at him with strange eyes. Li Ziking, are you okay? We are in a precarious position now, and it is hard to say whether we can get through the current difficulties. Why do you have to say something silly? Gao Yingxiang asked. Huang Jiang wants to be an emperor, he wants to be crazy, and he wants to fight all the way from here to the Forbidden City to take the Zifamali's world. It's a laugh. Don't think that there are 3,000 gun battalions that can be invincible in the world, and we and the officers and soldiers are not in the eyes. It is 108,000 miles away from the capital, and there are millions of troops in the middle. Thousands of cities are indestructible. It seems to be the same country as the capital. It's ridiculous. The leader of the 36th Battalion, especially Liu Ru, who was provoked, laughed even more. Are you unwilling to create big things with me? Li Ziking stood alone and helpless among the crowd, only to find that everyone was either mocking or avoiding his gaze. Most of the trespassers are suffering from madness. I think we should withdraw back to northern Shaanxi, where we are in our territory. We are familiar with the terrain and can calmly deal with the officers and soldiers. 8 Great King Zhang Xianzhong said, if the situation is not right, we can still do it. Agree. The leaders of the remaining 36th Battalion nodded. Although Li Ziking's boss Gao Yingxiang did not clearly support Zhang Xianzhong, he was just taking care of Li Ziking's emotions. After the leader of the 36th Battalion decided to temporarily withdraw from the Heluo area and the city of Xi'an that was finally smashed, he gradually left the looted and ruined ancient capital for 1,000 years. Li Ziking watched distressingly as the progress he had made in guiding the 36th Battalion in the past 2 years was in vain, and his heart was aching. Zhang Yuan always stood by his side. Brother, I told you more than once that the military power must be firmly in your own hands before you have the right to speak. Now the 36th Battalion is in loose sand and disagrees with each other. Sooner or later, it will fail. If you want to turn the tide, you must turn the 36th Battalion into your own army and eradicate the dissidents, so that you can control the 36th Battalion and 80,000 people in your hands. When you want to attack wherever you want to attack, just say it. There will be countless people working for you. Li Ziking looked at the distant direction of Tongguan. Before I believed in the brotherhood with them, everyone would join hands to overthrow the imperial court. I didn't expect that they were just finches and could not be colleagues at all. What you said is that it may be time to take them, eradicate and turn the 36th Battalion into the 36th Battalion of our brothers. Big brother, what are you talking about? It's not the 36th Battalion of our brothers, but the 36th Battalion of your eldest brother. You will become an emperor in the future. I only want to be a good general of elder brother. Zhang Yuan said. Ha ha ha, you are my Li Ziking's real brother. That group of stinky shit, they want to return to northern Shaanxi. Just so, Zhang Yuan, what happened to the troop you secretly trained in northern Shaanxi? Li Ziking said. Raising soldiers for 100 days is enough. Zhang Yuan said. Well, when the time comes, we will do it. For the first time, Li Ziking showed a fierce look like a hero. Chapter 341. The minister is guilty. The battlefields on the front lines of Shaanxi and Tongguan can be said to be the most chaotic areas in East Asia. Hundreds of thousands of officials and bandits are mixed together, and hundreds of people lose their lives every day. This time the imperial court mobilized a large army to fight off the thieves, which aggravated the tragedy here. Except for the 36th Battalion's gangsters, some other gangsters, large and small, because they could not withstand the confrontation between the two major forces, went to Shaanxi, Sichuan, and Sichuan. Gansu and other places fled. In the chaos, there are countless spies haunting them, gathering intelligence for various forces. Among them were spies from court officers and soldiers, spies from various large-scale bandit groups, and spies from the Fuliao army who secretly contributed to the flames. They passed the changes on the battlefield non-stop to their superiors. Luo Sheng was in a remote place such as Liadong, and his intelligence was a bit lagging. However, given that the battles of ancient troops were always confrontation and seesaw for several months, this lag time was still acceptable. According to the intelligence sent by our first generation of spies in Shaanxi, the peasant uprising army retreated one after another after Hong Chengqiu and Cao Wenzhou split their forces. As a result, Hong Chengqiu looked at the opportunity and personally led the troops to pursue the pursuit lightly. The result was unexpected. The fast-moving rebel army was overtaken by Hong Chengqiu in the Fufeng area, and then suffered a one-sided massacre by Hong Chengqiu and Qin army, with tens of thousands of casualties. Ayla reported to Luo Sheng about the information from the information office on the Shaanxi battlefield. These incompetent guys, these 2 years have passed. They still retreat blindly when they meet the officers and soldiers, and they don't even have a bit of aggressiveness. I really don't know how long I will wait for them to attack the capital. Seeing that Hong Chengqiu once again hoisted the 36th Battalion to fight, he became increasingly disappointed with the peasant uprising army. The limitations of class make them lack strategic vision. However, the Li Ziking's troops that we mainly support have an ambiguous attitude in this battle, Ella said. Oh, what ambiguous actions does Li Ziking have? Luo Sheng asked. According to intelligence, Li Ziking retreated calmly and confronted the Ming army led by Cao Wenzhou, but there was no large-scale battle. It was the only unit in the 36th Battalion that was able to retreat. Said, retreat all over? It must be to preserve strength. Luo Sheng thought about it for a while, and could roughly infer what Li Ziking wanted to do. Unexpectedly, Li Ziking would be ruthless to annex his own people. Maybe he was also disappointed with that group of pig teammates. Haha, as I expected. The Shaanxi battlefield will soon have twists and turns, and the offensive and defensive trend will reverse. I don't know what kind of mood the Emperor Chongzhen would feel like at that time. Luo Sheng thought of this, and continued to feel sorry for the Emperor Chongzhen. Military owner, shall we secretly use the hands of merchants to sell firearms to Li Ziking? Iroh asked. Selling? This time we will sell a lot of firearms, throwing all the obsolete and defective products we have accumulated in the warehouse to him. I think that within a year at most, major changes will occur in the customs." Luo Sheng Shotty slapped the table. "By the way, don't forget to increase the price." The news of the Ming army regaining Xi'an city and restoring order in the Heluo area soon spread to the imperial court. But it was after Luo Sheng got the news. Well, Hong Chengqiu, Cao Wenzhou, they really lived up to their expectations, successfully regained the city of Xi'an, and wiped out thousands of gangsters. Now the gangsters are frightened, holding their heads and scurrying. Daming Zongxing is hopeful. Emperor Chongzhen had read the memorials, and Long Yan was delighted. This is the sage of the sacred Hong Fu Kishan, commanding well. Of course, the court officials wanted to flatter them. Let the generals of Shaanxi continue to work hard, go to northern Shaanxi in one go, and completely eliminate the chaotic thieves in northern Shaanxi. Chongzhen said. This time the civil and military officials were silent. Why are kings silent? Chongzhen had a little temper. Holy, the matter of suppressing bandits is not something that can be solved in a short while. It is better to wait until the money and grain are in place, and then let Hong Chengqiu supervise the generals, step by step, and cut off the troubled thieves in northern Shaanxi one by one, said Shang Xiu of the Ministry of War. The minister agrees that the turnover of grain and grass takes many days and requires a lot of manpower and material resources. In order to support the army to go out of Tongguan, there are more than 100,000 civilians. The daily consumption of grain and grass is unsustainable. It is better to let Hong Chengqiu temporarily station in Xi'an for the time being. City. Cultivate fertile land, comfort the victims, and gradually enter in the future. Hubu Shangxiu said. I have to wait one by one, but do I have so much time? Chongzhen's expression gradually became gloomy, and his tone sharpened. But I dispatched part of the frontier army from Ningyuan and Datong to Tongguan to assist Hong Chengqiu in destroying the bandits. Every time they stay in Shaanxi, it means that the defense lines of Ningyuan and Datong are more dangerous. The Fuliao army outside the pass is comparable to the wolf, jackal, tiger and leopard, and it is not known how dangerous it is than the group of jumping up and down thieves. The civil and military officials were speechless again. This is not a question of who is right and who is wrong, but a dead end. Although he is reluctant to admit it, the current fact is that Ming is fighting on two fronts. The Fuliao army in eastern Lining and the 36th Battalion in northern Shaanxi have dragged down a large number of imperial troops. The imperial court's combat-capable army is just that. No matter which direction it invests more troops, it means that the other direction decreases its troops. In order to solve the group of gangsters and clowns as soon as possible, Hong Chengqiu and the others will march immediately and calm northern Shaanxi within half a month. My intention has been decided, and you need not say anything more, Chongzhen said. Wholly wise at this time, the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs was not too much to say anything. By the way, is there any news from the envoy who went to Liadong last time? Chongzhen asked. Wen Aking, are you responsible for this matter? It is the Huaijin who is responsible. Wen Tyron replied hesitantly. Why is Wen Aking hesitating? If you continue like this, I will cure you. Chongzhen, who was angry, was a little unhappy. If you return to the sage, the Huaijin has received a letter from the envoy to Liadong. They will return to the capital soon, but the minister is guilty. The Huaijin recommended the person for the mistake, and the sage will punish him. When Tyron said suddenly, he knelt down. What's your sin? Chongzhen didn't expect that something really happened. Huaijin is guilty. Huaijin recommended Sun Quanting as the head of the envoy, but he didn't expect Haim had colluded with the Fuliao army and took this opportunity to stay outside the pass. When Tyron dropped his head to the ground, not daring to bear Chongzhen's anger. Chongzhen was stunned for a while before he reacted. Such a dog thief took the opportunity to defect. Couldn't I even be able to keep even a Jinchai? Where is his family? Your Majesty. His family in Dai County, Shaanxi, has been taken away by the Fuliao army in advance. Chapter 342 Knocking off Guangzhou Mansion. Trash, it's all trash. Even living people can be taken away by people outside the gate on the territory of my Ming court. Chongzhen said angrily, Your Majesty, it's more than that. Although the Fuliao army did not move outside the pass, it actually infiltrated us more. The Minister of War and the Imperial Envoy Xun Wenken, the Prime Minister of Guangdong and Guangxi Military Affairs and the Governor of Guangdong, now in the city of Guangzhou, submitted an emergency report, claiming the fleet of the Fuliao army has sailed into the Pearl River estuary and requested the Guangdong Ship Department to reopen trade and allow merchants to freely trade goods with the Fuliao army, said Zhu Yanru, the chief assistant. It first occupied Exilement Bay, then Hong Kong Island, Macau Peninsula, and now Guangzhou Mansion is needed. Is that reasonable? Some officials said dissatisfiedly. We will close the Guangzhou government tightly and we will not be allowed to trade with the Fuliao army, and our tea and silk must not flow into the hands of the Fuliao army. Chongzhen said, Your Majesty must be cautious. The Fuliao army requested the opening of the Guangzhou Mansion for trade and threatened with 100,000 soldiers and horses outside the customs. If we do not open the pass, the 100,000 soldiers and horses outside the customs will be detained and entered. Then we will be two lines. Fighting is very dangerous. Zhu Yanru said. 100,000 soldiers and horses? Ning Yuan, we also have 100,000 troops. Can we stop them? Chongzhen asked. The Fuliao army united with Mongolia, and they can travel thousands of miles vertically and horizontally, and any pass at the border may be attacked by them. If the Fuliao army fights against us, even 300,000 troops will not be able to completely ensure that the Great Wall is safe and sound, said. The Emperor Chongzhen and hundreds of civil and military officials were silent. In the southern city of Guangzhou, Xun Wenken, who was transferred from the governor of Fujian to the governor of Guangdong, had a sad face, while outside the government, a group of petitioning businessmen surrounded the government. For this group of unsophisticated people, the Fuliao army's fleet will not be able to enter the Pearl River estuary. Instead of working together with our government, they are supporting the Fuliao army and requesting our municipal department of shipping to reopen trade. Xun Wenken said with a headache. He had been blood mold for 8 lifetimes, and he had a good future as governor of Fujian. Unexpectedly, the Fuliao army beat Zilong and grabbed Exilement Bay by the way, so that he was removed from office. A year ago, he was reactivated by the imperial court, the prime minister of Guangdong and Guangxi Affairs. As a result, the Fuliao army eliminated Liu Xiang, the most powerful pirate in Guangdong, and occupied the territory of Liu Xiang in Hong Kong Island, Macau Peninsula, etc. and now came to Guangzhou Mansion. Isn't this just looking for faults? Most of them are jealous. Merchants near Exilement, Fujian, can sell goods on the spot, and deliver goods in Exilement Bay with overseas foreigners. The profit is 10 times more than 100 times. Our Guangdong and Guangxi regions have developed relatively late, and the transportation of goods from Lingnan to the north is far away and competitive. Gao. All he relied on was trade with overseas. Now the Fuliao army controls the southeast coast, and all business with foreigners must go through their hands. But the court ordered the closure of the coastal wharves and strictly prohibits contact with the Fuliao army. This is not for us. Do Guangdong merchants eat northwestern wind? The official who came to lobby from the Guangdong merchant gang said to Xun Wenken. In the past few years, the imperial court has banned the sea, and the Guangdong merchants' power has declined. Isn't it still here? For some of your private trades, I just closed one eye and I have not completely blocked it. Xun Wenken said. My lord's words are bad. In the past 2 years, the pirate Liu Xiang was wiped out, and the shipping situation is very good. Our Guangdong recently Nanyang, the merchant gang should become the largest merchant gang in the southeast coast. Now they can only secretly pass through Macau, Hong Kong Island trades with the outside world, not to mention the twists and turns, and let the Fujian businessmen, Jiangsu and Zhejiang businessmen take advantage of it. In short, The group of merchants meant to fully open the sea ban, and take this opportunity to grow their power and catch up in one fell swoop. Fujian Merchants Group and Jiangsu Zhejiang Merchants Group. Yaguan said, "These businessmen are just chasing profits, and even the interests of daming are ignored. I disdain to make peace with the Fuliao army for their own desires." Sun Wenkan said, "Liadong, where the Fuliao army is located, is also our daming land, and the people of Liadong are also our daming people. We used the Fuliao army to earn money from Westerners and Nanyangs to strengthen ourselves. How can we abandon the interests of daming?" The government official said. "Does the public not hear about Xiamen Bei?" The newly appointed governor of Fujian secretly accepted the benefits of the Fuliao army and Fujian merchants, up to 10,000 tals. What happened in the end? This official has also heard of it, Sun Wenkan said. The newly appointed governor of Fujian, who succeeded Sun Wenkan, is said to have taken a large amount of bribes from the Liao army and Fujian merchants, and privately opened the Xiamen area as an open trade port, ignoring the new round of the imperial ban on the sea. Any caravan in Fujian can go to the Xiamen area for trade, and the fleet can also go to Xiamen Island from Quanzhou and Fuzhou. Compared with Sun Wenkan closing one eye in Guangdong, the newly appointed governor of Fujian is blatant. But the most disgusting thing is that the new governor not only was not convicted for this, but was also commended by the court because of the stability in the territory and the increase in tax revenue. This is not what Sun Wenkan, who has always been known for his integrity, feels uncomfortable. It can be seen that the so-called ban on seas is just a piece of paper, and everything must be based on practice. If the adults open the Guangzhou port, Guangdong's commerce and trade will be greatly prosperous, and the displaced people will also be able to get jobs. This is a benefit for the adults. One side. The lobbying official continued. The words have come to this. Sun Wenkan could not help but remain unmoved. Obviously, openly opening Guangdong's trade has both pros and cons. The pros and cons of the lobbying officials have already said it. Although the demerits have not been said, it is obvious that the Fuliao army has the opportunity to penetrate into Guangdong and draw the Guangdong merchants in, damage the interests of the Ming court. The lure of the king, the matter of loyalty. Since I am an official sent by the court, everything is permitted by the court's order. I will play the heavenly court. If your majesty agrees to open the port of Guangzhou House for trade, then everyone will be very happy. Oh no, business as usual. Sun Wenkan said. My lord, the lobbying official still wanted to persuade. You don't have to say much. My will is determined. Sun Wenkan said. When Sun Wenkan was struggling with the business gang, Sun Wenkan's staff walked in. My lord, the fleet of the Fuliao army landed, and many soldiers came down. The soldiers in our turret did not dare to fire the cannon easily, and they seized the turret. The aides said in Sun Wenkan's ear. What? The Fuliao army is so bold and armed to attack? Sun Wenkan was startled. And the soldiers on the fort are doing what they eat. They were robbed of the fort if they didn't even dare to resist. We don't have a fort, so what? Deal with the fleet of the Fuliao army. My lord, you should hurry up and have a look. The official who came down from the Fuliao army named you by name and asked you to see them. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 343 Inspection of the Pearl River. How many soldiers are available near our Guangzhou mansion? Sun Wenkan was surprised by the Fuliao army's request to open the port, and subconsciously wanted to count the soldiers and horses on hand. There are 6,000 registered soldiers near Guangzhou mansion, but the actual shortfall is 10 to 7 or 8. It is not bad to be able to mobilize 2,000 soldiers and horses. If you want to recruit Hakka and Kashan soldiers, it is estimated that you will be able to recruit 2,000 soldiers and horses. Said. Only 2,000 soldiers and horses. How to fight against the Fuliao army? I still go to the doctor. See. Sun Wenkan thought for a while. Fighting against the Fuliao army by force seems to be unrealistic, so he can only negotiate in person. At the pier of the Guangzhou mansion, there were 6 artillery ships and 2 troop carriers moored. Among them, the Darkin, the largest in size, was equipped with more than 50 artillery pieces. making the Ming troops who had surrendered to the fort, or there are already 3 or 4. You don't blame you for this. It's all because the Fu Liao army is extremely overbearing, and suddenly attacked our fort without any signs. Even if you resist with the support of those onshore merchants, you can't defend it, Sun Wenken said. Follow me to meet the people from the Fu Liao army. The arrival of Sun Wenken and the others caused dozens of guards around Deng Qianlong to raise their muskets vigilantly. The Ming soldiers next to Sun Wenken also drew their swords out of their sheaths at the same time, and both sides were at war. The sudden attack by the Fu Liao army happened so quickly that Sun Wenken had no time to mobilize the Cantonese army, so he only brought hundreds of government officials, personal soldiers, and soldiers who had withdrawn from the vicinity of the fort. It was just the sudden confrontation between the two sides that shocked the Guangdong businessmen who were following Deng Qianlong. You don't need to be nervous and put down your muskets. Our ships are anchored at the Pearl River estuary. If they dare to move us at all, our fleet will drive straight in and smash all the government officials' Yamen City Department of Ships, Deng Qianlong said. Dozens of infantrymen of the Fu Liao army put down their muskets, but they still looked confident. On the southeast coast, only the Fu Liao army is the only army that is dominant and unimpeded. It is no wonder that although their number is small, they still look at the local Daming guardsmen. Sun Wenken's tongue is bitter, and the pressure brought by the Fu Liao army is too great. Only such a small person dares to take the initiative to seize the fort of Guangzhou Mansion. Dozens of people dare to patrol the shore unscrupulously, as if Guangzhou Mansion belonged to their Fu Liao army. The back garden is the same. Who the hell is the governor here? Who are you from the Fu Liao army? Why do you dare to attack our Canton fortress? This is an offense to the court. When the court dispatches 100,000 troops to the south, you will be crushed and turned into powder. Sun Wenken asked Deng Qianlong when he saw Deng Qianlong. This must be Mr. Sun Wenkang, the Prime Minister of Guangdong. Guangdong, 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 Guangdong. I am Deng Qianlong, commander of the Fu Liao army's fleet in Guangdong. It is a long time since the Guangdong Bureau of Ships has been in the dust. We see that there are more people in Guangdong and less land. That's why I can't stand it and save the people of Guangdong from the fire and water. Deng Qianlong said, following the military master, using human rights as a reason for sending troops is also considered as a master and skillful tongue. Deng Qianlong was quite narcissistic. You my people in Guangdong live and work in peace and contentment. Wherever the people don't live a life, you don't want to tarnish the officials' political achievements. Sun Wenken pointedly said. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 344. In March last year, the Guangzhou government was flooded, and in June, Zhang government officials and Goming were flooded with heavy rains, flooding the government and destroying countless government and civilian houses. Since the imperial court is determined to reopen the Department of Shipbuilding, I should personally supervise this matter. You Fu Liao army don't think about taking this opportunity to control our Guangdong. Sun Wenken dealt with the messy sleeves when Deng Qianlong hooked his shoulders. Zhang Jin said, yes, we will also send officials to set up a gate here to help you manage the entry and exit of the ships. There is also the fort of the Canton Mansion. Let us take care of it for the time being. Our soldiers are stationed here, and no bandits, rioters, or foreigners dare to invade Guangzhou Mansion. From then on, you can be carefree and concentrate on government affairs, Governor, said Deng Qianlong. Unreasonable. Sun Wenken was extremely angry. He was hit too much today. He felt that he was unilaterally bullied by the Fu Liao army. How can the customs and forts of our Guangzhou government be handed over to you Fu Liao army? Oh, the governor will ask if our guns and artillery are acceptable, Deng Qianlong threatened. In addition to the guns and artillery, you can also ask the Dutch who came with us. Anthony, you said our request. Is it too much? Deng Qianlong looked at a Dutch businessman who was following the fleet, and the Dutch businessman responded quickly, not too much at all. Have you heard? Even Westerners don't think it is too much. Deng Qianlong said. What else can Sun Wenken say? The Dutch people looked scared by the Fu Liao army. Can they dare to say that the Fu Liao army is bullying others? However, even the always fierce Dutch people have become doglegs of the Fu Liao army, which shows their power. By the way, Anthony, our military commander asked you to look for a plant called rubber tree in East India. Have you ever found it? Deng Qianlong seemed to think of something. Honorable Master Deng, our people have searched the East Indies and asked merchants in Spain, Great Britain and other countries, but we have never heard of such plants. Is your military master's memory wrong? The businessman Anthony replied nervously, with beads of sweat on his forehead and his small eyes drifting. The fastest update, no pop-up window please. Chapter 345. Disturbance overtakes the master. What? You said that our military leader remembered it wrong? How could our military leader remember it wrong? Deng Qianlong shouted in a low voice. I dare not dare. We must have made a mistake when I return to Batavia. I must find a few more local indigenous people for questioning. Maybe the rubber trees your army needs are in the deep mountains and old forests. Deranged businessman Anthony took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, you don't have to rush to find it. I will first ask the military commander for instructions and wait for his next instructions. Deng Qianlong said. Sun Wenken saw it really from the sidelines. Liu Sheng made a mistake in this situation, but the Fu Liao army just refused to admit it, so what else could they do? Moreover, looking at this Dutch businessman's convincing appearance, not only was he not angry with the Fu Liao army's accusation, but he did his best to please the Fu Liao army. Did you Dutch people come to Guangdong for looting in the Wanli years and have a lot of strong ships and guns? Why are you afraid of the Fu Liao army? Sun Wenken asked Anthony privately. Master Daming, we Dutch are also humans. If we can't defeat the Fu Liao army, we have to please them. Not long ago, they drove our governor of Yazoo away, and all trade with Daming was controlled by them. If we make them angry, we won't be able to buy Daming's tea, silk and porcelain. Anthony showed a bitter melon face. It turned out that the lifeblood was held in the hands of the Fu Liao army. No wonder the Dutch businessman followed the Fu Liao army officers, and they were nothing but promises. Master Xung is stealing what information about our Liao army? Deng Qianlong muttered Sun Wenken and Anthony and asked, Ahem, how can you treat this official like this? Zi said, it's a pleasure to have friends from afar. I just care about guests from the other side of the ocean. Sun Wenken hurriedly looked serious. My lord, we might as well go to the Yamen of Guangzhou Mansion and take a look at the local customs here. Deng Qianlong said, my lord, please lead the way. I am the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, who is entrusted by the imperial court. How can you let me lead the way for you? Sun Wenken said sullenly. Master Xung, don't say that. I will lead the captain of the ship in the Pearl River in the next few years. There are still many opportunities for us to cooperate. In the future, I will often come to Master Xun to drink with you. Deng Qianlong said. Brother Deng, why don't I call you my lord? You should come to me less in the future. I am a clean official, and I have a clean breeze in my sleeves, but I don't have any more wine. Sun Wenken said aggrieved. Relax. Our Fu Liao army has never bullied people, and I will bring my own drinks when the time comes. Deng Qianlong said. Throw. Sun Wenken whispered. Master Xun doesn't seem to welcome me. Although I don't understand the local dialect of Lingnan, I have been doing business in the southeast coast for the past 2 years and have dealt with many Guangdong businessmen. I know this is a curse. Suddenly Deng Qianlong cast his eyes away. Huh? Is there? The official has only recently been transferred to Guangdong, and he doesn't understand any Lingnan dialect. This time it was Sun Wenken's turn to be stupid. Really? Ha ha ha, let's go. Deng Qianlong led the Guangdong businessman to the Yamen of Guangzhou Mansion without hesitation, as if he was taking this place as his own. Sun Wenken could only follow Deng Qianlong with a bunch of government officials and guards, and did not dare to take Deng Qianlong. After all, the Fu Liao army had forcibly occupied the fort, and there were 6 gunboats and 2 troop carriers blocking the pier. There are also some black-tailed boats near the pier, but the black-tailed boats, which are only a few feet long, look so small in the face of large warships that are more than 10 times the size of them. The only bigger one is the large merchant ship used by Guangdong merchants for ocean-going trade. My lord, the Fuliao army is occupying the Magpie's Nest. We have millions of people in Guangdong, so we should be afraid of them. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity of their bosses to go ashore. Let us capture the thieves and capture the king first, said a government officer. Do you think you are the reincarnation of the Fuliao army? Happened to have no excuse to attack the Guangzhou mansion, and their warships came over. If we detained their responsible officials, they would have an excuse to send an army ashore. Sun Wenken stared, gave him a glance. Then we can let them run wild in our Guangzhou mansion? The Yaya said, dissatisfied. Wait for the Imperial Court's order. If the Imperial Court really wants to reopen the Guangdong Ships Division, we will try to negotiate with the Fuliao army so that we can also share tariffs. As for their forced landing and occupation of the fort, I will report it. The court. Let the court judge separately. Sun Wenken was a little helpless. But from our Lingnan to the capital, and then back to Lingnan, we traveled long distances, and when the court judged again, the Fuliao army had already established a firm foothold on the shore, and we could do nothing with them anymore, said the Yaya. You are really not to be underestimated as a servant. When will you understand these principles? Sun Wenken said, we can do nothing now. Quickly keep up with them. Don't let him take our government office forcibly. Sun Wenken urged these officials and soldiers to keep an eye on Deng Qianlong and them. Deng Qianlong led a group of soldiers and Guangdong businessmen to the city of Guangzhou, walking between the streets, shaking his head while watching. This place is far worse than our Liaonan. My lord, this is wrong. Our Guangzhou mansion is the most prosperous area in the Lingnan area. Although it is a bit different from the northern city, it should not be far. Some Guangdong businessman said dissatisfiedly. The adult of the Fuliao army is right. If you go to Dalian port in southern Lining, you won't think that there is a problem with what the adult said. Some other Guangdong businessmen who had been to Liaonan to do business refuted their opinions. Associates. Except everyone. I am not using comparison to highlight our superiority in southern Lining. I think that Guangzhou should be more prosperous and become one of the best cities in the southeast coast. Deng Qianlong said, Dalian port is for trade in the North Sea. The East China Sea and the South China Sea belong to Guangzhou Mansion. Okay. Listening to Deng Qianlong's words, the Guangdong businessmen present stroking their goats' beards and showing satisfied expressions. Obviously, Deng Qianlong's words aroused comfort among them. In the next year, we plan to set up the Guangzhou Municipal Maritime Committee to collect tariffs and ship taxes. We will also set up Chinese schools to train overseas businessmen and some processing plants. We plan to recruit thousands of workers in Guangzhou. Some people moved to Hainan Island to expand the influence of Ihuaxia system. Deng Qianlong revealed a little bit of news to these businessmen. These Cantonese businessmen listened carefully and nodded frequently. Sun Wenken was depressed. He was a good governor of Guangdong and Guangxi who hadn't been able to speak with a foreigner. Chapter 346. I want a rubber plantation. Liu Sheng is currently urging and supporting Li Ziking's development, and at the same time thinking about how to use the 250,000 civilization points he has obtained for completing part of the historical achievement mission. However, there was a report about Deng Qianlong from the Admiralty. I thought that the occupation of the Canton Mansion's fort would arouse resistance from the local defenders, but I didn't expect that the defense of the Guangzhou Mansion, which has suffered from bandits, pirates, and floods, would have been slackened to the point where it is now. Liu Sheng learned that Deng Qianlong's soldiers were bloodless. They took the Guangdong fortress, and the Ming army in Guangdong did not dare to counterattack, so they could not help shaking their heads. In the letter reported by Deng Qianlong, in addition to the most important matter concerning the occupation of the 13th terminal, it also mentioned the results of the search for rubber trees. Can't find rubber trees in the Southeast Asian archipelago, but the water and heat conditions in Southeast Asia are suitable. Isn't it rich in natural rubber? Liu Sheng thought about it carefully. According to his knowledge, Southeast Asia is the most important natural rubber producing area in the world. But the Dutch people who occupied the Indonesian archipelago said that they could not find rubber trees. What is it all about? Although natural rubber has not yet played a major role, in the future, if the Fuliao army turns on internal combustion engine technology, and then turns on motor vehicle technology, then rubber will become one of the most important raw materials. For example, natural rubber is used in tires. The wires and circuits also need to be wrapped with rubber. Luo Sheng had a headache. He couldn't find natural rubber. Even if the internal combustion engine technology was turned on, there would be many defects. After all, a car with wood or metal wheels is unimaginable. But you can't get natural rubber. But what about synthetic rubber? Luo Sheng started the idea of the Industrial Revolution system. Are you in the system? I want to ask how many civilization points are needed to turn on synthetic rubber? Luo Sheng called the Industrial Revolution system in his mind. Sorry, the technology of the 20th century cannot be opened until the host opens 70% of the technology of the 19th century. Said the Industrial Revolution system. Is synthetic rubber a technology of the 20th century? Luo Sheng was a little surprised. It seemed that he had a slight deviation from the history of chemical industry. He thought that synthetic rubber would have existed in the 19th century. System, I want to ask you one thing. Isn't Southeast Asia where natural rubber is produced? Why can't my people inquire about the whereabouts of rubber trees in the Indonesian archipelago? Luo Sheng said. I said the host, are you stupid? In 1876, the British Wickham transported the seeds and seedlings of the rubber tree from Brazil to the Royal Botanic Garden in London to propagate, and then promoted it to Southeast Asia for large-scale artificial planting. Did you lose your mind when looking for rubber trees in Southeast Asia? The system said in a very disdainful tone. Luo Sheng was speechless for a while. Good guy, it turns out that the rubber tree is a species in Latin America. No wonder I can't find it in Southeast Asia. However, even if you know that the rubber tree comes from Latin America, do you want to organize a scientific expedition team to travel far and wide to search for rubber tree seeds in the Amazon forest on the other side of the Pacific Ocean? You are not impossible to do it, but too much energy. It may take several years. Now the Fuliao army is basically not short of money or food, and the most precious thing for Luo Sheng to come from is time. A person's lifespan is only a few decades. But Luo Sheng has to make up for 300 years of science and technology when he can control the great years of the Fuliao army. It can be seen that time does not wait. If it takes several years to find the seeds of rubber trees, it will take several years to cultivate the seeds. If it goes on like this, system, is there any good way to get the seeds of the rubber tree? Luo Sheng reluctantly lowered his host's identity and asked the system for help. For the sake of industrial dreams, what about temporarily condescending? The system was silent. Master System, please, you can summon you as long as you train people, not to mention the rubber trees in a small area, just say how much civilized points are needed. Luo Sheng begged. It's not that you can't summon it, but what you need is rubber tree seeds. Right? The system said hesitantly. Of course rubber tree seeds are needed. If it is a mature rubber tree, it is better. It is best to have a rubber plantation. No, come directly to an island full of rubber trees. An island the size of Hainan Island. Luo Sheng saw the system can help, and ambition suddenly swells. Damn, what kind of broken rubber tree seeds are needed for systematic cheating? Come directly to an island, and there are rubber trees everywhere. So good to be inexhaustible. Why do you still need to train yourself? Go. The system slapped Luo Sheng in the face mercilessly. Let's come to a rubber plantation. An island seems a bit exaggerated. Luo Sheng also knew that his request was a bit too much, so he curbed slightly. The rubber plantation is okay. Let's start with the rubber vulcanization technology in 1839. And then choose a place on the tropical island. I will summon the rubber plantation directly, the system said. Really? Luo Sheng asked in surprise. I didn't expect the system to talk so easily. Of course it is true. The system will not lie like humans. However, because the host takes the initiative to specify the summon, the consumption of civilization points will be doubled. The rubber vulcanization technology originally required 25,000 civilization points, but now it has become 50,000 civilization points. Even if the host regrets it, it will take 50,000 civilized points to turn on this technology in the future, the system said. Wipe. The system is really bad. Liu Sheng expressed serious protest against the system's robbery. I just set up a scientific research team to go to the Amazon forest to find rubber tree seeds, and then spend a few years transplanting them without spending double time. Open up your technology with more civilized points. System. Do you think Hainan Island is suitable for rubber tree planting? Where should I occupy a place on Hainan Island as a resettlement site for the rubber plantation? Or you can point me to a place and I will immediately send troops to plant it. The place is occupied, Liu Sheng said. Host, the system was choked for a while. It has never seen such a brazen person. After you turn on the rubber vulcanization technology, I will give you a map with the location of the rubber plantation on it. You send someone. Just accept it in the past. Is it such a caring service? Liu Sheng was delighted. This time it's fine. There is a batch of ready-made rubber trees, so there is no need to plant again. If you want to expand the rubber plantation, you can use the seeds of the rubber trees in the rubber plantation to transplant to other places. By the way, we don't have local talents for cultivating rubber trees and collecting rubber. It is better to summon the workers in the rubber plantation by the way when you call the rubber plantation, and then wash your brain. Liu Sheng said. Host, you are really too much. But there is no problem. I will summon a rubber plantation in Southeast Asia at the end of the 19th century. The system said helplessly. Chapter 347, News from Siberia. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The service is quite attentive. Even the workers from the rubber plantation can be summoned together. After turning on the rubber vulcanization technology, Liu Sheng got the map given out of thin air by the system. This is a topographic map of Hainan Island that is slightly yellowed. It clearly marks important points on Hainan Island and a spot with a red circle. The location is in the east of Hainan Island, and the area is marked with Qianghai. This map is a good thing. Liu Sheng's inspiration flashed. This map was not only able to find the rubber plantation summoned by the system, but also had an important function. With this kind of map, it will be too easy to develop the Hainan Island area in the future. According to the level of detail of this map, at least it is an industrial product of the 20th century. The reason for the yellowing is probably because the system is designed to create a sense of the times that is disguising. In addition to the map and the rubber plantation, rubber vulcanization technology has also summoned several talents to help implement this technology. The map and the rubber plantation are summoned by the system requiring double civilization points, and the scientific and technological talents are things that would have been available when the technology was turned on. My lord, my name is Goodyear, and I come from the United States. The rubber vulcanization method I am familiar with solves the problem of raw rubber becoming sticky and brittle, making the rubber have higher elasticity and toughness, so that the rubber can be put into industrial use. The summoned scientist introduced to Liu Sheng. Welcome. There is no America in our time, so you don't have to carry any burdens to study as much as you want. I will provide you with the equipment, funds and staff you want. Liu Sheng said. Suddenly, Liu Sheng seemed to have thought of something. Goodyear. I vaguely remember that there was a tire brand also called Goodyear. My lord, I didn't start a company. Goodyear quickly denied. That rubber product company was founded by the Frank Scondlin brothers to commemorate Goodyear, who invented the vulcanization method. The system couldn't bear to remind. That's why Liu Sheng understood it. My lord, I heard that there is no rubber plantation in the world. I want to set up the laboratory first, recruit relevant personnel, and produce vulcanizing agent first. When we collect the raw materials, we can apply it. Goodyear said. Well, before the car comes out, I don't have to worry about getting practical rubber right away, Liu Sheng said. Cars? In our time, rubber was mostly used to make medical supplies and hoses, tapes, Rubber shoes, rubber sheets, Goodyear said. The more Luo Sheng listened, his eyes brightened, and the use of rubber was more than imagined. He was really narrow-minded. Now that the Fuliao army begins to use electricity, it is important to have rubber as an insulating material. The tires brought about by internal combustion engine technology also need rubber, but I did not expect that besides these important manufactured products, there are so many important rubber products in life. Therefore, Luo Sheng decided to urge this matter a little bit. After placing the newly summoned Goodyear and some of his friends, Luo Sheng called Zhao Uguang from the military staff and gave him the map. You asked him to copy several copies of this topographic map of Hainan Island to Deng Qianlong, who is stationed in Guangzhou Mansion, and order him to send a team to find the place on the map and take it over. Luo Sheng said, I don't know where to take over. Who else is there? Zhao Uguang was a little bit astonished to get the topographic map of Hainan Island, which was still relatively desolate at this time. At present, the Fuliao army has not had any troops stationed on Hainan Island, and the southernmost force has only reached the Guangzhou Mansion. Could this map be the result of the work of the intelligence department hidden in the dark? I sent someone to buy a piece of land there. There are important raw materials on it, a plant called a rubber tree. The land marked on the map is ours, including the rubber tree and workers inside. Luo Sheng said, just let the team sent over to report our identity, and then we can take over. Luo Sheng said, subordinates know. How many people do you need in this team? Zhao Uguang asked the details. About 100 people is almost the same. The most is to prevent the surrounding natives and wild animals from destroying the rubber plantation. The workers inside should not be rebellious. Luo Sheng thought that all the people summoned by the system had been brainwashed by the system. I have never seen anyone who betrayed. However, some of the local recruits had betrayed the Fuliao army. That's all about human nature. Understood. The adults are really concerned about the situation in the south recently. Even the topographic map of Hainan Island has been obtained. Our staff has a team doing rehearsals for the attack on the East Indies. Zhao Uguang couldn't help but say, you have to do things like this. Only by eating the bowl and looking at the pot can you look at things from a higher level. Luo Sheng said. But the adults seem to ignore the Siberian pioneer group. They are a bit dissatisfied. Zhao Uguang reminded. Siberian pioneer group. Luo Sheng's eyes rolled, and he has really ignored them recently. But there is no way. Since the Siberian pioneer group entered the sparsely populated eastern Siberian plain, news would come back every very long time, and it basically marked which wasteland and probably how many nomads there were. Then, every few hundred miles, a dozen or 20 people are left to build a transfer station. For 2 to 3 years, most of the time was to count and manage the savage Jurgen in the Heilongjiang River Basin. After the Heilongjiang Basin stabilized, the Siberian pioneer group really embarked on the journey of the eastern Siberian plain in the past year. It's just that Siberia is cold in winter, and it is basically only in spring and summer that the development can be carried out amicably. Fewer people were sent, and the interval between returning news was longer, so it is not difficult for Luo Sheng to ignore the Siberian Wasteland Reclamation Group a little bit. We wiped out the remnants of the Hujin soldiers on Sakhalin Island. We occupied Sakhalin Island. We also built a lighthouse in the southern part of Sakhalin Island and sent several fishing boats to fish nearby. Heilongjiang River Basin. Near Sakhalin Island, the residents have accepted our management. The Siberian Pioneer Group has sent 400 people as pioneers, and the remaining 1,000 people are responsible for logistics and transit. Everything is in order, so I did not pay extra attention, but I was negligent. Luo Sheng admitted. Tao, their work in the Siberian plain is very boring and dangerous. If the military owner can properly encourage them, they will work harder. This is the news from the Siberian Pioneer Group this month. They found a piece in the Siberian plain that is wider than the Heilongjiang River. And military owner, guess what is special about this river? The river is just a little wider and longer. What's magical? Luo Sheng wondered. Most of the rivers in the world flow eastward, So there is a poem saying that it flows eastward to the sea and never returns. There are also a few rivers that flow southward, but this big river actually flows northward. Say God is not magical? Zhao Guang looked shocked. Chapter 348 The Lena River. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Liu Sheng rolled his eyes. Don't most rivers in Siberia flow northward into the Arctic Ocean? What's so magical? But even now, the geographic knowledge of these officers has not yet fully passed the test. And a lot of knowledge is limited to the East Asian continent. The theory of continental drift was only proposed at the beginning of the 20th century. There is a shortage of geography talents, and Liu Sheng has no time to write geography books systematically. The water flows to low places. The Siberian plain is high in the south and low in the north. It naturally flows to the north. I also indicated on the map that at the end of the extreme north, there is an endless Arctic Ocean. Liu Sheng said. That's it. Zhao Guang nodded, seemingly understanding. It's just that I don't know exactly where they went, and what river they encountered. Liu Sheng didn't know where the Siberian pioneer group was. After all, based on his previous experience, he only knew that in the north of China, it was the Siberian plain, and in the Siberian plain, there were about 3 large rivers flowing into the Arctic Ocean. The specific name Liu Sheng could not remember. Anyway, these places have not been widely recognized by the world, and there is no recognized place name, so you don't need to care what their names are at this time. The river we discovered is in the north of our territory, so it's called Debai River, which symbolizes that this is our internal river. Liu Sheng forcibly changed the name of the river. In Liu Sheng's original era, this river should be called the Lena River, but in all future documents of the Fuliao army and the world's name for it, it has all become the unpretentious name of Debai River because of Liu Sheng's randomness. One of the naming. In fact, the forward of the Siberian pioneer group went to the Yakutsk region on the Lena River. The 400 pioneers in this barren area of eastern Siberia are already mammoth, and they also carry a carriage full of supplies. It was He Yi, the leader of the pioneering group, who took the lead. The weather is getting late. The further you go north, the more freezing the day is. I really don't know how the people here survived the winter. He Yi watched the setting sun shed the afterglow on the wild Siberian wasteland, breathing while speaking. She has formed a white mist. At night, the temperature here is almost freezing, which is really terrible. If it is winter, it is estimated that the ears will be frozen. Fortunately, the indigenous people here can live here safe and sound. Deputy Head Chen Xiao blew the heating into the palm of his hand. According to the indigenous people here, the weather here is too cold for cattle, sheep and horses to survive, so they domesticated reindeer and hunted for a living. There are many swamps and rivers on the Siberian plains, and the fish and shrimps inside are also important food sources for them. In winter, ice fishing is done. If there are few people, you can live comfortably, said a guide who led them. These guides are members of the Ukn and other tribes recruited by the Siberian pioneer group in the Heilongjiang River Basin and have set foot in the Siberian plain. They became part of the Siberian pioneer group, paying monthly salaries and coming to unknown areas such as empty Siberia, so they earn 50 tals a month, which is much better than hunting. In addition to salary, there are also some dividends from the Siberian Pioneer Group. In addition to pioneering the wilderness, the Siberian Pioneer Group also traded with the natives of Siberia. Silver and gold have no effect on the local natives, but the Fuliao army can use ironware, handicrafts and other utensils that the natives of Siberia cannot produce to exchange fur with them. The climate here is harsh, and the most valuable furs are deer, sable, bear and other furs. As for the massive minerals, natural gas resources, rare earths and other industrial age resources, the time has not yet been developed. Don't mention the swamp to me, Mother. Yesterday, some of our large carriages almost fell into the swamp. There are more than 300 furs on it that we exchanged for this trip. If it is gone, our pioneer team will do it this year. There is no dividend. He complained. Let's camp nearby. The night is too cold, and there are wild wolves and wild bears. It is too dangerous to march at this time. Chen Xiao said. Well, everyone should stop. Let's choose a sturdy place to camp. We still follow the previous division of labor. Those who should gather firewood should gather firewood, and those who should set up tents should set up tents. He said. The people of the pioneer group are all skillfully acting in accordance with their own division of labor. They pioneered for 2 years, and they repeated a similar life almost every day. What they were already familiar with could no longer be familiar with. Soon the firewood was picked up, kerosene was poured on it, and a fire soon started. A curling bonfire rose up, illuminating this place. And not far from them, the Lino River flows slowly, and the sound of the river flowing can be heard clearly. According to the map given to us by the military owner, this river is very likely to flow to the extreme north of the ocean. It is called something foreign. He sat down by the campfire and stretched out his hands to warm the fire. Arctic Ocean. Chen Xiao reminded. Next we have 3 directions to go. We continue to follow this river to the south, and at the end we can reach the Arctic Ocean. Go east to the end to reach the Bering Strait as the military owner said, and to the east if it is possible. You will meet the Western Hare. I personally think that we should establish a stronghold near this river. No matter which direction we explore in the future, there will be a base area as a guarantee. And it is close to the river. We can build wooden boats here, and we can also catch fish and water, which is not bad. It's a little bit colder in winter. He said. I think so too, but the location of this transfer station needs to be carefully examined. After all, it needs to maintain a transfer station for decades. Chen Xiao said. After the bonfire rose, the people of the pioneer group opened the spirits stored in the cowhide sack, and the mellow smell of wine soon permeated, making people slightly intoxicated. I really envy those people who stay in Liudong. Now they must be living a life full of wine under the warm sun, and we can only live a poor life, facing this unseen wasteland every day. Wives can see it. A member of the pioneer group poured a sip of wine into his throat and complained. After drinking, the whole person becomes warm and relieves the chill. For these rough men who are traveling in the Siberian plains, only spirits can relieve their loneliness. It's 2 years of pioneering. It is estimated that when we go back, we will be pleasing to the eye when we see the old so. Fuck you, I still have a mother-in-law at home. If you want an old so, you have to go by yourself. A group of members of the pioneer group broke out. Who is it? Suddenly, several soldiers in charge of the guard saw a dark figure in the dim night. So they shouted. Almost all members of the pioneer group subconsciously grabbed the guns in their hands. Chapter 349 Little Native. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Don't panic, everyone. What happened? He stood up and asked. Sir, there seems to be someone in that place. The soldier said, pointing to a place. You guys, go round to the left. You guys go round to the right, and there are not many people hidden in that place, and surround them. He commanded a small group of soldiers to move. Maybe it's just a beast. Soon this team of soldiers was divided into 2 routes and rounded around from the left and right sides, and all members of the pioneer group held muskets and waited for the result. But they are not afraid. In this wasteland, apart from the winter blizzards and hidden swamps, there is no force that can threaten their 400 troops equipped with muskets. The local aboriginals can gather 400 young and strong. I haven't seen it yet. Sir, is an aboriginal or a little furry boy? This small group of soldiers returned from the darkness, dragging a 10-year-old aboriginal. Wearing animal skins, the little native blushed and struggled, still roaring in unintelligible language. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be a little fur boy. I thought it was a beast. If it is a beast, can we still have a good meal today? He and the others laughed. Let him go, a little fur boy. no need to care about him. The captured little natives couldn't understand He's words, grabbed a small stone on the ground and threw it at He, who looked like the leader. Fortunately, He is quick to react, and he avoids the stone with one step. Otherwise he will really see blood. This little native is really fierce. We have no grievances and hatreds against him, and they even hate us deeply. He said, "Would you like to throw this little wild boy into the river to teach him?" Most of the natives here know water, there should be nothing to do. A member of the pioneer group said, "Could it be that he was hungry and came to us to find something to eat?" said a kindly pioneering group member. Seeing that he didn't hit He, the little native gritted his teeth, staring at He and them with red eyes. Does he really hate us? He wondered why this little native was always targeting him. Is there anyone who can understand what he said? There was a commotion among the members of the pioneer group, and many people from tribes in the Heilongjiang Valley shook their heads slightly. But a few people soon came forward. "Sir, this person is not Mongolian, but more like the declining Turkic language. Although it is a little bit different from the Turkic language I learned, but I can understand it to the point." Yes, our pioneer team did recruit talents who know Turkic language. It turns out that this is a descendant of Turkic people. He said, "Go and listen to what these little natives are saying." This Siberia is mostly descendants of the Mongols, and Turks always ruled by them, but this is good for us. After all, we can find people who understand their language in the southern part of the wasteland. Chen Xiao is also very satisfied. These people who knew Turkic language chatted with the little natives for a while before the angry little natives gradually calmed down. People who understand Turkic use Turkic language, so that the small indigenous people feel that they are their own people, and they can be regarded as gaining the trust of the small indigenous people. What is this little native talking about? Why does he always go against us? He walked over and asked. It was just that the little native crouched backward in a panic when he saw him. The members of the pioneer group who knew Turkic quickly explained to the little natives in Turkic, and the little natives felt relieved again. "Sir, this little kid said that they are people living near this river. Recently, foreign races invaded this area and robbed them of a lot of fur." He regarded us as a group of foreign races, so he was full of resentment towards us. "There are other aliens near this river?" He and the others stared at each other. Their pioneer group set out from the Heilongjiang River Basin and reached the Lena River Basin. Except for the local indigenous people, they had never seen a pioneer group doing the same thing with them. It's just that the pioneer group they found seemed to be a bit savage. They didn't even bother to do things like bartering, and simply grabbed it. I remember the military owner once said that the Tsarist Empire in the far west seems to be doing the same thing as us. They have several adventurous teams exploring the eastern part of the Siberian plain, but they don't know where they have explored. It was to explore to the west. I didn't expect to bump into them here. Chen Xiao said, "First ask how many people they have and what equipment." He Xiang ordered his Turkic-speaking subordinates. After these people communicated with the little natives, they said to He, "These kids say there are probably more than 200 people. They have blonde and blue-eyed beards, as well as black and brown-haired people, holding a stick in their hands. If the root is like a wooden stick, his people will be killed for some reason." He and the others looked at each other, and they were already convinced that this group of people were the Zaram was mentioned by the commander. It's just that the progress of their expedition is very fast, and it has reached the eastern Siberian plain. This shows that Muz's sphere of influence is already in the central Siberian plain and the western Siberian plain. Grass, we worked hard to explore, but we didn't expect to have time to occupy part of the eastern part. It is estimated that even a third of the Siberian plain would not be snatched. The western and central parts have been snatched away by Tsarist. Quite puzzled. Originally, Liu Sheng sent them here to build a walled city and transit station here when no one claimed sovereignty, and to maintain the rule with as few troops as possible. It's just that Liu Sheng didn't expect that Mozi would have entered the eastern Siberian plain as early as the end of Ming Dynasty. What's the point? It's estimated that they are just building a few transit stations along the way, just like us. As long as we grab it, This is our site, under our guns. Who dares to say no? Chen Xiao didn't mind, said. The members of the pioneer group nodded their heads, and they were right. Regardless of whether Maz's power has penetrated into the eastern Siberian plains, as long as there is force, they can directly fight all the way and take Maz's territory as their own. The wooden sticks mentioned by the little natives should be Maz's muskets. This group of Mozi also have muskets. We need to be careful, he said. Fortunately, the logistics team added a batch of Dreiser rifles to us before this expedition. We use a combination of flintlock and Dreiser rifle, which should have a lot of advantages over their matchlock and flintlock. Sir, are we finally going to fight? Some soldiers from the 5th Infantry Brigade of the Pioneer Regiment said excitedly. After staying in the wasteland for a long time, the beasts are bullying, and they haven't fought a war yet. Chapter 350 The Traces of Mozi. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. According to this little fur boy, their people are concentrated on a flat plain on the west side of the river, 30 miles away. They use this as a base to search for the local Aboriginal tribes to find fur. In addition, they also arrested many natives to build castles for them as long-term strongholds. Even the parents of this little furry boy were arrested. He drew the general terrain dictated by the natives on the ground and pointed to it. A beach on the west side of the Lena River. This group of Mozi went with us. We also want to find a place near this river to establish a stronghold. Didn't this send us a stronghold? Chen Xiao smiled. Yes, until tomorrow. We will try to cross the river and rescue the captured natives. He said. Then what should we do with this little native? Leave him with us first, and ask him if he wants to save their people. If you want to save, you can follow us obediently. The little native heard that this group of aliens wanted to help him teach another group of aliens who had captured them, but he was a bit suspicious. But under the bewilderment of members of the pioneer group who knew Turkic, the little native agreed to show them the way. But for actively attacking Maz's stronghold, there are still many things worth worrying about. For example, the Lena River traverses north and south for thousands of miles. It is really difficult for a pioneer group with a carriage to cross the Lena River. We need boats to cross the river. But where should we go to find boats on this wild wasteland? Is it necessary for us to find time to build our own wooden boats? If we take the time, we will be paid by the other side. I found it. When he specifically planned to attack Mao's on the other side of the river, he thought of the problem of crossing the river and was a little bit distressed. Sir, Xiliu said that their tribe originally had several fishing boats, which they used to fish on the river after the ice and snow melted. But these fishing boats were robbed by Mozi, and Mozi built a lot of them. A stronger wooden boat is used to explore on this big river, said a member of the pioneer group who understands Turkic. For the captured little native, people from the pioneer team gave him a name Little Six, so as not to call him a small native all day. This is an important piece of information. What do you think? He looked around at everyone. Sir, since Mozi has ships that can help us cross the river, we only need to find an opportunity to grab these ships, and we can cross the river. An officer of the pioneer group said. Yes, they will snatch furs along the river and capture the natives to build castles for them. We can pretend to be natives and use our furs to attract them to our east bank. And then we will wipe them out in one fell swoop and seize their wooden boats. You can cross the river as soon as you come, said another officer of the pioneer group. Then handle it like this. We will play a play to show Mao's on the other side. Chen Xiao and a group of officers made detailed arrangements to attract Mao's on the other side of the river. The night bonfire was still sizzling, illuminating the faces of the members of the pioneer group. They removed their wok, rice, flatbread, and meat preserved in salt from the carriage. Boil the water drawn from the river with a wok stand over the flame, put the rice in the pot, and then add some wild vegetables and minced meat. Soon the scent of the food permeated, arousing people's gluttons. There are also large pieces of meat roasted on the fire, sprinkled with seasonings brought from southern Lining, which are more delicious, and appetizing. Little native Xiliu stared at the golden barbecue and the unseen chowder, and couldn't help swallowing. Ha, although your natives often eat barbecued meat, they generally don't use seasonings, so you haven't smelled the incense of barbecued meat? A member of the Turkic pioneering group approached Xiliu and said. Xiaoliu nodded vigorously, then couldn't help licking his lips. Sir, can we give Xiaoliu something to eat? Xiaoliu seems to have not eaten for a while. A little Mao boy can't eat much, so let him eat something rare for him, he said nonchalantly, and then turned to discuss with his subordinates how to attract Mozi. Chen Xiaod, take a dozen of them. People with strong hairs walk along the river with their fur, and most of them will be able to run into the fur. Why should it be a person with strong hair? An officer asked inexplicably. People in cold areas won't shave their hair easily, because the hair helps keep warm. It should be easier to disguise these dozens of people as local natives if they are wrapped in animal skins, he said. How about we fired a shot to signal that it would be easier to provoke Mozi? An officer said. Doesn't that reveal that we have muskets? We have to think of a way to attract scumbags more easily without revealing our identity. Everyone think about it, he said. I have a plan. In addition to wearing fur, we can burn wood and set fire on the other side of the river. The black smoke produced when burning wood will rise into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Even on the other side of the river. You can also see it. Chen Xiaod said. Okay, this method is good. We will attract them without revealing their identity. So Lao Chen will have you, he said. No problem, he. They would never have thought that ruthless people like us would appear in this barren land, and they would be a big surprise at that time. Chen Xiaod said with a fist. Ha, we have an advantage in numbers. And I'm afraid they won't be 200 people. It's decided that we will eat, and I will have to stick the front of the chest to the back. He smiled. You see how panicky Xiliu eats? It seems that my Daoxia cuisine is also tempting to their Turkic branch. He and others noticed that one hand was holding a wooden bowl for porridge, and the other was holding green onions. The pie was gnawing non-stop. Xiliu, I dare not say anything else. But in terms of food, our Chinese food is really the best in the world. People from the pioneer group said one after another. When we snatch Mozi's castle, this will become a very important transit point for us in the future. At that time, let the logistics department transport more food and use it to conquer the stomachs of the local aborigines. He said. If we can really exchange the pie for fur, then we will make a lot of money. The pioneer group said. You can really think that if food can conquer the indigenous people, what we need to do with this gun? Chen Xiaod said. That's not necessarily. The military owner has repeatedly told us that we should use culture to teach the indigenous people and integrate them into our Chinese system. In my opinion, other foods that are more tangible and representative of our culture